And then to start us off here, we are joining you here today in Wiyot territory that includes 3 tribes, the Bear River Rancheria, Blue Lake Rancheria, and Wiyot tribe. We're here today in Goot-Dini, which means among the redwoods, currently also referred to as Arcata, California, but many of our students will only refer to it as Goot-Dini. And joining you today from what we now call officially Wiyot Plaza. This whole area is now officially called Wiyot Plaza. It includes the Goot-Dini Gallery, the Food Sovereignty Lab, the Native American Forum, and the Native American Studies is on the 2nd floor. And so we're very excited that you're here in this area and welcoming you today to Wiyot Plaza. We wanted to give the Blue Lake Rancheria an opportunity to welcome you to the territory and tell you a little bit about them, and then we'll get started with the programming. So, Jason.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jason Ramos. I'm the acting tribal chair for the Blue Lake Rancheria tribe. I'm also the tribal administrator there. I think first and foremost, I want to welcome everybody here. I hope we have a productive meeting here this morning. I see a lot of new faces that I don't know, so feel free to come up and say hi at some point. You know, Cal Poly Humboldt, it's great that we're meeting here, and we're meeting here in Wiyot Plaza, or the Goot-Dini Plaza, in that, you know, this university has taken steps to embrace Native American culture and Native American programming. Most of you probably know if you're from here, but HSU had a long history, first starting with ITEP in 1969, Indian Teacher Prep, which is now kind of morphed into something a little bit different. But between that and Intercept, which is a program for Native Americans in environmental engineering that started in 1972, there was a history, even when it wasn't popular, for this university to take Native American issues seriously. And as we move forward, particularly with the new Food Sovereignty Lab, and Kutch is she's a little modest. She was a big player in getting that developed, and there's some other folks in the room I see smiling that were big players in that effort to get that established, and that was an old store that was converted, and the university agreed to allow the transformation of that. That Food Sovereignty Lab is going to do a lot of things for us, and culturally it's going to help to extend our some of that cultural knowledge to generations moving forward. So all positive things going here, although sometimes we get a little stuck with the university administration. We're moving in the right direction, so it's good that we're here. And it's good that they're taking those issues seriously. I'll say from my tribe's perspective, we partnered with the Schatz Energy Research Center. It's a building that if you go out the doors, it's straight back. For California's first community-scale microgrid. And, that was a project that later developed, was a pilot project that later spurred on the I don't know what we're calling the airport now, Redwood Regional. We always called it Arcadia Eureka Airport, but it's a Redwood Regional Coastal something airport. And that's a big county project, and it was the first PG&E front-of-the-meter microgrid that's pretty large, and it powers the airport and also the Coast Guard station. And what we saw from those efforts is that there's tribes up and down the state that are embracing the new energy economy and clean energy initiatives. Pechanga's done a bunch of work. I know San Pasqual has a large microgrid that's in the works, and so does Saboba. So I say that because tribal governments across this state are taking the lead in clean energy development and the transition to low carbon footprint. I see Buster here and Frankie from the Yurok here. When you look at their work, when you look at the Yurok's work in and around fish restoration and a lot of the other natural resource protection, they're leading the state in many of those. The Karuk, and when it comes to prescribed burning, they're leading the way throughout this state. So I say that because a lot of times we're marginalized in some of those areas, but the reality is in many of these really key areas, tribes are leading the state, not the counties, not necessarily the state, but we're working with both counties and the state on those issues too. And I think that that's one place where we find some common ground. I think I'll say lastly that none of those things are free, right? That it takes tremendous economic resources to be able to do that. So as part of the Truth and Healing group, I hope at some point we are able to have a conversation about economic equity, right? And what it means, because we have pretty extensive educational programs. So does the Yurok, so does the Karuk that are here, many of our local tribes. And sometimes, those things are really dependent upon not just grant funding, but what your tribal government's able to do above and beyond that. And so we all need some measure of economic freedom to be able to have healthy families, to have jobs, and to have enough money to be able to invest in education, to invest in those things that we're behind in, to invest in those social programs. And for a long time, tribal governmental gaming has done that for many tribes. And I know now that the governor has, some compact renegotiations, and some of them are going good and some of them aren't going so good. My message is, look, that's one of the areas where my tribe was able to use some of those dollars to help fund innovation. So it matters going forward. It matters on tax issues. It matters on many of those things we do on the reservation. So I want to welcome everybody, reiterate our commitment to our cultural and natural resources, and say thank you for being here today, and welcome.
Thank you. And just before we get started, I did want to show everyone a very short video also with some other voices from other tribal communities in this region to sort of welcome you to the area. It's a video that we've been working on at Cal Poly Humboldt. We made it and it was all done, and then it said, "Welcome to Humboldt State." So then we had to go turn around and edit it again for it to say, "Welcome to Cal Poly Humboldt." So now we're getting it captioned and all kinds of things. So just in the change, but you'll notice a couple of key things we got, like the first edit back with it as Cal Poly Humboldt. I just wanted it to give you an opportunity so you could see some of the other tribal peoples of this region as well. Territory includes the tribes Blue Lake Rancheria, Bear River Rancheria, and the Wiyot tribe. We are fortunate in this region to also be surrounded by several thriving tribal nations, including the Kupa, Yurok, Karuk, Tolowa, and many different rancherias.
Hey, Squeanakoi.
Welcome to Wiyot land. Wiyots have been here since time immemorial. This is our beautiful land that we sit on and each and she sits on. These are our homes, these are our lands. We have our big, massive redwoods that surround us, all of our rivers that surround us, our ocean that surrounds us. Everything that Creator gave us, we need to protect as He wanted us to.
Here at the Blue Lake Rancheria, our elders have taught us that we're the original keepers of our land, that it's up to us to take care of our land.
One of the tribe's cultural values is respecting the carrying capacity of the land, making sure that we respect the environment and its limits, and we act within that to make things better.
Trinidad Rancheria has a land base of 109 acres and a membership of 254 members.
The tribe is a federally recognized tribe with ancestral ties locally to the Yurok, Wiyot, Tolowa, Karuk, and Hupa peoples. The various tribes share similar cultural and historic traditions, but each has a distinct heritage. We were created in this land, as were the resources which allow for our people to flourish physically, culturally, and spiritually.
Welcome to Big Lagoon Rancheria. We are Yurok and Tolowa people. We have a nonprofit called Two Feathers Native American Family Services. We take you to learn about what it means to be a Native person of this area. And being a Native person of this area, as I hope you will see, is enjoying the beauty and the environment and the land that is here good. So come up to Big Lagoon and check out how beautiful this area is.
The Yurok tribe is the largest federally recognized tribe in California with a little over 6,500 members. Since time immemorial, Yurok people have been here managing the land and living within the resources we have, trying to create balance and stability for the world around us. We hope you can appreciate it, see it, and enjoy it, and participate in the sustainable way of life here in Yurok territory.
The Resigini Rancheria is about an hour north of Arcata. We're here in front of the Klamath River. Kikroy is how you would say it in Yurok. And we are salmon people culturally. We appreciate your walking softly on the land and acknowledging that this land has a rich history of indigenous people that were here since time immemorial. Pupa is about 40 miles as the crow flies from Humboldt State. We hope that with traditional ecological knowledge of the land that we can be a model of sharing and finding a way in this future that looks a little troubling if we don't change our ways.
The Karuk tribe is the third largest tribe in California. I'm very proud of our tribe and the efforts we've made to bring back our fish to our area, a food substance that has been missing for a long time. We want to make sure that we can work with places like Humboldt State who fully understand that we need to consult with the people who live in these areas.
So if you're planning on visiting the area, please be respectful, and if you have any questions, reach out to the tribe.
When you come to Tolowa country, you'll see rivers, the ocean, mountains, the redwood trees, you'll see all those things. Our land is very important to us. And as we go into what we do every day, we take in consideration the spirit of the land. And there's a history waiting for you to understand.
We're very proud of our connections here at Cal Poly Humboldt to tribal lands and tribal peoples. We look forward to continuing to build these connections in meaningful ways through processes of decolonization, like land back or land return, building curriculum that helps people to understand how to work best with tribal nations, and finding ways that we can support the organizations, the movements, and the ways in which tribal nations want to move forward to build indigenized futures.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I think we're gonna. Oh, I have to turn on the. I have to turn it up so everybody can hear. Thank you, everyone. I think we're gonna get started with our programming today.
Thank you. And I think all of us want to know how you made that and how we can do that everywhere in the state. And I'm not even kidding. But we'll get started with today's convening. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the North Coast Quarterly Meeting of the California Truth and Healing Council. My name is Christina Snider-Ashtari, and I am a member of the Dry Creek Rancheria Band of Pomo Indians and Mihilakana and Makamo. I serve as Tribal Affairs Secretary for Governor Gavin Newsom and help staff this Truth and Healing Council, where many of our council members are here today, and you'll meet just shortly. A huge thank you to the Cal Poly Humboldt's team for their partnership and support here today. This is just amazing. And if you haven't gotten in the snacks yet, they do have gluten-free and vegan options too, which is amazing. And lots of coffee, oat milk, everything. We'll have introductions from some of the Cal Poly Humboldt folks today, and they'll also be on a panel after we do some of our bigger introductions. And we'll begin with the agenda for today's meeting. Before we get started, I'm going to briefly walk through some of the logistics and preliminary business for today's convening. First, we are recording this meeting. You'll see several cameras throughout the room. If at any time you don't want to be recorded or you want us to edit your recording out, please let us know so that we can do that. And that is a reminder too that as we go through today's introductions and testimonials, anything that you said yesterday in subcommittee meetings was not recorded. If there's anything you'd like to record for today, you can go ahead and repeat yourself and we'd be happy to hear that. All of this will be posted at the Tribal Affairs YouTube channel once it's available. And for those interested following the council, ongoing updates, including listening sessions, recordings, and the listening session summary documents are available at the California Truth and Healing Council updates blog at catruthandhealing.com. You can also get updates for events by following the Governor's Office of Tribal Affairs on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. Additional details, including meeting dates, agendas, and background information are available at tribalaffairs.ca.gov/CTHC. As a reminder, we had 2 virtual convenings this month and an in-person subcommittee meeting yesterday afternoon. Thank you to those who attended, and for those who were unable to attend, we'll post the notes and the readout documents into the Google groups that you'll be invited to join shortly. If you didn't join a subcommittee, but you'd like to join a subcommittee in the work of the council, please come up to us at some point today and we'll help you sign up for those. I'd now like to remind everyone that in joining us here today, you agree to adhere to the Council's principles for respectful engagement, a copy of which was out front. I'm going to kind of just summarize them because if you've heard me read them, they're very long, but refusal to adhere to these principles, which apply to everybody in our convenings, may result in your removal from today's convening. If you feel at any time that you need to step out or you feel that you may need assistance, please find one of our team and we'll help you get some air. April McGill is here from Sakui, and if you need anything, please find her as well. And is Geneva here? And Geneva is here as well. And we'll have both of you introduce yourselves in just a moment. In order to create a space where participants feel welcome, respected, and able to speak comfortably, we'll uphold these principles. And we ask that you work toward sharing in their stewardship. Apologize, it's still early for me, so I am not good at reading right now. If you're in a convening with us, we ask that you engage in the work of the council and with each other in an open and respectful way, that you engage in behaviors that will make others feel welcome, that you take care of your emotional, mental, spiritual, and physical well-being, and that you seek support as you need it. For respectful engagement, we just ask that you engage with the ideas, engage with each other in a way that is mutually respectful of your own growth and healing, and that you welcome feedback and challenges to your opinions. We want to have this be a healthy and constructive dialogue. We don't want to open kind of aggressive behaviors. And so if you feel at any moment that you're getting an emotional response from anything that we're talking about today, we do ask that you turn to Geneva or to April to kind of walk through what you're feeling before kind of engaging with this process. Again, we don't want this. We know that a lot of the history and the topics and the current divisions amongst each other can create some challenging dynamics. And we want to make sure that what we're doing in this council is helping each other and working through those dynamics and working toward building kind of better relationships and building a better future for all of us. And so again, want to make sure that we're productively engaging in those conversations and not just tearing each other down, which again is ultimately going to be counterproductive to this whole process. Again, honor confidentiality. This is incredibly important. We want to make sure that where people are sharing their personal stories and their personal feedback, that isn't being co-opted or extracted or used without someone's consent. So if someone shares something today, please honor the fact that that's their personal story, and them sharing it with this group does not entitle anybody watching this later or who's engaged in this room today to take that story and use it for their own benefit. Let's see. I'm going through all the principles. That's why it's taking a while. If you need breaks, there are restrooms right outside these doors here. There is also a quiet room across the hall if anybody needs to kind of just go and sit, maybe listen to a meditation or two. And then there's also, as I mentioned, great snacks and coffee. There will also be lunch. So if people are starting to get hungry around the noon hour, know that there will be some food. And feel free to take a walk if you need to take it. It's a beautiful campus. And we encourage you to take the opportunity. Finally, I'd like to remind attendees that as we work through today's discussion, this process is necessarily open to all Californians, but we ask that those here as allies ensure that they please respect the space and voice of California Native participants, particularly elders in this process. For those members of the press in attendance, we ask that you engage with this process with deference to the Native experience, and that you commit to obtaining consent and final review from Native peoples that you hear from today. Again, we don't want this to be an extractive process, and we hope that you'll assist us in creating a safe space that is open, transparent, and welcome to all. I'd now like to have Loretta introduce herself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Loretta Miranda. I am a descendant of the Morongo Band of Mission Indians in Southern California. My great-grandmother, Susie Pipa, came from the Barren Long Ranch area, and great-grandfather, Jack Litton, came from Warner Springs. And I currently serve as Deputy Tribal Affairs Secretary and Special Counsel for the Governor's Office of Tribal Affairs. I previously served as General Counsel and Associate General Counsel for the Karuk Tribe. Also did a stint at UROC when I was in law school at the Tribal Court. So just happy to be in this area and really thankful for the partnership with Cal Poly Humboldt. Jasmine and Kutcha have been amazing with the planning process, and just want to express my gratitude and gratitude for all of you for coming today. And also want to note that I am an amateur photographer, so I will be taking pictures throughout this. If you don't want to be posted on our social media, please just let me know. And I tend to take more pictures during the intro, and I take a lot because like my thinking is if I take many pictures, like maybe one will be good. So just want to give you all a heads up, and again, thank you.
Great. And then very quickly before we introduce our council members, and then we have a couple of opening remarks from Professor Colgrove Raymond, and I didn't look in the right direction. There. And Dr. Risling Baldy will then have general introductions and testimony from the group at large. So I'm going to first have our healer, Sakui and Geneva Shaw, introduce themselves.
Oyawi, good morning, everyone. April McGill. I'm an enrolled member of Round Valley Indian Tribes. I'm Yuki, Little Lake, Wailaki, and Mishawwapo. My role here is representing Sakui. I'm a director of community partnerships and projects, and our role is to help Christina and Loretta, connecting them with traditional healers, connecting them with helpers. So I'm just a helper today. If you need anything, I'm here to give you water or connect you with a traditional healer if that's what's needed. So thank you. It's an honor to be here. And I want to thank the Yurok tribe and all the neighboring tribes for allowing us to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Geneva Shaw, and I'm also here in the role of a helper today. I'm very happy to be here. I'm an enrolled member of the Hoopa Valley Tribe. I also descend from Yurok and Karuk peoples. I am a faculty member here at Cal Poly Humboldt in the social work department. I am a social worker. I also am here somewhat representing my other hat and organization, California Tribal Families Coalition, where we do a lot of statewide law, policy, and advocacy work in and around the field of child welfare. So just also here to help support, happy to go for a walk, happy to hang out in the safe room, the quiet room, and just express my love to each and every one of you however I can. So thank you.
Oh, yes. Ayukwi Naknau, Frankie Myers, member of the Truth and Healing Council. Thank you all for coming and attending. This whole process is one that can be very uncomfortable. And I think as a council member, it's our job to listen as much as we can and try to take in everything that's being said, which isn't always easy, but I think is a worthwhile effort. I want to appreciate everyone and what we will hear and what we have heard to date. I think this initiative is as good as those who are willing to be brave and come forward and have the conversation. Without that, this is a meaningless process, and we should stop. But to date, we have heard throughout the state a very powerful message that is clear on the history of California and individual stories as well. And I want to continue that up here and say thank you in advance for the conversation we're going to have today.
In the hot seat.
Good morning. My name is Neil Perone. I'm the chairman for the Tule River Tribe, and I also sit on the council. Thank you for the tribes to allowing us to be here today in your territory. You have beautiful land. It's 108 at home, so this was great. Yeah, we're staying in Humboldt, and it was kind of drizzling. I was like, oh, is this out there like that? I was like, oh, but yeah. So this is a safe place. We recently hosted a listening session on the Tule River Indian Reservation, and there were a lot of people that showed up there at our Justice Center. And feel free to share. Feel free to let things out. Don't hold anything back. But if you don't want to say anything, that's fine too. If you just want to sit here and listen, and there'll be other sessions like this. I think I want to thank Christina and the staff for putting this together and making sure that we got here. We tried to come here this morning, and Apple Maps kept taking us to an empty field. Loretta came to our she's our savior and got us here this morning. But I just want to say thank you for allowing us to be here, and we look forward to listening to you and moving this forward in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Open Mikantoish. Greetings, everyone. Meawe Joan Harper. I am honored to be here today. I'm Pomo and Coast Miwok from Marin and Southern Sonoma County. I'm also an alumni from Humboldt State, and I taught here many years ago. So it's quite a wonderful opportunity for me to be here. But more than that, I want to thank you for participating in this process and for being here. And on that note, I'll say Kamolish.
Any other council members that I'm missing? Okay, and then I also want to introduce to the group, because he'll be helping support all of the research, is Jason McCannell, who's here today. Would you like to say hi to anybody? Okay. And so just as a reminder, if there's anything that you want to research within this process, he can pull it from the state archives, he can pull it from anywhere else, and then provide it to all of you for your use.
Hey, thank you, Christina. Yeah, my name is Jason McCannell. My job is actually at California State Parks and the Director's Office, where I'm Research and Development Program Consultant. But I recently signed an agreement, or we recently signed an agreement, where I'm going to be spending most of my time supporting the council on the process of pulling together all the testimony and also pulling research materials out of the archives that committees, subcommittees, council members ask for. I come from a research background. I have a PhD in geography. I worked in the Brown administration, where I first met Christina, for 8 years as the governor's research assistant. And now I also have a couple of other roles that I'd like people in the room to be aware of. I work on place names, on changing place names. If you know of a place within state parks, whether it's a campground or a trail or a natural feature like a mountain or a river, and it has an inappropriate name or should have its native name restored, you should come to me. And then you can also come to me on general issues of place names, because I was recently appointed to the Federal Advisory Committee on Reconciliation in Place Names, where we're trying to drive more efforts to take derogatory names off the national map, like was done with the S word last year. So thank you. Glad to be here. Glad to have it. And thanks for everyone, all the locals. Thanks for having us here.
Okay. So now I would like to ask Adrian Colgrove Raymond to deliver your opening remarks. You can either come up to this microphone or you can be there and we'll hand you a wherever you'd like to go.
This is fine. Okay, whatever I want. Uh-oh. Good morning. Hey, I'm Killa Adrian Colgrove Raymond Ahoya. I'm a member of the Hoopa Valley Tribe and also an employee here at Humboldt State. Cal Poly, Humboldt. And I've been here for 25 years and most recently in many different positions, but most recently have been asked to work with the President's Office as Special Assistant for Tribal Affairs and Community Engagement. So today in my role, I am asked to welcome you all from President Jackson. He wasn't able to attend today because of travel. But he did want to express the importance of this meeting and a gratitude to NAS for supporting this endeavor, and then also for you all coming and taking the time today to be here. One of the challenges that he has expressed to me is that his ability to get out and reach out to the local tribes and to get out and see the areas and the importance of that, and really building reciprocal relationships where we actually are doing our part as a campus, and that means honest conversation. And I think that's what we're happy about today is having an honest conversation, sometimes uncomfortable conversation, and calling things that need to be done. And so we encourage this dialogue today, and we'll be taking that into consideration to the work that we do here as well. We have 2% of our population who are self-identified Native, and the beauty of Cal Poly is that I work with all 23 campuses, and we are one of the few campuses that have like 68% of our students are California Native that attend the campus, which is kind of a rarity within the CSU. And in addition to that, we have of them, 33% of them are from Southern California, and about 33% from Central California, and 33% Northern California. So we have a broad array, and you'll see a lot of the graduates that are here today who are working as professionals. So we hope that this helps transcend a lot of the work that we do here throughout the state. So thank you for coming.
Thank you. And I'd like to welcome back Dr. Risling Baldy to deliver her remarks.
Hey Young, Aiki, Aikwi, Nishong, Hestum, and Hatwalo. Those are the welcomes for you all in the languages of the different regional territories. You probably saw them as you were walking in. Up above the doors as we come in, we are really proud to host this meeting here today at Cal Poly Humboldt in the Native American Forum, and welcome you again to Wiyot Plaza. Just of note, aside from the Native American Forum, which I think is such an important building on this campus, a building that for a long time people have envisioned, and then they were able to come into being so that we could host many events here. If you go out to the front and look at it, it's supposed to look like a traditional plank house, and sort of give you an idea coming inside. We're sitting in sort of the way that we would sit in a traditional plank house, like the style, the area. We've got the lower area and the upper area. And then we also have now this entire area going down the parking lot, down over there into the Redwood Forest, and over this direction. It's now designated as Wiyot Plaza, and is, as far as we know, under the first co-management agreement between a university and the Native American Studies Department to manage the area according to indigenous practices and standards. So we will be restoring this entire landscape so that it can be a space that we can functionally demonstrate what it looks like to manage the area with indigenous knowledges. When we first got it, we were like, ooh, we're gonna set it on fire. And then, of course, they were like, "You're going to set it on fire?" But no, we really are working to restore the redwood forested area. And part of that is really reintroducing our cultural burning practices and to make people understand not to be afraid of that in these spaces and to really think about how we can work with it. In this area, what we have, aside from the Native American Forum, is the Gutdini Gallery, the Native American Arts Gallery that is on campus, features at least one show per semester, and is an opportunity. It's a free and open to the public opportunity for people to engage with Native artists, and it is always Native artists that are featured in that gallery. I think also very important for Cal Poly Humboldt to be a space that has that featured. This coming semester, beginning in October, will be a show featuring local artist Bob Benson and his sculptures. We're very excited because he has agreed that we can host some of his sculptures outdoors in Wiyot Plaza. So we're actually going to be having people come in and build, I think, outdoor artist spaces. We also then have, coming this fall, officially, opening, we hope, in November, early November, is the Food Sovereignty Lab and Traditional Ecological Knowledges Institute. This has been a multi-year project of fundraising and support from multiple peoples, tribes, organizations, to be able to build what we hope is a space for Indigenous peoples to start building Indigenous science and knowledges, especially around food sovereignty and traditional ecological knowledge, also a community space, and a space where we will host every year the Indigenous Foods Festival. We began it last year. We will start it again this year. In November, the first weekend of November, we invite chefs and organizations, booths, representatives to really come. And we had hundreds of people in Wiyot Plaza last year. We're hoping to do that again. So there's a lot of really exciting things that we're able to do. I'm very proud of the work that Native American Studies has done. And I just wanted everyone to know about Wiyot Plaza, to take a look at the artwork that's in the lobby featuring local artists who are both alumni of this institution, information about our programs, and then you will also see the otters that are spread around in the different areas. Those were donated by the local artists who did those otters to sort of help to bring more art into the space. We want to thank everyone for their ongoing support and just to really think about the ways in which we're trying to indigenize this campus and welcome you here. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, what we'll typically do at the beginning of these meetings is allow everybody here to introduce themselves. If you have anything that you brought to share with the group or that's on your heart, you can say that now. You'll also have an opportunity to do that later today if you kind of just want to get a sense of who's here and whether you're comfortable sharing anything. And so we'll go around the room, take as little or as much time as you'd like to introduce yourself to the group, and we'll just kind of pass the mic around. If it runs out of batteries, that's not by design. We'll get you a new mic, and feel free to keep talking. And then after that, we will go into our panel. So we will start in the front row here.
Amenahi Hinti Katunapoi, Trelesa Kalaktek. Good day, everyone. How are you? My name is Trelesa Barada. I am an enrolled member of Middletown Rancheria, Band of Pomo Indians in Lake County. I am the education specialist for a Native nonprofit called Redbud Resource Group. I'm here with a few members of my team. And I'll let our executive director speak more to what we do at Redbud. But as the education specialist, I am kind of in charge of creating indigenous, respectful, authentic Native curriculum and providing professional development around that curriculum for teachers across the state, for anyone who's interested in including those perspectives in their classrooms. I'm not going to take up too much of the time today. I'm just here to listen and to learn, but will express my gratitude to Cal Poly Humboldt for having us, and to all those who have put in work into the Truth and Healing Council. So Kawika to all of you, and it's so nice to gather with all of you here today. And should I go this way or Rebecca? Oh, sure. All right.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rebecca Lowry, and I am Lenape, but a member of a local family, Lowry family. My mother-in-law, Sandra, and my nephew, Kineknek. So I'm honored to be here today. I work with Humboldt County Office of Education, and honored to work with Dr. Risling Baldy and my partner, Maggie Peters. We are helping to coordinate the enormous collective effort. It's a statewide effort to create a NAS model curriculum for K through 12 public schools, which will celebrate the cultural strengths, the diverse multiple perspectives of Native peoples, and also teach factual, truthful history framed as violence prevention and wellness, because that's what the truth leads to. And so we are just getting started. We had a first phase of listening sessions, but we will continue. We have some virtual sessions planned that are on our HCOE NAS model curriculum website that you can check out. We're also planning in-person listening sessions. So Humboldt County is covering from the Oregon border down to Sonoma County. So there are many tribes here that are within our service area. So go ahead and contact me if you would like me to travel to your area. We're going to be sending out next week a call for curriculum development, and we have a good budget to subcontract with families, kind of regional work groups, but also tribes to create lesson plans for this model curriculum and also teaching strategies, because mostly non-Native teachers are going to be using these materials, but they're going to be taught from the first person primary source perspective with the videos, and primary source documents. And so that will be going out. If you're interested in being on the listserv so you can receive information about this call for curriculum development, go ahead and contact me, and I have a little book. You can write your email in there, and I'll go ahead and put you on your listserv. And so thank you. I'm honored to be here, and then reach out if you'd like more information. So there you go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Taylor Pennywell, and I'm Maidu from Berry Creek Rancheria in Orville, California, and I'm also the director of Redbud Resource Group. We do a lot of education advocacy work across the state and in Indian country. I'm also a teacher, so I have a teaching credential and a master's in teaching as well. We are currently focused on genocide studies in Native education, so we're working with the Governor's Council of Genocide and Holocaust Education to make sure that the California Indian genocide is integrated into the social studies framework for the state of California. And then we're also working with the Teachers Collaborative for Holocaust and Genocide Studies, mostly led by Jewish Holocaust studies experts. But we are the California Indian rep on the collaborative, and so we're developing some introductory lessons on the California Indian genocide that we're starting to pilot this year. And we're going to do a round of pilots with teachers and trainings, and then get some feedback and do revisions as we continue to collect testimonies and build out like social emotional components and all of that over the next couple years. So if you know any teachers who are interested in getting a training or piloting, or you yourself want to look it over and provide some feedback, please contact me and let me know. Thanks.
Hi, Sawame Ketchamaliaka. Hello, I hope you're all doing well today. My name is Jonathan Kunkel. I am Hiaki Uame, also known as Yaki. Although I was brought up knowing I was Yaki, I've come to learn that I also descend from Mission Indian ancestors of today's Southern California, ranging down to Baja California. I'm also a descendant of ancestors that survived the Warner and San Felipe Ranch Indian removals that took place in 1902 to 1903. And so I'm here to learn more and reconnect to who I am as a Native person. And thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm also here as a representative with Redbud Resource Group, and I am the research associate.
Ho'o, Joseph Ingawek. My name is Joseph. I am from the Round Valley Indian tribes. I am Atat or Wutukum Notum. I'm also Mihilak Kauna, Batinkle Chawi Jamai, Liwan Wali Ashaya, and Habemato. and I'm here. This is my first time here at these meetings, so I'm just here to learn. Oh.
Ayakui, Skuyenakoi, Naknau, Sandra Lowry. I'm a member of the Yurok tribe. I also have Yaqui descendancy on my dad's side. And as a mother, I'm proud of my kids, but as a grandmother, I'm more proud of my grandchildren. So he's here today in his first session to learn how to speak and to get the truth out from a youth perspective. He's 14 years old, and he'll tell you a little bit about himself. But this is what we need for our young people to know the truth so they can be healed. If we don't let them know what we know and what we went through, they won't know about it. So opening up the doors like this, getting researchers. I wish it were a native researcher who was doing the trails and the names of the places. When I was young and being grown up here with my grandmother, she would say, this place is called, such and such a name. I didn't think to write that down or to share it with anybody else because that was our life. But we need to have the trails and the groves and Lady Bird Johnson place, named in our Yurok language or whatever language your tribe has around you. It's so important to connect to the land because that's who we are. And if we don't connect to the land, we don't understand that ecological connection that is so necessary for us to be healthy people. The land will heal us. The land heals itself. Look what we've done to the land. And if we can go back to some of those traditional ecological ways, the land gets healed and we get healed. So we ingest that land. And I think it's just so important that we bring our youth along with us. So he's old enough now for me to say, you're going with me. You're going to talk up. You're going to speak up. You're going to learn things from people that you may not have ever met before and that you've never heard before. But it's crucial for our youth to know that. So they become the leaders and the healers of tomorrow. So thank you.
Ayakui, Neknau, Koneknek Lowry. My father's name is Skip Lowry and my mother's name is Mary Kate Lowry. And the only question I have is, what am I doing here? I'll just say what I've been learning from my dad. He was the State Parks Interpreter 1 at Sumeg Village State Parks, formerly known as Patrick's Point State Park. Me, him, my brother Rapoy Lowry, and my mother Mary Kate Lowry were part of the push to try and rename it back to what it was named a long time ago, like this gentleman here talked about. And I've just been learning how to do public speaking, how to talk to people about what I know about Native ways. I used to call myself in State Parks Interpreter 0.5. And that's pretty much all I want to say, other than I'm just, as many people have said, also here to learn what my father may not have been able to teach me, because if there are any Avatar Last Airbender fans out there, Uncle Iroh said, if you only draw your information from one source, it becomes stale. If you learn to draw information from many sources, it becomes a whole. So who should I pass this microphone to? Wait, who?
Good job, Connect Neck. Skuyen. So I have Christine Snider and other folks. I've spoken, I think, virtually a few years ago, and I'm trying to have my notes prepared to be able to talk. I'm kind of here in a work capacity. I work for Northern California Indian Development Council. We have a Dalak youth program, which is a Wiyot word for words and talking. We're doing youth leadership, counseling services, clinical. I'm a trained clinician. I have an MSW through Humboldt. But I certainly have a personal, I think the council or the commission has heard me talk before. When you hear, I think as California Indians, but let me just stop for a second. I want to honor all of our local North Coast tribal folks who I consider friends and family. My wife is from Wichpeck, and she's also descends from Katabine as well. and my children are Yurok tribal members. I'm their father, and I'm not a tribal member. I come from Southern California. When you hear descendants, that almost makes my skin crawl, because we shouldn't be just descendants. My father's birthday is coming up next week. He was on the original rolls of California, born in 1932, and no tribe down there has picked him up. He gets calls from folks from Fort Tejon, who now have an established tribe. Last 10 years ago, he's getting calls and getting family lineage. They're asking him for information about family, and they didn't have the decency to put him on the roll, because those are his relatives. I'm trying not to be, what is it, the word I'm looking for? I don't want to be an outcast or be too confrontative here, but my dad and I were asked to come and talk to the tribal chair at Tejon last June, because I go down for solstice. I've been a traditional practitioner of my Chumash culture for 30 years, going on 30 years, dancing, regalia making, language. Santa Barbara, as folks know, Chumash folks go from San Luis Obispo to Malibu, inland to Kern County and Ventura. And I've been taking my dad along with us, who's turning 91, as I said, in a couple of weeks. We went to go visit with the tribal chair last winter, and we were pretty much, first off, she gave us a meeting at 8 in the morning thinking we wouldn't show up, and we did. Then she had a security guard waiting for us outside with my elderly father. And we were pretty much, she handed us a list of some sort of descendancy list and said, if you're not one of these families, you can't be enrolled. My dad has relatives buried at Tejon, all around there. If you see the old pictures of the Spanish Tatalá, the American indigenous folks from the missions who learned horsemanship and were cattle raisers, they were called vaqueros, is the Spanish word for cowboys, and a lot of them were native. If you see some of the original pictures, because my dad's 91, my grandpa was born in 1871, my grandpa and my uncles are in those pictures. And so I'm asking the commission, it's almost like a lateral oppression kind of thing we're looking at now. Why is it when you get past Ukiah, it's not a matter of how do we enroll you? Why is it when we get to Southern California, how do we not enroll you? And when I see people who don't look like my father, who don't look like me, who have no ties to traditional culture, don't speak their language, don't work on regalia, and they're enrolled, I'm just going to be real, it's frustrating and it's sad. And I know my traditional people up here who I love, and my family's up here, they tell me, and they're probably going to pull me aside after this. They know who I am, and I'm a traditional practitioner. But on some point, it does hurt to have that legal recognition. My dad is 91. My auntie passed away in 2020. She lived to be 97. She was older than my dad. These are some old school Chumash folks that are from the Bakersfield area, because the Chumash were pushed into the Central Valley. I don't know what role this commission can have, because it's a federal issue with enrollment, but maybe if it's Sani Ynez or the northern band of the Chumash, but the only recognized Chumash band, if I'm speaking specifically of the Chumash, is Sani Ynez. And of course, their books are going to be closed. But what I'm talking about is it's not all about membership, but I just want to vent that. If this commission with the truth and healing, you have people who are traditional practitioners, and I think we have a lot of this in our communities. Like I said, if I hear the word descendancy, it's difficult, because sometimes those descendants are the ones who are actually speaking the traditional language, working on the regalia, taking care of the land. But you have an enrolled membership board who has no ties to traditional culture. That's a California Indian thing that probably needs to be addressed and dealt with. But I just want to put that out there. I want to honor my father, Jim Feliz. He says Feliz because that's his hardcore activism way. He will not say the Spanish way. He says Feliz. But and my grandmother on his grandmother's side, who was at Fort Tejon. If folks know Southern California, Tejon used to be called San Sebastian. It was one of the southernmost reservations at one point, rounding up all the Indians at that point. My grandmother, who's a Del Cid, had spent time there at Fort Tejon. So we have ties to those areas on that side. But how do we do that? I don't know where the commission's role is. As I said, we have federal issues of enrollment and recognition. But perhaps if you could, I know Chairman Khan from Santa Ynez has sat on this or been part of some of the meetings. How could they at least honor our elders before they pass and not get enrollment or some sort of recognition? There are elders who are passing away with just a California Indian roll number. And how do you explain that to people? California Indian roll number. But myself as an activist, how do I access museums to get a hold of regalia without a tribal ID? How do I get permits to go gathering on our land areas? I break the law quite a bit, and frankly, I don't care. I'm going to keep doing it. But we're talking about, with land bases and things like that. And last thing I wanted to bring up is the Truth and Healing Commission, particularly when you get to Southern California. I hope this commission is ready to stand up and fight against celebrities and very wealthy people who are sitting on land that belongs to tribal people and sacred sites. Oprah, different members of all these favorite bands we love. They own vast amounts of land, and that needs to be. How do you get to recognize that? She bought up Jeff Bridges' house, but that's all on old village sites of Chumash people. There was something that was swept under the rug in the news last year. Who was it? The British couple that moved over here, the royalty that live in Montecito in the same town with Oprah. Yeah, it was swept. Yeah, there you go. No, it's Harry and Meghan. Thank you. It was in the back of the paper. They found remains that were 13,000 years old on their property. That's Chumash people. That's my relatives. So where is the accountability for that? How is it not put aside? And I would ask also this commission to deal with the Bruce's Beach issue for the Tongva or Southern California relatives. The city of Los Angeles paid that family for that land, but yet that family, the African American family, which is ironic to me, very ironic and sad, never designated any part of that land that was given to them, which they sold right back to the Tongva people. There was no plaque, there was no memorial. There's a memorial to the African American family, but nothing for the Tongva people for which that land belongs. So this commission perhaps can hold some accountability for recognizing California Indians. Up here in Northern California, which I love, the tribes don't mess around. They're strong sovereign nations and their traditions are intact. They're still struggling, but there's a lot of love. But I guess, and I thank you for my local tribes for allowing me to talk a lot about Southern California here, but it's going to take that advocacy because we're down, especially in Southern California, we're not even part of the conversation. We talk about racial. But once again, I'm happy to be here. If we're talking about truth and commission and healing, there are descendants who are descended from families that are directly to these land-based areas, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, and they're still around. So how do we make that right? So maybe the commission can help talk to the tribal chairs, the enrollment departments, and make that right, particularly before these elders pass away, because they are starting to pass away. Thank you.
Ayuki na karukwa arara around Sipa Karimin Karawara Amakiaram Karawara Samnam Karuk. Hello, my name is Sonny Tripp. I'm a Karuk Indian. I come from the villages of Karimin, Amakiaram, and Samnam Karuk. I'm honored to be here. I'm an alumni from Humboldt State. It's cool to come home or come back. I was gone for a while. Come back and see what early we were fighting for and see it all come happen. I was really cool to hear We Out Plaza. That's badass. And I love what we've done here up in Humboldt. I'm sad to see you transition. You've done a great job up here, Dr. Baldy, and it's cool to see it. Laura Lee's granddaughter come up and take that spot too. Both your moms were influential in my education, in my advocacy. I'm honored to be here with everybody. I see a lot of amazing, strong people here who've led the way for us and continue to lead the way for us. I see my tribal chair here. I love my tribal chair. I look forward to the change that's happening that we're currently in right now. It's exciting time to be I work, like I say, I'm an Indigenous education advocate, to work in education, to see what Rebecca's doing and the genocide, what you guys are doing. It's been a long time. I've been waiting my whole life to see that stuff in schools. I'm here basically because my brother brought me. Picked me up and said, "Let's go." So I said, "Shit." I said, "Hell yeah, let's do it." I see two of my other elders when I reflect back on my education experience. One of my first experiences, and I've shared this with your kids. I was in 4th grade or 3rd grade, and Thanksgiving came along, and all of a sudden they had some fucking Thanksgiving play or some shit, right? And all the 4 Indian kids were like, everybody's up, "You're the natives." I was like, "Hell yeah, we're the natives." And then all of a sudden we're supposed to say, "How? Welcome," you know, and we're like, "What?" And the Bomblins came in and changed that up for us. We got to speak the Taloa language, and then it just, you guys taught me a lot early, and I appreciate it, and I'm honored to be here. I look forward to learning from everybody and to continue our movement to bring us all bring our land back, bring our place at the table, and our words that need to be heard. There's a lot of things that need to still happen. We're just beginning. So, Yotwa.
I'll keep this brief since I had the opportunity to already introduce myself. Just for those who came in a little bit late, my name is Geneva Shaw. I am a enrolled member of the Hoopa Valley Tribe, descend from Karuk and Yurok people, social work faculty member here at the university, training director for California Tribal Families Coalition, and here to offer love and support in any way and shape and form folks might need throughout the day. So if you would like to step aside and take some time and would enjoy some company, please, I can be one of those people. Thank you.
Oh, hello. Hey, Tanati, Minky, I'm Joseph. I'm here today as a board member from C. We work with North Coast Native Protectors and the Tribal Marine Collaborative. I'm also a member of the Berry Creek Rancheria, band of Maidu Indians. I'm here to learn. I'm getting to know how to speak in front of people. Excuse my appearance. I've been on the road for a few days. I'm kind of running out of clean clothes and stuff. And it's an honor to be here in this beautiful place. You know, it's one of the most beautiful places in the world, this country here on the coast. And I'm glad I could be here. On the topic, well, you know, with working with North Coast Native Protectors and trying to, you know, kind of have a voice for some of these tribes and people who are not federally recognized, and trying to protect the water. You know, I grew up, I'm 37 now. When I was younger, we didn't have any casinos and stuff. And then from what I was told, these tribes, there was no tribes in California that were federally recognized before, you know, the mid 70s. That I know of, and so when I was born and being raised in the 90s and stuff, and our tribe didn't have a casino till I was around 12, so I kind of got a little taste of what life was like before casinos, you know. And you know, in my area there's 3 tribes, Enterprise, Moortown, and Berry Creek. And then there's even more in the mountains that are, you know, in our surrounding mountains nearby. And when I was young, you know, we were all family. We were all related. We all got together. We all stuck together. And then, you know, and then I got to see after the casinos and stuff how the money and stuff started to split us apart, and you know, everyone started to fight and argue, and oh, well, we're from here, we're from there, but we're all related. We're all like by blood, you know. And then all of a sudden, the money came in, and oh, you don't belong here. And I remember when things were getting started, and you know, it all had to do with helping each other out, you know, mostly for healthcare. We needed that. We were poor people. We didn't have anything. We were on the low end of the totem pole, you know. And so it's pretty sad to see people fighting now, and when we should be coming together and making ourselves stronger and utilizing our resources in a, you know, a more positive way. And I hope to be able to see that in the future. And I think this is a good start, you know, having these types of talks here. And thank you again for having me.
Hey, Tanani Sintama, heo heo. My name is Nicole Whipple. I'm a member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes, Sinoma Ke Kanima. Good morning, my relatives. I am a member, so I'm a member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes. I am Little Lake Pomo, Maidu, Concal, Nomalaki, and Yuki. I work with Save California Salmon and as a legal assistant intern, and I'm here to really advocate and fight for our Eel River Basin. My family has all attended Humboldt State, so it's beautiful to be here. I grew up with Kutcha, and Laura Lee and Lois were both big idols of my parents. I grew up in the ITEP office. My grandfather was helped start the ITEP program, so it's always an honor for our people and to see our Round Valley tribal members come here, because it's I say that I shoulda, coulda, woulda been a legacy, but I chose to go another route just because I already felt like I had the experience and the networking and the connection to the people here, and so I wanted to see what that looked like at other colleges, just to expand our knowledge and area of education outreach. And again, it's beautiful to see, even in Mendocino County, to see all of our people come back and say, hey, we have degrees from Humboldt State, and I still make that connection, like, yes, my grandfather helped start that, my mother, my father, and my sister all went there, and now many of my relatives too. So it's a great honor to be here. I ran around just like my daughter here, with my mom and dad, and at the time, Lois kind of took us in, said, hey, you guys don't have childcare, there's this and that, and come to my house. And it was a beautiful experience, and I was lucky as well to have that learning of the curriculum, the traditions in school while I went here as a very young person, and that was something that I've always admired and share still to this day with our in our area. So I'm here to fight for to express and really fight strongly for our senior water rights. I know that we have relatives in Southern Humboldt, Whipple families. Joji and Eddie is part of our Whipple family, and I have family in Hoopa. So here I am, just oh, there you are. Hi, cousin. I was just speaking about you. I was giving a shout out, like I was acknowledging. So I want to thank you all for allowing us and our family to be here and feel so comfortable. Let's see. Say hey to Nani and say your names. Yeah, you're shy today. Say your name and say where you're from.
Hello, this is how. Wait, what the? Why isn't this walking? It's me. Mhm. Mhm.
You having fun?
Yeah.
How old are you now?
4.
Did you guys hear? Say it again.
4.
Talk to you later. You want to talk later?
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, for now on, it's really hard for me.
Oh, you're doing awesome. Good job.
Yesterday, he took over the mic. April McGill, Oyahui from Round Valley. I'm here to be a helper to anyone today, so it's an honor to be here. Thank you.
I am Hoopa and Uruk on the Hoopa roll. My name is Xander or Frank Maston. I am here with my mom to learn.
Hey, Young Hamalio. My name is Danielle Vigil Maston, former chairwoman for the Hoopa Valley Tribe, also graduate alumni from Cal Poly, Humboldt State University. A lot of my teachers are here. I'm a Hoopa on the Hoopa tribal roll. I'm also, I know you don't like the word descendancy, I went to school with you. But I'm a descendant from the Yurok, from the villages of Watek and Shregon, and also a descendant from Wailaki. My mom is from Wailaki and Nomlaki, in that area in Part Pomo, from the coastal tribes over by Round Valley. And I descend from Watek Susie, who was a medicine woman from the Watek downriver, and also from the chief of Medilding Rancheria in Hoopa, which is William Little. I was asked to be here by our chairperson, Joe Davis, and I'm here with my Hamalio, Jason Reed, who's also a cousin from the same village of Medilding. So our family still live, born, raised in that area, and we fish, train, swim, and go to the mountain for prayer for all the people from all the nations, and we dance for healing in our ceremonies this year. So everyone's invited to come out, and we're here. I'm here as the manager and the advocate for the Missing and Murdered Indigenous program, as well as the domestic violence and sexual assault prevention program out of Hoopa. So I'm here to help support with any issues or anything that comes up, because we all know a lot of the root lies within those types of areas coming from boarding schools. So I'm here to listen and learn as well, because we're forever learning. Thank you.
Ayuki, hey Young, as my cousin Danielle said, I'm from Medildin, also Kudamine, T-Bar from my Karuk background. My family is from the Davis Charlie side, from the Karuk side, and the Marshall Davis side from my Hoopa side, in the village of Medildin. Currently, I'm here on behalf of the chairman, Joe Davis, who's also my cousin. No nepotism there. I got it's the most qualified for position. No, I joke. But yeah, I'm here on behalf of Chairman Joe Davis, but also, as I'm listening to everyone, it's awesome to be here and be surrounded by such beautiful people, and also the president for our Hoopa Youth Cheer and Football Program, Xander. He's up and coming. He's our AA. He's going to be AAA this year, but you'll be looking out for him. He's a good defensive end, and I'm sure he's going to wear a couple other caps as well. A lot of potential there. But yeah, I just want to say, I'm looking forward to everybody talking, and just wanted to, I guess, a little bit about my background. I came here as well. I'm an alumni. I studied fisheries biology, and then, now I'm currently the chairman's assistant. But I remember back in 2002 when we had the fish kill on the Klamath River. I was outside getting ready for school. We had to catch a bus an hour early before school started. I lived at Kudamine there. But, I was sitting there just, getting my shots in. And then, our one of the water quality employees asked if I was going to go help clean up the salmon. I was just like, what are you talking about, And that is the year of the fish kill that we had. And that's just something that you don't forget, that smell. It's just like, I guess, if I have to try and have people relate, it's like you ever get a bloody nose and you just smell that blood. You smell that blood for a couple of days. It's like that smell of your relations. Is something that doesn't leave for a while, and that sat with me. And so, asking my dad why is this not national news? This is something the whole world needs to know about. And he just told me, like, son, one day you'll realize, you know. And still didn't get it, you know. But right there was the moment, like, for me to, you know, put my MBA career on hold and go towards fisheries, you know, something I was very passionate about. I'm still very passionate about, and you know, that's something I grew up. I grew up as an indigenous science being my first science, but you know, something also my dad told me is, you know, I got to bridge that gap between Western science and indigenous science. So I feel like, you know, that's my inherent responsibility, and being here is all part of the Creator's plan. I'm looking forward to listening to you guys and keep the learning going and listening as well. So thank you guys for you know, hosting us. Oh, you're on the spotlight. So let me film you.
Hello, it's lovely to meet all of you. My name is Laura Galvin. In reference to what the gentleman spoke here of what's happening in Southern California and also Central California, our family members are a very big result of that. So I descend from Chief Hunchup and from the Treaty J signers of Hala, Hinsoye. I'm sorry, I told the story yesterday, it's really emotional for me. I am hoping that the Treaty Council will at least offer us some guidance on how to deal with what's happening with federal recognition in Central California and Southern California. So, my grandmother is Irma Hart. She descended from Ruby Hart. My grandmother was left orphan at 1 year old and raised away from our tribe. She was with some tribal members, but they were diasporized because we were the center of gold country. Sorry, hang on. We're from El Dorado and parts of Amador County, including Coloma, where so many of the murders happened over gold just after the treaties. And that is one gate that is a problem for us because our people were diasporized to survive. They literally had to run for their lives. We have a similar situation where when you look at the tribes that are in our area that are casino tribes, it's very different. The cultural bearers are not part of that. Some of them are even in those tribes, but that's just not where they function. They function in teaching our history and teaching the dance and teaching the medicine outside of what the top layer tribal governments are doing for the federally recognized tribes. The history that we have, the land that where our native villages were all throughout El Dorado County and parts of Amador County, and we cannot gain federal recognition. Let me just back up for a second. We had federal recognition, and we were IRA signers, and we voted no in the IRA Act. We had land in El Dorado County that was usurped by a group of non-Native Americans that are indigenous and have taken over our tribal name and run a very large casino in our area. And we look at that every day. But we haven't been able to gain any ground with the BIA. I'm thankful for people who are telling the truth on some of this, and you know, it's hard to talk about because we don't talk about these things in our community. The community doesn't want to upset people. You know, we don't want to cause a rift. But if we don't say something, nothing will change. And we have to make people uncomfortable. Change will not happen without a little bit of discomfort. Change won't happen if we don't make ourselves a little uncomfortable. And I hope that we're given the forum to discuss these things here, and it seems like we are, and I'm very thankful to these young ladies here and everybody else that's hosted us. It's my first time coming to one of the events, and I look forward to getting to know all of you a little better. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Jennifer Goodwin. I come from the Kuduk tribe in Authiethuwanutma from Happy Camp. And this is my first time here, and I just came to learn. I just want to thank everyone from the bottom of my heart for sharing your stories. And I'm really happy to be here. Thank you.
Haku. I'm Monique Sanoki. I am Tongva, Chumash, Yaqui, Apache, Zapotec, and Irish. Oh, I was going to say my great-great-grandmother was an Irish princess. So, currently I'm working for the Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo Indians in what they call Mendocino County now. And I am the Intertribal Elders Advocate for their Truth and Healing Project that was funded through this organization. My job is to bring elders to the table to hopefully come to meetings and present. And then we're also doing a heavy focus on the healing aspect. So we're doing field trips. They've talked me into starting a Tai Chi class at lunchtime for them. We're doing art. We're doing showing films and documentaries and kind of whatever they want to do as a healing process. And just open conversation. So I'm really excited about the project. And if anybody has any ideas or want to do the same where you're from, the elders are really eager to be involved. And it's just a good place to start because helping them heal will help our families heal and our children heal. So I'm very excited about it. And thank you for being here.
I already introduced myself, so I'm going to pass it. Adrian Colgrove Raymond.
Hey, Killa, Sashin Shali Colgrove Raymond Ahoya. I am an enrolled member of the Hoopa Valley Tribe, and I'm also Yurok. I'm currently the director of ITEP, so thank you for many of you and all your experiences at ITEP. We are a 50-plus year student support program for Native American students here at Cal Poly. And one of the special things about that is because we know education really did us dirty, and we had such vast education systems that were, inherent in our family and tribal structures, and those really got just decimated. And so we still have to navigate the education system. So a lot of you have been graduates. You can go out and do phenomenal work in the community, and it's amazing to hear all the cool things that you guys are doing. And so, I'm just really interested in making sure that California understands that we have to navigate these very colonial, practices and procedures and institutions, and we get very little support. And I'm really hoping that, everything that's shared here today is so important, and that California really hears that and puts some resources and time and support. And really, it's not a performatory thing because, as we know, we often get swept under the rug and we check a box. But, all of these stories are so moving, and I know there's so many other amazing things that we'll hear today. So I'm excited to hear from you all and learn from you all and just be here. Thank you.
Ayukui, Squeenakoi, Neck Now, Fawn Murphy. I'm the chairperson of the Rezagini tribe of Yurok people. I am here today representing my tribe, my enrolled tribal citizens, my ancestors who came before me, those who started our tribe, my great-grandmother, my great-aunties, my great-uncles, and my cousins, and those who are yet to come. This is my first time being at one of these, and I'm an emotional person, and I've cried already today, and I will probably be crying again. But I appreciate this space, and I look forward to truth and hopefully some healing. I'm very appreciative, and I thank everybody for your time.
Good morning. My name's Megan Rocha, and I'm the Executive Director for Rezagini Rancheria. I'm just here to listen and support the Tribal Council here today. I've been very honored to get to work with many tribes here on the North Coast and also be welcomed into a tribal family. I have 5 children, 2 which are Yurok tribal members and 3 which are Hoopa tribal members, and they also descend from Kuduk and Talawadeni. So I'm just here to listen and support council.
My name is Kathy Dowd. I was just here to support Fawn. I didn't want no mic to talk because, like Fawn says, it is emotional, and my concern really is to talk about fishing and water rights on the Klamath River. And we have been ignored by all agencies from an act that we weren't part of, but we were swept in and we became part of. And as a tribal member, I was a tribal manager back then. And at that time, I knew this was coming. I knew this conflict over fishing was going to come and hit our people, and what was it going to do for our kids? Oh, forget it.
Yeah, Ayakui Neknao Moonshade Out Vice Chair as Guinea Rancheria, and I was just sitting here thinking about, like, what do I say? What do I say? Because we're not, I feel like we've been left out and left behind or even forgot about when we're in the room. We have voices, we have opinions, we have viewpoints, but we're not like public speakers. We don't go out there and like in this setting, I guess, you know. So this is new for us. I feel like we have a lot of hurt. I feel like I was just sitting here thinking about, like, I have a lot of issues with we are dance people. We walk along, a lot of you here, family here. We're the same people. We have the same issues and we have the same problems. And I feel like if we could just come together and help each other out and be those dance people we are when we're on that mountain and not change this political views. This is what they wanted to create, right? This is what they wanted us to do, is fight against each other. I'm this or I'm that or I'm more. And it's not right. We're all the same. We all have a good heart. We all have good intentions. I don't know. Makes me emotional. And I hope that we can get some healing from this today. And I wish I'd have brought my kids too, so they could be here and get comfortable with this and speak like him. Yes. Yeah. Because I wasn't raised to do that. And I feel like that we need to step out of our comfort zone to be here and be present. That's all. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kendra Jones. I'm on the Rezagini Tribe of Yurok People Council. My great-grandmother was Lena Reed McCovey. She was born in 1898, and I got to have 7 beautiful years with her. And the reason why I do what I do and fight for my people and stand up and want to speak is because of her. That's my inspiration. Not to mention I had 2 awesome parents that taught me how to fight and be a fighter. And it is hard for us. We do feel left out. And it hurts when you're at ceremony and you're talking with people and sharing stories and talking about family lineage and the connections and, hey, we're cousins. And then once we get back home on the political front, it's awful. Why can't we just talk and be beautiful with each other? Why can't that carry over? Why is there such division? You know, and that's why I'm here. It's the first time I've been here. So emotional already. Thank you.
Ayuki Hootkitchalo, how are you? I'm Buster Atterbury. I'm the Kuruk Tribal Chairman. I'm proud to be here to represent the Kuruk Tribe. Thank you for Councilwoman Goodwin for being here. She's pretty new. She's hit the ground running. Very proud of her involvement with the Truth and Healing Council. You will all hear from me a little later today. So I'm an alumni from ITEP here at Cal Poly Humboldt. I won't tell you how long ago it was. But young man, you asked a question about what you're doing here today. You're doing here today is you're listening just what your uncle said. You're listening to a whole bunch of different stories, and you're learning to be a leader, how to help people, and you're learning that today is a good day to be Indian. It's proud to be Indian, and we'll continue to tell you why.
I was just raising my hand to say it wasn't my uncle. It was from a TV show I watched.
Either way, it is correct. You want to hear all the information you get, gather a lot of stories, and make your own opinion. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, everybody. I spoke earlier, so I'm Jason Ramos. I'm the tribal administrator, tribal councilman, and acting tribal chair for the Blue Lake Rancheria tribe. I'm here standing in for Claudia Brandine, who sends her apologies for not being able to be here this morning.
Everyone knows. Okay. Ayuki Dillaha, Shelina Ballman. So, this isn't my first Truth and Healing Council. I've been going to them because there was a time, some of us are young enough to remember, there were no tribes. We were all just California Indians. We all suffered the same genocide. We all are survivors because of the strength of our ancestors. We're standing here today, and one of the Kutch's comments before, it's like, we're here because somebody was a bad shot, and that's the truth. And had a conversation with my granddaughter, dropping her off at school this morning, and there was an advertisement for, this might offend some people, sorry, for summer, what do they call, the summer programs where they take kids in and they teach them stuff from the Bible and all that. And I said, I turned it off. She goes, how can we turn that off, Drew? I said, because, yeah, Vacation Bible School. I said, we're not Christian. I said, we have our own ways. We have our own teachings. We have our own prayers and our own ways of taking care of the spirit. And I told her, I says, when your Ahmet and I started our ceremonies, it was against the law. And one of the old ladies said, to be true Indian is to be illegal. And we are. We have been. But that hasn't stopped us. We do what we do because the Creator, Ikreyevs, Guatlesham, told us this is the laws you live by, and that's what we do. We don't do it because we're a member of a tribe. We don't do it because to be cool. It's work. But that's why we do it, because we were told that's how we live. Yes, we have people from outside the area. Vince, he's a part of our spiritual family. We all are part of the spiritual families of California, of indigenous people all over the world. Wherever we've traveled, indigenous people have suffered the same thing. It's important. I always tell people, it's like this puzzle. We've been doing this a long time. And every time we bring back an old way, it's like a little piece of the puzzle gets put back into this giant puzzle. Will it ever be a complete puzzle? I don't know. But I was born and raised, Masuara on Salmon River. And then I got old enough and Dad had to transfer. So he transferred us out to Wairika. Well, that community didn't like brown people, let me tell you. It wasn't fun growing up there. And I was 7 years old, and I was this little girl, brown, quiet, really good. And I started hurting at school. And I just was bawling. So I went up to the teacher and I says, I hurt. She goes, oh, you're just trying to get out of doing work. Sit over in the corner. We'll see how you feel after recess. So I sat there and I cried and I cried and I cried till she finally let me go home. So I walked home. It was about a block away. And I cried the whole way. And I get home and my mom says, oh, we'll go lay down. Back in the old days, they had doctors that came to your house. I don't know if any of you remember that. But so it was an emergency. So she took me into the doctor and they laid me across the desk. He examined me real quick, and they did emergency surgery on me. My appendix almost burst. I was really skinny. I was really tiny. So I almost died. I was 7 years old. So my mom didn't know she had a right to be a parent and fight for her children because she's a product of the boarding schools. Both my parents. Someday I would like to find out how they determined. My dad was sent to Sherman. They're from Forks of Salmon. My mom was sent to Chamawa. And both were tortured. My dad was sexually abused. My mom was physically abused. And they came, eventually they had their own kids. They came back to Salmon River, and they did the best they could, but a lot of that abuse came home. And my mom never went past the 7th grade, but she loved to read. And the love that my parents had, my mom, I saw the most giving, loving person in the world. We didn't have much, but what we had, she shared with others who had less than us. And that's always been my goal because of the treatment I had growing up. And I had an opportunity to have my tattoo. And this is my maternal great-great-grandmother's pattern I wear. And when I had a chance to have it put on at my home as a ceremony, I said, yeah, I didn't talk to anyone about it. And Lauren goes, you didn't ask me. Well, it's not your chin, it's mine. But still during the experience, it was very moving for me because each of us have our own personal journey we're on. We each have our own stories, our own pain that we've endured. And a lot of that has been because of the policy of the general population, the state of California, the population of the people, and the way they think it's okay to treat us like low-class citizens or not even humane. When I had my tattoo put on, there was a lot of tears, and they said, well, did it hurt? I go, yeah, that's not why I cried. We have babies, that's no big deal. The pain was from my childhood because they made me feel invisible in the community I grew up in. They made me feel less human. When you're an 8-year-old girl and you're no longer allowed to go to someone's house because you're brown, that's painful. Yeah, we had a lot of family. You know, when we were growing up, my grandma Lizzie, they had a saying, kids, 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 Lizzie's kids. And I used to think everybody said it. No, it was just all Grandma Lizzie's grandkids because she had a lot of them. So we have a lot of family. But so those of us that have been fighting this fight our entire life to help our Indian people, we've tried other programs historically with the state of California and different organizations and different this and that, and we've always been let down. And I don't know if anything will come of this program, but I have faith and hope that maybe some stories will be somewhere for someone to hear down the road. But it's about helping our Indian people, all of our Indian people, not just certain people where you're enrolled or this and that. It's all our Indian people. Kendra was one of my kids growing up. The people in our community, like Sonny said, you know, we're out there letting people know we're still here. We're still proud. We still do what we're supposed to do. And when you get stuck, because maybe our last dance house was burnt down in 1928 and we don't have one to look at, we prayed. And we got our answers through prayer and through fasting. And there are people in your communities who still carry those prayers. It might not be through a tribe, it might not be through an organization, but there are people there, and you know, if you ask around, there's people that are willing to reach out and help and guide you. So hopefully, when you're lost and you pray, and those answers come to you, you hold on to them because they're going to be in your heart. And you let those prayers guide you in your life. Because we're still out there doing what we have to do, saying the prayers. And we have lots of stories to share and stuff because we've been doing this a long time. But I hear everybody talking about, you know, different organizations. I'm here representing that. No, you're here representing yourself. You're here to heal your soul and those ones that come behind you. Because if you heal your soul, you heal your family and your generations to come. Because we all have that hole in our soul from what's happened to us. And by coming together and helping each other and getting our truth out there, we can start to heal. Because our kids and our grandkids can't heal till we heal ourselves. So, Shusha.
Shusha Nili Shu Nu Hua Awishi. Dalahan we do stay she to shun usle dushan. Hey get to we do no hey get to no hey we do we hey we know we hey no hey no we hey no we hey to we hey no we hey to we hey no we hate you we hate you we hate you we hate Dalahan, she took met lashne, she to not see my name is Met Lashne. I talked yesterday out at Patrick's Point, but I think the only thing I want to add to that, I guess, is that what I do on a daily basis is I manage this little bitty tiny nonprofit. It's called Talonito Society that we formed back in '76 to fight termination and to support the ceremony and of our area there. And I grew up running around all over up the Klamath River because my grandpa is from up Karuk country, and so I used to go fishing down Nishipish or helped him dig out the sweat house pit at Kadimine or whatever we could do when we were young, when it was still illegal to just be existing. When they used to go up on the hill and fight for the acorn trees, the Forest Service cut anything broadleaf down and put spray on it. And you can't be cutting them trees down. That's where the Fatuenan gets his acorns right there, so knock it off, you know. So, and on our side over that way, she said it was illegal to dance when we were young. Not until after the Indian Civil Rights Act that it became legal to even be a religious person in public, at least. And on my dad's side, on my Wintu side, I'm a descendant of the Gulchi Aura massacre on the Trinity River. My great-grand survived that massacre there. Her mom hid her under a big old pack basket, and she watched her people be obliterated through the basket. And then they knocked it over and found her there. And I said, "Oh, don't kill that one. She's pretty. Send her to Weaverville." So they did. That's the only reason she survived, her family, you know. And so both sides of our family and everybody in this room probably are descendants of, the California Holocaust. And when I use that word, I get in trouble. You know, the Holocaust belongs to one of the Jews, and that's a big H. And so I use the word Genesis, and they go, that belongs to the Bible. You can only use the little g. We own the big G. Like, they're so bogus to think that they own the word Holocaust. They own the word Genesis. They're the only people that ever had a Holocaust, the only people that ever had a Genesis, I guess. But you know what? To hell with them, and say what I want to say and write it the way I wanted to write it. But maybe we'll find better words. I talked with Ben Madley about this deeply because I'm like, what's the difference between ethnic cleansing, genocide? And he goes, well, actually, politically and pedagogically, the word ethnic cleansing is brand new on the horizon, and it hasn't really gotten a lot of groundwork going in the genocide world. And he said the problem that he has with genocide is, Holocaust is that it's a different meaning in the Jewish language. And so he said, actually, what I would think you should do is use your own language to describe what happened to your people and then define that for the world. Don't borrow other people's pedagogy and history of their language. You turn it from your own language. So I said, well, he said, what would that be? And I told him, well, Te Nanesya is a massacre of people. Te Nanesya Chu, that's the big one of all time. So he said, that's the one you want to use. His encouraging me. You use that word and then describe it to the world. What your people went through. Went through the big massacre. The one where we lost, on the coast, we lost 80% of our people in 3 years. We went from 10,000 down to 2,000 people in a 3-year period from 1853 to 55. And so on. And it's true for everybody else. We all went through hell. Every one of us. Anybody who is in here all went through hell in the name of God. So it's all of you, everybody here. And so when Lena says, we're here to talk about ourselves, not to be selfish, but to heal. And then one of the main things the old man taught me, a couple of them, I used to go to them, talk to them. And you go up on the mountain and pray. And he said, the first thing you do when you get there, and after you build your fire and everything, you be fasting and stuff, he said, you pray for yourself. And I thought, oh, that sounds weird, like that's being selfish. He goes, no, you can't. No, you have to be strong. You have to be the strong one. Then when you're strong, then you can help somebody else. I go, oh, I see. It's not selfish. It's not thinking just about me. It's thinking that I need to be strong. And the old lady, she says, you want to be like a post. Use their voice. Oh, you want to be like a post. Deep in the ground, no matter what hits you, won't knock you down. That's the way you want to live. But if you ever get knocked down, you get back up. And that's how the old people talk to us, So I'll say that to you today. I share that back with you guys. And guess what? That's why you're here, because you got back up. If you was laying around, passed out or something, or not just passed out, but laying around, I don't know, watching TV, I guess, couch potato, you didn't get back up. But you did. You got back up. That's why you're here, So I too hope that something comes from this the governor's initiative. I hope that these become a part of a record. Like today, these things are being recorded, which I think is good. We have a project going on in Crescent City right now with the city, and they're going to redo Front Street there. And part of their funding is to tell the untold story. It's a part of the funding requirement. Well, in spring of 1853, that's when our genocide began. They came in there and burnt down Ta'atan, they wiped out the 44 houses, burnt down the dance house, murdered as many people as they could. And that's our introduction to California right there, 1853. And then that went on. Then that winter, because we make the world people, we always come to the center of the world. And people would travel from way up the coast, way down the coast. People from the mountains would come down to the ceremony. And so the white people were just settling Crescent City, and they got scared. Oh, all those Indians are coming. So all these Indians come in canoes, stacked all the way across the beach front there, in front of the world. We call that place Yontantakat. So they waited till it was going on for a few days. You used to go 10 days, minimum 10-day ceremony in December. So then they attacked, and they set the place on fire. And so the low number of our count there is 450 people died that night there, but it's actually higher. But they said that from Crescent City, you could just see that glow, like just all them plank houses were all burned. It's the biggest town in our civilization at that time, center of our world, there in the mouth of the Smith River on the south side. And so they called it Burnt Ranch after that. So it was no longer called Yontantak, it was called Burnt Ranch for many, many years after that. So I was working with Ben when he was writing his book. Help him here, help him wherever I could. And he says, so we got that story out there. And he says, he came to me one day, he goes, you know what? He said, all the research I've done, that Yontantak massacre is the second single mass killing of Indians in American history. And I said, oh, Ben, get out. You got to be joking me. Are you serious? And he said, no, the second largest single mass killing. Now, there's killings all over North America, right? It went from, 120,000 down to 600,000 by 1900. But he said, in one mass killing, where there's been, might be 250 over there, 300 there, or whatever, or except for the Pequot War on the East Coast, they lost 800 or 900 in that one. And I was sitting there going, no way. I'm thinking of, the Plains, I'm thinking of the California, I'm thinking of all of our tribes that got butchered off by the government, and he goes, but as far as the record, and there's others that are right in that same neighborhood. But even that massacre, Dad's grandma survived. Dad said that she said 500 people came to dance there in that place that night. So that's just all our guesstimates, because they really don't know how many there was of us. But Russell Thornton said he puts it at 120 million in North America in 1492. And we were reduced down to trashy little number, this much, right, by the end of the process. But we're coming back now. But anyway, so this is serious business. We do have 4 receipts in Del Norte County from scalps. And that's the first time I really understood the concept in the red. You know, if your budget goes below, you're in the red. I didn't. Well, in those days, so Del Norte County was getting money from the state to pay for scalps. And then if they ran out of money, they would flip that receipt over and write on there, they still owed you $1.10 or something in your interest. And then it was in red ink that they owed you. Oh, in the red. Now I get it, you know. And then there's a letter in Crescent City in the museum that says, you be a good boy now. This is like 1892. He goes, you be a good boy over there. Your mom's sick with a toothache over there in Wairika where you're at. But I'm not going to send you any more cartridges because they're no longer taking money in Del Norte County for scalps they take in Siskiyou County. That's 1892. So we're talking 1851 to 1892. That's a long time. So that program did not end whenever they... I'd like to know, when did the scalping program end? When did the bounty program end in California? And the last Indian to get shot in the back of the head that we know of in Del Norte County side was an old man. They named him Philip. He was the last one living in that village of Chunsultan. And the Softy family moved in there and they ran him off in the woods and he shot him in the back of the head. It was 1902. So that's 1902. You know, like, so we're not talking 1851 anymore. We're talking 1902. You know, and then they just buried him by a big rock someplace over there. I think I know where it's at, but they're trying to call it something, whatever, it doesn't matter. But anyway, when they dug up, we did a dig with them there, and we found his sweat house. He had a nice sweat house, all wooden floor in the bottom, smooth rocks around his fire, had a long firebox. He had a white man stove there, just left with one leg. And they found his arrowheads. They were made out of obsidian. They're also made from green glass. So he was making glass from obsidian from modern glass too, which is interesting to me. And then we finally found a grave. We ran into somebody's skull. You know, we just that stopped that project. We were done there. But we got to see his house, and we got to see his place there. And they carbon dated that at 6,000 BC, and then they found the chipping site over by the highway at 8,000 BC. You know, so that was a nice old village site there, you know. And they've been telling us, oh, you've been in this country about 1,200 years. And I go, bullshit, 1,200 years? What are you talking? I said, we've been here since Genesis to start with. You know, it's like, so anyway, it's always shoving back, trying to push it back, trying to wave it back the other way, and get back up. Like the old lady said, get knocked over, you get back up, you know. And that's because they were strong people. And if they weren't strong, we wouldn't be here right now. None of us. You know, like bad shot. That's right. I heard a story yesterday about when they jumped in the river and they tried to shoot him in the head going down the river, them kids, you know. I mean, so it's ugly all the way around. And then it all got swept under the carpet, as you know. So at least there's an attempt now, or there's a process where we're trying to address some of these things and get it out there, and a curriculum's being developed to bring some of these things into light and teach it within the public schools. I really love that one. I don't know where you are, but about putting a sign up, you know, when you're driving down the Interstate 5 or wherever, or 29, this is the former, or this is the lands of the home, whatever people. Now the state could do that. That's something they could actually do. Help us know who was living there, you know, and whose Aboriginal homes those are you're driving past right now, you know. But yeah, so it's good work, it's hard work, but you know what? If we don't do the work, no one's going to do it for us. I think Dr. Virgil Moorhead said it the best. He says, you know, they don't want us to get well. They want us to stay drunk, you know, not paying attention, have low self-esteem, end our life early. Our people lived in their 90s. They didn't die at 42. They lived a long time, you know, and we now need to return to that. You know, and I've been telling, this is the thing I've been trying to share around. I said, you know what? Everybody starts to need to write down their Genesis story. That's our religion. You know, they say, it's just Kaddish story. There is a meaning in that Kaddish story. Oh, that's just a crow story. Oh, there's a meaning in that crow story. All of them stories have a meaning, and they're not to be dismissed as children's ridiculous literature. This is our Genesis. This is how we came into order on this land. You know, so please start writing down your myths, your legends, you know, your folk tales. Don't call them what they are. They're the truth. Those are our truth. So we need to start doing that for ourselves. I've had people on my own tribal council, I'd say, we need to really look at our religion as a religion. And one of the councilmen goes, how would you even know where to start? And I'm going, what do you mean? Well, I don't know what you're even asking me. I'm confused. But you look to your religion, you look to your stories, you look to we call them ch'usyams, the prayers. That's there. The law is there. Anyway, so keep on going, everybody. Because you got to love them ones coming. My auntie would roll us out of bed, go clam digging. We just saw low tide coming down. Oh, dang it, good tide today. And we roll us out of bed. We all just be cold, and she'd take us down there. Of course, once you hit the beach, you just warm up, forget all about it. And she'd be there digging her quahogs, and she'd find them. She'd show us how to find them. And she's digging them out, And as she's digging them out, she's finding babies in there. And she's putting them on the side of her hole all around, We run off, come back, and watch her, help her. And then when I said, Auntie, what do you, well, how come you're doing that? And, she said, in the future, the kids is going to eat them. So when the tide was coming back in, she'd start putting all that gravel back in that hole, and then she'd take them baby clams and she'd drop them all over in there. So someday, that's what the kids will eat. You always have to remember the children. You don't take it for now. You don't take everything now. You got to think about them ones coming behind you all the time. And that's what this work is, everybody. It's the ones coming behind you. We're here now. We're all scarred up, beat up, knifed up, beat the heck, our mentality, our hearts have been bruised. But we're doing it for the ones coming. And they're already there. Geez, they're born today. They're going to be having flower dance in 14 years. That's not very long. Or they're going to be jumping center, packing medicine, whatever they're going to be doing. It's coming fast. So every piece we can correct, heal up, fill back up. Wa antele. Hey.
Hey Uncle, Caleb Agay, Juliet. I'll try to be brief. I'm Caleb Agay. I come from the Acorn Stirring Place in the Hoopa Valley. That's where our ceremonial dances are started, our 10-day ceremonies. We got white deerskin dance, jump dance coming up in my semester. So I'll be new department chair, new mom, and we'll figure out how we can make it. I'll try to be brief. I just want to echo, I've heard about recognition, but I've also had students who have been disenrolled. That's very heartbreaking as a teacher. That's been true since I was an undergraduate, teaching undergraduate classes as an undergraduate. I've been to Stanford, Berkeley, now Cal Poly Humboldt. I've also had a student become a disenroller. And that's difficult for me to see. They speak about murdered, missing Indigenous women, but the people on their rolls are being removed right now this year. So that's very difficult for me to see. I will also say a lot of people here are my relatives, Hupa, Yurak, Karuk. I also come from Redwood Creek people, and some of the stories that are coming to my mind right now, I didn't read in a book, but got told when I was younger about how a lot of those people were rounded up, taken to Fort Humboldt. And I didn't get a chance to speak to one of the researchers that was documenting these stories, but I want to see if it's recorded at all, because there's a lot of descendants. But people from Round Valley, people from Redwood Creek rounded up, taken to Fort Humboldt, and then put on boats in the bay. So when we walk that waterfront, I think about that every time. And the boats that they were put on, they went up and down the coast to try to disorient them. They went down the coast, and somewhere in Mendocino were taken to Round Valley. So some of our people from Hupa speaking people are in Round Valley today, become Round Valley peoples too. I come from one of the women that walked back with her husband. There was a doctoring couple. One was a herbalist, one was a seer. And what I was told was that they walked back because they could see our fires today. They could see it. That's how they got back. And so thinking about these things, we live them every day. We see them. We're at the same places. They still exist today. It's kind of hard to teach about, I think. there are family stories, and yet some things are still happening today too. And I just wanted to speak for some of the students that I've encountered that have been disenrolled. And I'll just also say some of those people are the most fluent speakers that their tribes have today. So that's ongoing. I'll just say Zahdia Waklau, Yotva, and then go ahead and pass it on.
Dilaha Hagyasham, Shahushi, Dr. Joseph Giovanetti. Halanquit Justin Neshling. Good morning. Hello. My name is Joseph Giovanetti. My mom's parents are from the village of Halanquit, but we have ancestry from Yantaka and Etchelet and Chetlershend and Dreyu and Bristol River in Oregon. Quite a few villages. My mom's people are, trying to think, the Whipple family, the Hostlers from Smith River, the Bobs, and the Smileys. Those are the four main families that my mom's parents are from. And my great grandma was Daishri Jenny Hostler, and her dad was Daishri Joe Hostler, and his wife was Daishri Lucinda Hostler. And really glad to be here this morning. And I'd like to bear witness. I just, listening to everybody's introductions, I think about like everything everybody's said in the last 45 minutes. I'm thinking, wow, okay, it's true. It's over and over. It's true. And it makes me think about resilience, like this young man over here talking about. Somebody was talking about football. This gentleman over here, the Humboldt State graduate, and I was thinking about, it's one of the 1,001 ways that our families, our kids show resilience. Getting out and our families being supportive of our kids making it, whether it's in wrestling, football, track, cross country, swimming, water polo, 1,000 sports, it doesn't matter. I think about, people are still representing their families, their villages, their people. And I think about the resilience, I think about Lena's story about what her family went through at Sherman. I think about poor Robert Smith from Round Valley. His parents are both one quarter Wailaki, and I did a family tree one time. We went all the way back to Ida Mae Bryceland. Ida Mae Bryceland was, trying to think, she was a wife of John Bryceland, a non-native settler in southern Humboldt County, the town of Bryceland. And he had three Wailaki wives, Jenny A, Jenny B, and Jenny C. Might be a problem there. But we did our family tree, by golly, and they're related to everybody in Round Valley, as you would suspect, right? And it's a proud story. He went to Sherman. I'm going to share the story because it resonates with maybe a little bit of Lena's family experiences. Robert was a Korean vet. He got wounded twice, rescuing our wounded soldiers on the battlefield. He was a truck driver and got blew up a couple times. But he was also a really good athlete, boxer, football, and baseball at Southern Oregon up in Ashland. And then he got 2 master's degrees after the war. UC Davis and Sac State. Longtime financial aid director at Los Rios Community College District. And he said, you know what, when I went to Sherman, Joe, he said, I was so abused by that superintendent. He said, long after the war, I fantasized about going back and killing that superintendent at that school. He said, finally, one day when I was like 50 years old, I just let it go. That speaks to the heart of he suffered all that time with that hurt. And finally, he was able to just move on. And, who knows, maybe he was young at 50 to be able to say, you know what? What did he say? He was accomplished, I guess, really. He had his family, 2 master's degree. He later became a math professor in that college district in Sacramento. And he died young at 70. To me, that's young. And I think about every one of your stories, there's a seed of resilience, of power, of beauty, of perseverance, of courage that 1,001 times we've been kicked in the teeth and reminded, I had a teacher in 10th grade say, who typed your paper, Joe? I go, I typed it. And she goes, no, really, who typed it? You know, she didn't know I was the top typing student in my typing 1 class. And, you know, here I am 73, and I still think about that ignorant woman. Challenging a native like, oh, must be too stupid to be able to type, right? Or don't have any ambition. But I find out that all my native friends went through stuff like that. One of my Paiute friends from Susanville heard the same thing from her guidance counselor, her high school in Susanville. Oh, you'll never amount to anything. You'll never go to college. So I applied all you guys and gals who are in ITEP or any of the native programs. You know, I saw that they got TRIO down here. That ticks me off. Why do they call that TRIO? What happened to Intercept? It should just be Intercept on that sign. You know, instead of amalgamating and degrading the efficacy, the power that comes from that representation. I was here when that happened. Ticked me off, and then they fired Dr. Jacqueline Bowman, a Lakota from Lower Brule Sioux, because she committed the crime of revealing that the university here was not recruiting Native Americans. There's got 115 tribes, recognized tribes in California, 50 unrecognized tribes in California, but they're going to China to recruit students. What in the hell? No offense. I love everybody. But you know what? Why can't we go down the road here in every one of these 50-something California counties and recruit our people first? Why can't they all have the same tuition waiver fee program the UC system started this past school year? How is that? That's something that should be high on the list of everything. Because, you know, now I don't know if it's going to take an act of God for our kids to get into the UC system now with this new attack on affirmative action. I have hope that the system, the society, the CSU, every system in the country will go, hell no. We're not going to let affirmative action just be thrown in the gutter and go down quietly and let that and be abused that way. I could go on, but thank you for letting me say a few words.
Wes Crawford, fellow, how come everyone left the room when I got the mic? What's going on? Lauren, Lena, she's got Rodney Dangerfield up here. No respect. Okay. Oh boy, all these range of emotions, listening to everyone talk, filtering all that information, like de-escalate. But I was just thinking, you know, resiliency. Grew up in Hoopaw, very, very unrich, the opposite of that, and opportunities came, but financially we couldn't do it. Like, I always want to come out and play for the Eagles, Joe, you know, baseball, but we couldn't get out here I had no way to get out here to make practice, you know. But one summer I worked for the Hoopa tribe at the neighborhood facilities, and that's back when it was open range. And so I was a number 3 shovel operator. It sounds impressive, but what I was doing was shoveling horse trunk off the baseball fields, put it in a wheelbarrow, hauling it off. And I earned the passage to the Crabs baseball camp. And that's thing what I used to do was swing the bat and hit a rock or throw a rock out at the river bar to release anger. And became a good hitter and decent arm. And I was hitting in Hoopaw. And the Crabs coach at the time was Tom Giacomini, coached at CR for 122 years or something. I don't know. He was there forever. But he said, hey, what are you doing after high school? I said, I don't know. I'm working in the woods. He says, you come play baseball for me. Oh, man, I had a path. I had a pathway, right? From that moment on, I was like, people say, what are you going to do after high school, Wes? I'm going to CR playing baseball, Coach Giacomini. And I did. And through that process, I learned, hey, I'm just a good enough student to probably do something. And college, so I ended up transferring here to Humboldt State University and got my degrees. So many degrees, they called me thermometer. No, I'm just joking. No. I just thought of that one earlier, by the way. I was like, look at all these wonderful kucha, okay, all the doctors, all these natives with all these degrees. I thought, yeah, anyway. Either we laugh or cry, right? That becomes another mechanism for our survival and our perseverance. And what was on my mind this morning traveling in from Hoopa, if I could remember what it was, had something to do with our DNA and how I believe like Creator puts us here for a purpose. And traditionally my grandma, because I'd ask her, because in Hoopa, they grew up like, oh, don't walk out, don't whistle after dark, the ancient devils will come. Don't walk after dark, and don't throw, there are all these rules, man. And I had to walk to practice and back. And so in the fall, I'm walking home in the dark, man, like, whoa, don't whistle. What was that? Of course, it's the ancient devil. Grandma said, don't be afraid. They're trying to take your power. So as I was getting older, I'd ask her, what do you mean by take your power, Grandma? And she said, well, you're supposed to do something here while we're here. And ancient devils, they kind of try to scare you. So if you're trying to, say you're meant to be a hunter, and they put fear of the woods in your heart, and you're scared to go in the woods, you ain't going to be much of a hunter if you don't get off the valley floor, right? So, or they may give you a fear of the water or something. You're not going to be the fisherman you were supposed to be, or whatever it may be you're supposed to do. And I think about holes in our souls. You said that yesterday, and that like hit me hardly. So we're a bunch like a native Swiss cheeses walking around. Some artists do that. They could do the art piece. I give them permission for that. As long as you ain't white bread. No. Oh, here we go, Lauren. No. I said it. No. But I'm thinking about my family and the history of my family. So close to not being here, and that a story of Chimerico. They rounded him up and took him taking him somewhere, and one of the brothers told the sisters, I stole this knife and I'm gonna hide it under this log. And the way it read, it made me feel like they knew they were at my geography's horrible. Yeah, maybe it was the western edge of Chimerico territory, and they said, this creek, and everyone knew. They said, well, I'm gonna hide this under this log, and if you ever escape, I don't know where they're taking us, but you come back here and look, and if that knife's still here, they still have me wherever they're taking me. But if it's gone, that means I got away. And it took a couple months, and one of the girls, she said she saved bread. She get a ration of bread every day in Round Valley. And she said one night she rolled out of the field, so it made me think they're in a big field, and she said she rolled to the tree line and took off. And on her third day, she was getting really hungry. She ran out of bread, and she said she was just about ready to give up. And she found that spot, and she looked where that knife was, and that knife was gone. And it gave her this, I guess that adrenaline, right, to keep going. So she kept going. And then she started this call. She said, I don't know what it was. It was a type of whistle, I think. And then she got answered back. And all of her, they all made it. Oh, didn't know that was going to hit me so hard, but thank you. But our journey as California Indian people is perilous. It's we're so lucky to be here. We're the answers to our ancestors' prayers, and that's so empowering, especially for these young guys, Lowry and Maston. Man, I love seeing you guys here because the torch is passed to you, and the Baumlins and Mr. G. I used to love seeing Joe here when I was a student. Man, there's an Indian man. He's like, man, there's a professor here. What more can we do? We could do a lot. And I think of those Indian devils. And I personally, in my journey, I said, drugs and alcohol are modern day Indian devil. They're going to keep you from being who Creator wants you and meant for you to be. So all these battles we have to face. Yesterday I shared a story, or it was a T-shirt. I think maybe I'll get it tatted on my neck. No, I'm not going to do that. But maybe. Thanks, Joe. But it said, and you could use any word, but the T-shirt I saw, it said, alcoholism used to run in my family until it ran into me. Right? Yeah, but you could put any word there, right? You could put, just talking about recognition and feeling, what was the word when she used, you moved. But you talked about that, and I thought about that, how division in our tribes, like division used to run in our tribes until it ran into us, right? We could solve that. We could stop that division, right, and fill one of those holes in our souls. And like I said, I'll talk forever, so I'll give this. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ada, and I'm a survivor of boarding school. Spent about 7.5 years. But I really like what this gentleman had to say about the Rodney Dangerfield, because he really is, I guess, the Indian version of that. And so today is my second day. I was out to Sumeg, and I really appreciate the friendship I found out there, and the food was good. There wasn't enough melon, but gosh, it was good. And the weather was perfect. It really was. This morning I was on the phone 5 o'clock telling my friend who goes into ceremony today, it's 109 in Sacramento today forecast, and they're going to ceremony sweat. So I worry about them. So anyway, I wanted to talk a little bit about the boarding schools. But before I get to that, I'm a person of the earth. I'm always concerned about trees, water, the illegal diversions, good, clean drinking water that tribal people in rural communities we failed to get. Although that was a promise through our water districts to give us potable water. My brother's head of our maintenance for our housing in our tribe, and a couple of days ago he said, I want to show you our drinking water. No, don't show me. So he brings it in. Our housing units are about 40 years old down there. That's new. I live on the old side. So he brought me the whatever they are that turns your shower on. It's all metal here. So he took it out of a house, of the new houses, showed me it was corroded, really corroded. And I'm an officer of my tribe. I live for those moments. I'm taking it to our tribe next week and tell our people, look, this is what it did to metal. This is what it's doing through metal all through our house, and yet we have no complaint when we consume that as people. Can you imagine that we could be in a more healthy atmosphere, a more healthy life if we didn't have to ingest contaminated water, whatever the contaminant may be? I said, that's another form of genocide. And my cousin looks at me and says, every time you get up, you talk about genocide. I said, because we're survivors. It's a big difference. In the boarding school, they came to recruit us when we were in the 11th and 12th grade, the Army. There was the Marines and the Army, the Navy, the Air Force. And we had to take tests. And whatever you passed on or excelled in, the Army would come over and say, oh, you excelled at this, so we're going to recruit you in 12th grade. The other one would say, you have aptitude in math, so we're taking you to the Air Force. So my friends, gosh, they got lucky and they got recruited, and everybody was in their uniforms, and I was waiting for someone to pick me. No, I got a guy in a suit. And I said, oh, what a rip. And this guy didn't have anything. He just had a regular black suit, white shirt, and he comes over and he sets me down. I'm not the tallest person. This guy hovered over me, and I sat there. And to us, it's rude to stand over somebody like that. And I told him, sit down. What do I know? I'm a kid, you know. So he comes over and he sits down, but he's still taller than me. And I said, where are you from? He says, I'm from Langley. I don't know, what is that? I thought it was a person, a new teacher or something. No, Mr. Langley, who's that? I sat there and he's looking at me and he has these papers. He pulled these papers out and he's going through. I didn't know it was my background. Because in school, I help people escape. I help people run to the desert, run to the border, help swim across the river. That's what I did. And I stole food to save for them. I could have used it. I wasn't always this shape, you know. But the man from Langley says, you ran away from here once upon a time. I said, I did. But where did you go? And how did you know? He says, you didn't run to home. You ran to the state capitol. Oh my God, I didn't even know about, cameras or anything. And I said, how do you know? He said, and he told me, he said, you ran straight this way, and then you started zigging and zagging, and I was in the desert by myself, so how can they know? To this day, I don't know. But he knew everything, and I had long hair, and there was just hair stuck everywhere on those trees, the bushes. They were all taller than me, and he was right. At 13 years of age, I ran to the state capitol for help because nobody in our campus would help. Then I thought, I'm going to do nothing if I go home. Nobody will ever know about these things. I went to the state capitol and applied for a job. I signed up and I intentionally left out my address. I didn't have a call. I left out my date of birth and left it to that lady. She was looking at me and I was pulling sticks out of my hair. And then I left, and I had to come back the same way to make it to school so no one knew that I had left. And I said, I'll be back next weekend or a couple weeks. I'll come back, find out if I got hired or fired. So I came back, and this guy from Langley was telling me, he said, you're a planner. No, I don't plan. He says, yeah, you know how to get away. I said, I must not. Look where I'm at. He said, you're safe. You get food here, roof over your head. I said, no. I said, you don't even know this place. I eat when they tell me to eat. I can go 2 or 3 days before they let me eat. I said, I can't take a shower when I want. I get escorted to and from the school. And there was a person there. Everybody said, you got to watch out for this guy because he's really rowdy. He doesn't listen to nobody. And every time you got in trouble, they give you an hour of demerit where they punished you. And this guy racked up like 150 hours. Ooh, God, I like that guy already. But we were separated, girls, boys. Every piece of that school was used, every piece. They had condemned places, even back then. This is in the 70s. They had places where they used to rape and molest the boys, the young boys. Another place they used to take the girls over here. It was bad because I'm young, and knowing that, hearing that, being punished to go sit outside and listen to that. And I told that Langley guy, I said, if you knew I ran away to Carson City, how come you must know about these boys and girls. How come you don't do nothing? He said, that's none of my business. It's not my job. And I said, well, I'm not one of your jobs either. And I got up, and he grabbed me by the arm and threw me back in the chair. I'm not taught to be nice and quiet. Was not taught to be herded like cattle, so I bust him in the mouth. And I barely reached him because he was so tall. It was a bad scene. The end of the story was I never got recruited to Langley. Then the government sent me from Stewart over to Lawrence, Kansas. That's where I said, why do people live over there? Why? And from there, I was threatened to be thrown into federal prison because I allowed the people from the reenactment of the Trail and Tears came through our campus. And they said they were on the road about 3 days and they would run out of every town. They could not stay in a park. And they had 5 carloads of not only grown-ups, but they had their teepee poles on top and they had a bunch of kids. I said, come out. I got a place. Lot of ground, lot of grass. It's pretty. They came out. And the end of that story was that I was held against my will by the security of Lawrence, Kansas University, and I was threatened to be thrown into federal prison because I had allowed non-registered people on campus, and I didn't know until then that Lawrence, Kansas was a federal military reserve. It was in the name of a military reserve, and I begged them, and they were going to take all the kids away from the parents in those cars, and I said, do something, whatever you need to do. I was the one brought them out. Let them all go. Don't take the kids away. And the dean of the school says, well, if you want us to do something, I said, yeah, don't take the kids away. So they said, you stay here, and they guarded me, and they let all these folks go. They let them all go, but they held me. They took me out to, what's the name of that prison out there? It's in Kansas. It's a federal prison. They took me out there, and they showed me. They let me go through 2 of those doors, and it was the scariest thing ever. And here I am, 15 years of age in college, and the people that protected me was the Vietnam vets. All these Native guys protected me because I was the youngest one on campus. But what we did, when I got out, we closed that campus down for 2 days. I was fighting mad about anybody, everybody. We threw all the teachers out, we let them go, and we held the drive. And the only ones we allowed in that campus for 2 days was the service people. We had to have milk, we wanted potatoes and chips, and we let them in and then we let them go. That was once upon a time when I had ideals that, yes, as tribal people and tribal kids, we could overcome. We could fight back by using the same kind of action but different attitude. And all these people came, these newspaper people, to talk to us. And then that guy, I remember at Langley, he says, you don't talk in public about this. Well, heck, I don't know what public was back then. You know, I didn't know what an audience was. And I thought about myself, if I had not learned the old ways before the government took me away, had I not learned about the power and the healing of the ocean, the estuaries, the water, had not understood the growth patterns of trees, how they were seeded and how they move toward the water and how they grow into families, had I not learned about our flying squirrels that we have on our reservation. To me, they're everything, but our powers that be thinks that logging those trees and getting immediate satisfaction for the cost of logging means great things to the council. It means nothing to me. I'm a council member and I fight everybody. It don't matter because I want to save the last flying squirrel. They were not seen since 2019 and it was 3 babies. What that it did to me as a kid standing there and watching the trees and you see these little furry things just leap and glide. And that's how I feel we're doing here, tribal people in the United States. We're standing up, we're climbing tall, and we're letting people see, no matter what, we're still flying. And I want to talk about, you had mentioned earlier about the creation stories. Tell us these stories. Well, I'm big on the creation stories because those are our lessons. And although they say, oh, well, you guys are history. Well, I'm the liveliest history you're ever going to see. Every breath that we take is a part of our history, but we're standing here currently in this lifetime and we're talking and we're strategizing and we're giving those old lessons from the creation stories, we're giving them life. And we want to teach this and we want to share it. And although we may have different languages, although I do understand Hoopa and Apache, because we're Athabascan speakers, I like to be around them. They don't know I know that. And so it's really empowering. I went to SUMEG yesterday and it was great. Today I didn't know what to expect, and these folks are talking about disenrollment. Well, I was a part of that disenrollment. Even before it was a disenrollment, because some tribal families are so powerful, they avoid you. You don't exist within your own tribe. You're invisible because they don't like your family. What your mom or grandfather did to someone, they don't let it die. They can't see unity. They can't see the oneness. They can't see how they are breaking their own cultures up by doing that. I work with people I don't even like, and I'm related to them. My brother tells me, he said, you shouldn't say that in public. I said, why? They don't sign my check, it goes to the bank, and it's already and they'll send it to me. And he says, no. I said, the reason I say that is to bring it up to the surface and let them know I don't like you, but I'm still willing to work with you and to advance a cause. And for me, that's the protection of our culture, our environment, our water. Everything in the world has spirit. And they tried to break us in boarding school, and they did, our bones, our skin, but they never broke our spirit. Thank you.
How's the time? Oh. Okay. My name is Liz Kaplan. I'm from the Bursell family from up near Cutamine. My dad was Bob Bursell, and his dad was Harry, and his dad was Aaron. I was raised in a family where my dad, he applied the oppression of Indian people internally. And I believe that he was taught by family members that the day of the Indian was over. And if you live your life as an Indian, you're going to get killed. His grandpa was a survivor of the Fort Jones massacre. I've never heard many people talk about that outside my family, but I know it was somewhere in Siskiyou County. I think it was near Etna. And so he was really mean to himself. And I think he had very mean and judgmental attitudes toward other Indian people. That's just my opinion. And I think it was because he wanted to survive. And he was horrified by cultural resurgence and by, the Native American movement, because he thought it was going to result in them being wiped out. And he believed that the time of the Indian people was over and gone. And he believed that because he wanted to survive. I lived on the East Coast for a long time, but I came back during the pandemic, because I was very, very socially isolated, and I came to live with my sister in Humboldt. And it was a horrifying time because of climate change, and because people were coming out in the open and out of the closet about being racist. And people were saying that there was no such thing as truth. There was alternative truth, and public officials lying in public. And all this was just like really, really horrifying. And now I'm a senior in the nursing program here at Cal Poly. And shout out for the program. It's a good program. It has a focus on community health and rural health. But I just wanted to say, I've been taking 2 Native American Studies classes this summer. One of them is Professor Bisling Baldy. And I asked Anna, I brought up a subject at a discussion board in the class. a lot of the students, the Native students and the white students, have been going through this process of just horror and grief at learning about settler colonialism and learning about the many horrible things that happened and the lying about it. Always the lying about it. And what I wanted to know, what I asked my students was, do you think in this country people will ever be able to tell the truth publicly about what happened to indigenous people as well as to black people? And I said, I don't think so. I don't think that there will ever be a widespread public acknowledgement of that. But if there was, what would that look like? And how would it start? And what would be the response? And could healing come of it? And then not long after that, I heard about this. I got an email from ITEP, and so I came to see. So that's all. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Tran. My grandma gave me the name Ho'oponopono, which is flying feather. And till this day, I still don't get in planes, okay? But I'm from Tule River, like I said. I came with my chairman, Mr. Neil Perone, as well as Beanie's driver. A lot of issues that your stories here today just hit on everything that's bothered me for a long time. And mine is the division of our tribes when these casinos came. And I seen that right off the hand. Before we were all together, you know, your medicine women, your men, your basket weavers, everything. Then all of a sudden when the casinos came, you don't belong no more there. And I seen a lot of it. And I got to talk to a couple of tribes about it, making scenes like that. You know, how do you do that? How do you fight? And then it's in public. And, you know, how do you just get rid of people that you used to, that you're related to, you know? And that always stuck with me inside of me. And a lot of you touched on it. And I'm very glad, because there are feelings that, like someone said, if we don't get them out, you know, they're going to be staying inside of us. And so we'll never heal. And that's what my grandma always taught me. My grandma was my mother, and my grandma, no disrespect to my mother, but my grandma was my mother, and she was my grandmother. And she taught me a lot of things going through life. She also was someone that went to Sherman. And then she went to the, no disrespect, and I always say that because I don't want to be out of hand or with people in their way they believe in their spiritual lives, but we used to get spankings and stuff because she went through that and she was bringing it on to us. Then she turns around years down the road and then she's teaching us about, you know, sweat and all this. And I go, Grandma, make up your mind. What do you want us to do, you know? But later as I got older as an adult, our people plant seeds in us. And when we grow up, we make that decision and choice what it is that we're going to take. So I remember that. So I figured it out. And we all need to speak anything, whatever happened in our lives. You need to talk about it. You need to tell somebody. Me, I'm an all day long conversation with our Creator. Sometimes I think he thinks I'm Phyllis Diller or Lucille Ball or all these silly women, but I do. Then he has my serious sides, my concerns. Once you go that path, you can't play two fields. You cannot be hallelujah, hoeing in the sweat lodges, all these things, and turn around and come back and you're the human part of you wants to be still that ugly part of you. You can't do that. You have to, if you're going to go on that road there, you go and keep going because he will help you. He has helped me in many situations, especially mentally and physically. Because I also came from family that were doing things to us as children, our own family, and leaving us with all these whys in us. And the best thing about it is just speak about it, get it out of you, give it to him, give it to whoever you want that'll listen, and hold it to their heart, to where, you know, they're not spreading it everywhere, but understanding that you're trying to heal yourself, and that hopefully that they're there to help you heal. My second thing was these Gaiman tribes. We're a Gaiman tribe. And I'm glad that some of you brought that up. Christine, I wanted to say this this is my second coming to this healing council. And when we had ours on Thule, my chairman, I went back up, God, I should have said this, the whole thing. We have Gaiman, and my thing is, you got everybody out there, your lobbyists, all these politicians got a hand in your bank account. And they didn't like you before, but now all of a sudden they want to be in your bank account. And I don't like it. I mean, they were in our bank account before the casinos even got made. They were all negotiating, we want our share. I don't think that's right. And I think you need to tell the governor, hey, you know what, you want to heal us, that's one thing. I know it's monetary, but we could be doing other things for other tribes that don't have that monetary to get them maybe a little help, in the areas that they need it. And that's how I feel. I feel that, and the rich tribes, I call them the rich tribes, okay? So no disrespect, but you got the people running all these major highways. Instead of giving all that money to the counties, to the cities, you got your own people. And like one said, we are all one, no matter where we come from, up and down this state. Help the people, which is all of us. And that's the way I feel. So, Christina, you need to let them know that. Oh, okay, sorry. But you let them know that it's not right. We weren't even noticed before, but when them casinos came, he's always negotiating with our county and our city, and I go, good, they got split tongues. I'm the negative one. I sit on council, I'm the one that's always like, nah, you guys, you're up there hugging up to them and all this stuff, but that's really major with me. And then the descendants, and a long time ago I went to a meeting on the east of the mountains there, and it was years ago, and I got to meet all these tribes that their federally recognized was taken from them, and tribes that were trying to be federally recognized. That hurt. And I didn't even know it. This is the first time I come to that area and to see the issues that the people are going through. But you always remember, even if they don't recognize you and you ain't got that title, you are who you are. And that's one thing they'll never take from you. But still go forward, do what you got to do, and remember the number one person that's right by your side, this is Great Spirit, the Creator. And he's the one that's going to be by you. He ain't going to do the work for you. He's going to wait and see what you're going to do. And then he's going to put some little extras in there where you're going to step up. But that's what he wants us to do, to learn, to survive the way we've been doing, our ancestors. And remember, our ancestors went through a lot for us to be here today. There you go. That's the major.
25% of your profits go straight in their pocket.
Oh, thank you. My name is Noreen Jamaggio. I introduced myself yesterday at the subcommittee gathering on the land. My grandmother, the name she gave me was Muumile. And as I said yesterday, I am the result of non-federal recognition. My mother was the last one born on our land. It was the Yokayo Rancheria, which is now a 501c. I was raised in the urban life with the traditional ways. So she taught me some of the language, the songs, the ceremonies. and I continue to do them with my family. And one of the things that, it's not a thing. It's not a thing. The earth is a living being. One of the pieces of life or principles or the heart of life is that, and I think one of our sisters had said it as well, I am a member of Ma'ah, of the earth. And we all are members of the earth. And I may not have been on my land specifically, but I never leave it wherever I go. And to the state parks friend, an ally, and I know I had mentioned yesterday about having, signage up at, along highways. And I'm wondering if there's something that can be done with land acknowledgement with signage in state parks. And I know that you have a different role, but I'm throwing that in your lap to see if something like that can be done with land acknowledgement in state parks. And I also was concerned about the gaming, knowing that it's a federal statute that the state is following for compacts with tribes. But as the compacts are, coming up, and I don't know who sits with the governor when he's negotiating with tribes, but there are, other tribes that don't have, federal recognition. And we had the propositions coming up just recently, seemingly trying to help out with giving like 15% or whatever it was to a pocket of money. But who's the think tank for the governor when the compacts, are done? Is it just him? Are you sitting on that board as well? What Indian person or persons are sitting with the governor when the compacts are redone, so that it could be a little bit more of a shared floor, if you will. So I don't know if that's an issue that you can bring to him as well, or if he does have someone who's sitting with him.
So he has a senior advisor for tribal negotiations who sits in those meetings, and those are by statute confidential meetings and confidential negotiations between the tribe and between the state. We're not a part of that process, but happy to take any feedback back to the governor's office as well.
And wondering that, so like the information that you're hearing, with the diversity among, the indigenous people of this particular land source, if he has that in his ear and he knows that when he goes into compacts, and I know that you guys have your own, space and your own constitutions and how it is that you write when you do have a casino. And I listened to some other sisters and the issues that are coming up because of that diversity, and that this floor that we have here is one to heal that, so that we are all in that recognition of one people on this land, because spirit, I think she left again, spirit is the most important. And I want to thank you for singing your song and clearing the air and bringing the healing to this place. It's hard. It's hard. It is heavy stuff, and yet we are as people of spirit, even when we lose our land. So I want to thank you all for receiving me. Aho.
Marahaweka, Nunaniitsa Jennifer Burgess, Hoopa Valley Naitana. Hello, my name's Jennifer Burgess. I live in the Hoopa Valley. I am a citizen of the Comanche Nation of Oklahoma, but I am also of Hoopa and Yurok descent, lineage. My mom is Hoopa and Yurok, and I live in her home, the home my grandfather built for us, Ed Marshall. I come from the river, but I was also born and graduated from Pasadena High School. I was born in Pasadena, and I was kind of invisible, I guess, as a child, as a Native child. I I kind of called us weekend Indians because both of my parents being tribal members, I was raised in the Southern California Indian Center Incorporated. So if you're from Southern California, you may have heard of that. And that's where they met. And actually, I don't say created us there, but that's how we came to be, my brother and I. And so we kind of grew up just among a lot of different people, but not a lot of our own people every day going to school. So that was really a different experience than what I call coming home. My mom actually was raised in Hoopa, born in San Francisco, but raised in Hoopa, and graduated from Humboldt State. I think it was university at that point. She started, maybe it was Humboldt State College, but she was in the first class of ITEP students. And that's kind of what brought me back here, thankfully. And now for 13 years now, I've worked at the Yurok tribe. And I just am appreciative to be here. I'm really here because Loretta tagged me on Facebook, so I thought I had to be here. But also just appreciative of your stories and being able to listen and be in the space. You know, I work at a tribe, but you also get kind of bogged down in the day-to-day, and I work in a program that's the Yurok tribe is the only tribe currently in the state of California with a child support program and running their own 4D tribal child support agency. So it gets pretty lonesome sometimes in dealing with that subject matter, and I have to seek a lot of information from Washington and Oregon state tribes because we just don't have that experience here. And seeing all these tribal people in the room today, I really hope that it's something that we start really engaging with our families on. It's always been a really hard subject for our families and our communities, and trying to take that back and do it in our own tribes and you know, engage in that process and remove ourselves from that state process and our tribal members and families and their laws and regulations and use them, our own laws, is really important. But thank you. Really?
Ayakui, Neknau Stephanie Weldon. I'm Yurok, Talo, and Karuk. Both of my parents come from Klamath, so I'm glad to be here. As a Yurok mother of 6, I'm here today really to take on my responsibility as protection and advocacy of Indian children. So I serve right now as the director of the Office of Tribal Affairs within California Department of Social Services. So I work for the man, I guess you could say, in a tough role really to advise the state system on policy and make system change to ensure that tribal consultation occurs, but also focused on the Indian Child Welfare Act, so changing policy. I haven't heard a lot about that in the last 2 days. I was hoping somebody would bring it up. Fortunately, we still have to fight in the Supreme Court to ensure ICWA, you know, luckily, it's kind of a double-edged sword to be rejoicing or celebrating that this court upheld one of our fundamental rights of protecting our own children and tribal sovereignty. But that's my responsibility. I'm here today, not only because it's my community, but to hear and to take back anything that's related under the Department of Social Services or to inform the work that we do. I have a small office or team in which we are constantly trying to advise internally and provide oversight to counties in social services, but we're an advisory office, so that can get sticky at times. I report directly to the director. And then I have connection to Christina and Loretta. I'm here because she tagged me also on Facebook, but also because this is my community. So just want to hear about any connection or any responsibilities there, because our most vulnerable are our children. You know, without our kids in the next generation, we're only as strong as our weakest link. I always say, and our kids who are left behind because of their families weren't able to heal from the trauma in good ways, and they're still experiencing abuse and neglect is hard to see. And so strengthening to ensure tribes have programs, carve-outs just like counties do, and that counties are doing the right thing is a hard challenge, because up here in the north, we have the highest rates of child welfare involvement throughout the state, the most population, and we have the state with the highest amount of children involved with child welfare, Native children, and the highest appeals rates when it comes to the Indian Child Welfare Act. Although our state has affirmed ICWA many years ago, and more work is going forward to strengthen Cal ICWA. Just want to encourage you that there's a lot of work to be done in the Indian Child Welfare Act, and glad to be here to hear about those things as well. Thank you.
Sinthamana, Gidiki Ana, Melody Williams, Ana, Kay Sherwood, Noyo, and Yokeo. So greetings, I'm Melody Williams. My tribe is Sherwood Valley Band in Mendocino County. My mother was in the first group of ITEP in 1969, and then my stepfather was in the second group, and he is from Robinson Rancheria in Lake County. So July 25th, which is next week, Sherwood Valley, my tribe will celebrate their Independence Day, which was approved in 1974. So in talking about that, you know, we don't use the word sovereignty, and I know some tribes call it their Sovereignty Day because it, you know, if you look at it, we weren't really given sovereignty. They say we're sovereign nations, but we're not. And the reason I say that is because if you look at our Constitution, when the Department of Interior were approving all of the tribes, they gave us this Constitution that was, you know, written by them. And then they just told us to sign it, and we did in order to become a tribe. So what happened now, you know, after 49 years, is in our Constitution it says you need to be a quarter-degree Indian blood. And so what has happened is that because a lot of our, not then the old people, which I'm one of them, but you know, we have a quarter degree, and then we had children, and they had children, and so we have about 465 tribal members, but we have probably 250 children. We only have 50 out of 465. We have about 50 children who are enrolled, and that's because they don't meet that quarter degree blood quantum. So I just think I know this isn't an issue that the state can probably address because it was the federal government who did that to us, but I think if they wanted us to be sovereign nations, then they would have given us the authority to decide who is a tribal member instead of saying, you know, you have to be a quarter degree. So along with that, in the Constitution, it also says that in order to change the Constitution, you have to have approval of at least 2/3 of the tribal members, and even that has to be approved by the Department of the Interior. So that is, to me, is not sovereignty. And also another issue, I just wanted to say that because, you know, we have, we talked about having descendants. And I agree with a lot of people that that's kind of a kick in the face too, because you're not going to be able to access the different funds, you know, through Indian Health or through education. Maybe some can, being a descendant, but if you're, you know, from a fairly recognized tribe, but that's still a kick in the face because, you know, if you grow up with a tribe and you're there, then you should be a tribal member, especially from a fairly recognized tribe. So that's my contention. But also, so an issue that we're having at Sherwood is that we have squatters living on our land, and they are growers. And so, you know, as you know, up here in Humboldt, growers come with a lot of I don't want to say power, but, you know, they are intimidating, and so we can't remove them. And so we go to the county sheriff to try and get them removed, but they don't want to help. And so because we're fairly recognized, of course, we're going to have to go to the feds. But if it's just an individual, couple individuals growing, you know, it's not enough for them. They want to take down you know, big operation. So that's something that I would like to see Governor Newsom address. And because I'm sure it's not just our tribe that's happening to. And what also goes along with that is the water issue. So, there's not a lot of water. There's not a lot of water for just people who are living on the land. And so the growers take a lot of water. And they also use chemicals to grow. And so that is being, flowing into our water, so that's contaminating our water as well. So I'm hoping that Governor Newsom can help us address that. And yeah, that's it. Thank you. Debbie.
So I think that's it. Oh, just kidding.
You're one of the youth. You got to talk as a youth.
Oh, here we
go.
Hi, Kacha is my auntie, which is, why she's making me speak right now. My name's Leimuni Hutt. I'm a Hoopa tribal member. I'm also a rising sophomore at Harvard College. I'm majoring in government with a secondary in education. I'm also an intern for Save California Salmon. I've been an intern over the past, I want to say 3 summers. I'm currently working with our education team for curriculum development and implementation. Save California Salmon has 2 amazing curriculums, one on traditional ecological knowledge for middle schoolers, and then also our advocacy and water protection in Native California curriculum, which is implemented in the Northern Humboldt Unified School District, which is pretty incredible. I've been doing interviews with teachers over the summer to talk about their experience with implementing this curriculum in their classroom. And just some of the stories, it's almost hard to talk about them saying that, they thought these students were just not interested in learning, or they didn't want to, they weren't smart. And then finding that once they included Indigenous knowledge and once they included, books with authors by Indigenous people, they had this inspiration for learning. They were engaged in the classroom. Their grades turned upside down. I mean, not upside down, but whatever. And that's the kind of change that happens when you're actually creating and implementing a curriculum that's based on truth. And we see resistance with Native students, but it's that resistance from students is why a lot of us are here today, resisting the education system, resisting boarding schools. So it's no wonder that when we see these test scores or these students getting suspended, it's because that's how they're resisting the system. That's how their grandparents resisted the system. That's how we're keeping culture alive. And unless we have those systems within education, then, then they're still going to have that resistance. We're still going to see this. But anyways, that's kind of me. That's what I want to do with my life is curriculum development, creating resources and systems for teachers to actually feel supported within implementing this curriculum. Thank you for listening to me.
And we're going to forego the panel by the Native American Studies professors so that we can get ready to break for lunch. But I just wanted to share a couple of quick things for people. So I'm Kacha. I'm an enrolled member of the Hoopa Valley tribe. I'm also York and Karuk. I think that there's a couple of key things to understand about us as 3 California Indigenous women in our department, Dr. Kayla Begay, Dr. Caitlin Reed, and myself, in a department that is the oldest Native American Studies department in the CSU system. Really being a part of carrying on the tradition of what it means to build a department like this in higher education. I want to say that this past year, this university did a number on me as a local California Indian person. And so I'm not in the same space that I probably would have been a year ago in terms of my faith in this university to carry forward the work that we're doing here. And that we're not always going to be in a position of resistance and fighting a system that is not being told that they need to honor California Indigenous peoples of their lands. To try to be pushed out of my own homelands by an administration was really difficult for me. And I think that we need to be very wary of what it means to really share knowledge with universities when they don't have the dedication to protecting our sovereignty and self-determination in the same way that we do. And then what it also means that they are willing to try to throw us away when they don't like what we have to say about what they're doing. But I will say that the people here, especially the Indian people, are so amazing at supporting students to move through a university and making sure that they feel empowered in that. And I just want to add that I think there's a couple of key things we could do, and I hope that if people are listening and they're like, what could we do in higher education specifically? I would like to know why the Board of Trustees of the CSU and the UC don't have a seat for California Native peoples where they are represented at the highest levels of the university system. Why it is that they don't have a voice in the chancellor's office of the CSU and they don't have a voice in the UC's president's office. They should definitely have representation there. We need to get into those systems. Why aren't we having programs that grow California Indigenous scholars into administrators so that they're the ones running universities? And why they're constantly sort of pushed out of those positions rather than invited into them? Because we are always up against people rather than being invited to be a part of the conversation. They consider us like opposition to what they want to do, because generally what we're always asking is, how is this benefiting tribes and tribal peoples? I will also say that there's a lot of work to be done with data sovereignty, especially with universities. And I think that also with the return of cultural objects and indigenous remains from universities. I have served on the UC President's Advisory Council, so I will say they have a lot of work to do there. But I will say that we are doing a lot to make sure that they understand why. So it's always like, let's focus on the educational side of it. They should understand why they should do this. But I also think it needs to come from the highest levels that just say, this is just how it's done, period. We don't have to convince you to do it. It is just the policy of the government, the governor's office, that this is what's going to be done. I'm also a tried and true, I love land backer. We're land back. We have to give all the land back. What should we do? Give all the land back. Every time someone asks me, like, I don't know how to fix this problem, I was like, I do. Give all the land back. They're like, I want to know how to address climate change. I'm like, land back. So I think there's a really great opportunity to be the visionaries in that, especially in this region. We should be the first person to be able to say it, the first group to be able to talk about it. Land should be returned to Indigenous peoples. I will use a key example. In the Hoopa Valley region, I think the governor needs to set up actual policies and procedures for incentivizing land return to Indigenous peoples. They could do a couple of really key things. The first would be to say that you get a huge tax break if you just return land to Indigenous peoples, rather than trying to sort of like sell it or figure out what you're going to do with it. But we did have an example in my own tribe where there was a piece of land for sale, and we found out that the people that were going to buy it were a white supremacist group, and they were going to move in to a piece of land that was attached to the border of our reservation. Unacceptable. We then had, the tribe had to just spend the next couple weeks trying to figure out where that money was going to come from to stop a white supremacist group from moving into our area. And the way that the foundations and things stepped up, I thought was really important, but there was nobody in the state that we could go to be like, what do we do here? When we know what's happening with missing and murdered Indigenous women, when we know what happens when people come into our region, when it's a direct tributary to our rivers, like, what are we supposed to do here? There was nobody to reach out to. There was nobody to talk to. There was nobody that would help us to do that. And it was all of us trying to figure out how to make that happen. So I think that we need that kind of really clear sort of structural piece. The last thing that I will say, because I'm sure everybody's hungry, I know the camera's going. We were very proud to host this meeting here today. We're so happy people showed up. We were very excited that we could support this group and the work that they're doing. We were told that there wasn't enough funding and money to be able to pay for the things that we had to buy, like food and drinks and the things to host it here. This commission needs money. Gavin's always texting me asking for $5. And I'm always texting him back saying, where's the money for the Truth and Healing Commission? Because, yeah, My husband told me that too, and I said, it's the principle. I'm always going to text back and be like, you need my $5. I need your $5. I'm trying to buy a muffin, like for my elders, right? This needs to be known by people. If they're going to say that we're going to show up and give them this information and help them, then where's the funding to support our people so we can do this work? Everybody should ask that question. Please, please bring it up. And I'm going to keep texting Gavin every time he asks me for his $5. So.
Some do. In general, things like food can't be funded by the state, so that's kind of our bigger challenge. And structurally, we're just trying to get to the right place where we potentially could use philanthropic funding, but we haven't gotten that mechanism yet. But do really appreciate the comments and the candid nature of the comments too. I think these are really what we're looking for in order to put into the remedial recommendations that should be adopted by the state, for example, and also providing kind of really concrete steps to, land back is one thing, but like, how do we get there and what are things that we can try? Because it's all kind of new. So really appreciate everyone. I know there's a couple of new people in the room. I don't know if you want to say anything. Okay. But we are going to get lunch now. We have tacos as per usual. And so if folks want to grab some food, please grab some food. We'll reconvene here. Do we have time constraints in the afternoon from our panels? Okay, so we'll reconvene here in at about 1:30. So feel free to grab some food, talk amongst each other, meet with each other. You all now know who's in the room, so please feel free to connect. And then we'll have our first panel after lunch. Get settled again. We're going to start our afternoon panels, and we're going to start with a panel from the Karuk tribe. You were over there. I'd like to welcome up Chairman Atterbury and Council Member Goodwin. And we're going to see also a presentation from the tribe. If you have questions, feel free to raise your hand and we'll get a mic to you, but we'll also have a bit of time for questions after the presentation.
Okay, is this working? Is the green button on?
You gotta push it and hold it.
Yeah, there you go.
Can you hear me? Okay. So we'll go ahead and get started. Ayuki Kowada, hello everyone. Nanithiam my name's Buster Atterbury. I'm the Karuk Tribal Chairman. Want to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Jennifer Goodwin. I'm newly elected Tribal Council member for the Happy Camp District. I've worked for the tribe for many years, worn many hats. I actually started out in Head Start, and then I moved on to Indian Education, and I also ran the education department after that for 5 or 6 years. And I'd wanted to do a little shout out to Jason. He's doing great. When I was working for the education department, I was also the advisor for the Indian Club at the high school, and he was one of my students, and he's doing great. I just wanted to give him props. His name is Jason, but I know him as Woody. I just wanted to do a little shout out there. Couldn't be prouder of that young man. He's got a new little boy I just met at lunchtime, so congratulations on that. After I worked for education, I went away to school for a few years, and then I came back to the tribe and just came out of the TANF program. So I worked for the TANF program for a few years too. And then I got elected on tribal council back in November. So thank you.
Our presentation today is we want to keep in line with the mission of the Truth and Healing Council. Give you an idea, a perspective on how it was, and I'll go back to our first governor of California was named Peter Burnett, and then kind of fast forward to how it is today. Just quick quote from our infamous first governor that said about the Native American tribes, the two races are asunder, meaning they're so far apart by so many causes, and having no ties of marriage to unite them, then the war of extermination will continue to be waged between the races. So he vowed that he wasn't going to rest until all the Native Americans were exterminated from the state of California. Fast forward to today, in Governor Newsom's proclamation, he made the public apology to all the atrocities that happened to the Native American tribes, addressing the genocide, boarding schools, the assimilation, and just as important for the tribes, recognizing the tribal. What we've said forever is we need to live in harmony with Mother Nature. So, and he commented about all the contributions that the Native American tribes make to not only just the people of California, but all across the country. Talked a little bit, I heard a lot of discussion about our casinos. I've gone and visited a lot. I've heard these stories many times. Sitting next to a council member at a convention, and somebody from the mayor of that city is up there talking about the tribe and doesn't have enough praise for them. I mean, they're just the greatest thing since sliced bread, right? And the council member says, you know what, 10 years ago, that person hated us. But now when we come and we're able to give back to the community, give them money, now they're in love with us. So we've across the country, millions of jobs that the tribes have produced through economic development. In California, hundreds of thousands of jobs that the tribes have produced for native and non-native people in California. The contributions to the communities around them, they're unparalleled. They go on and on. So we want to make sure that we, I've heard it many times today, this is for our kids and their kids. This is why we want to let people know that what happened, we have to teach the right history. There's an opportunity out there, and push the envelope on this. Your language committees, there's funding out there. Go after it. There's an opportunity for tribes to make sure they have a fluent language speaker that can teach in the classroom, and start from the grade schools. We need to start from the grade schools, and by the time you get into high school, these school districts are offering an accredited class to teach our language, and it'll be college accredited classes. You can get credit for it for colleges. So we want to make sure, ask questions if you want to know more about our language. So I am one of the representatives for the Pacific region, which is California, on the TBIC, Tribal Department of Interior Budget Committee. And I co-chair the Education Committee. And the fact of the matter is, 93% of all Native American students attend public schools, where the bulk of the funding goes to BIA schools, and that's okay. But They did develop another school system, tribally controlled schools, but they put a moratorium on it in about 2015, and they haven't opened it up anymore, and they keep saying there's no more funding. So this year we're going to push the envelope, the TBIT committee, and we have some very good people with financial backgrounds working on it, and they brought some facts to the table, and we're saying, don't tell us there isn't any more money. Don't say that you don't have the funding, because it was way back when it was called the Marshall Plan, and the Marshall Plan took England out of a depression, and the United States funded that. They sent over billions of dollars back in the 1930s or 1940s. I don't have the exact date, but and so we're saying we need to develop a tribal Marshall Plan. I know this is federal and not state, but still, we'll we all have to work together on this. The fact of the matter is, there's more funding going to foreign countries than they're offering for the first people here. And here's the staggering number. We're all for humanity, and we're all for that. The war effort, Ukrainian war, the tribes, the money that they've sent over there, the billions of dollars, the tribes receive 0.1% of the funding they've sent to that war. So we're saying don't tell us you don't have the money, and so we'll keep pushing that envelope. And again, so we're going to show a PowerPoint presentation here, and what it's going to talk about a little bit is the need to establish permanent land base for Native American tribes. We've heard this discussed again, and we've been pushing the envelope for when it has to do with housing, sacred lands, ceremonial lands. It should be a no-brainer that these lands are into trust. So we went back and talked to Department of Interior, and they said, well, it just takes so long. We have a stack of papers this big of land to trust issues. And so we said, if you take all those ones in there that have to do with housing, sacred lands, ceremonial areas, and expedite those, then you could probably cut that in half, because a lot of those are about casinos, and we understand those are complex issues, and and then they need the compacts with the states and all the other situations. But we are making some progress, but it's a slow process. But we need to establish permanent land base for tribes, and we need to manage and co-manage our natural resources. The Kuruk tribe, the tribes up in this area, Kuruk tribe, Yurok, Hupa, we've been devastated with the fires. In 2020, Happy Camp, we say we got the double whammy. We're fighting COVID, and then the Slater fire wiped out half the town of Happy Camp, which is headquarters for the Kuruk tribe. 2 years ago, small town, about an hour out, the Klamath River from Happy Camp, the town of Klamath River, was decimated by the McKinney fire. So these fires have happened, and Governor Newsom, in his statement, also mentioned we need to work with the tribes and help implement tribal ecological knowledge. For thousands of years, tribes put fire to the landscape. They burn off the foothills. So they protected the communities. They let Mother Nature do her job in the high country. So Mother Nature could burn off the Earth's floor and get rid of those fuels. Approximately 150 years ago, all that was outlawed. And you can all see the result. Excuse me, as early as or as late as my grandfather, I can remember him saying, what are they doing? Why are they taking everybody in the town, everybody in the mill, everybody in the Forest Service and running out and putting out these fires? He says that they think they're saving the trees, and they're actually killing the trees. And that's exactly what happened. So, and it wasn't the logging practice that the tribes were against. It was the way it was being done. When they built the roads in to get their, quote, money trees, they didn't worry about the creeks and streams. They just covered them over. They just stopped them. And so I say, in order to manage these lands, we need to get back to the indigenous people's way. And they said, if you, sure, there's an economy out there, but you have to think ecology first. You have to think ecology first, because without the ecology, you're not going to have any economy. So when you go to build those roads in, you don't cover up those creeks and streams, you enhance them. You put in culverts, you clean them so they're free flowing. You, we heard it earlier, Lauren, we take a little from Mother Earth and we give back a lot. That's what we've always done. And when that got reversed, we're asking for trouble. So, with that in end, we need the ability to co-manage. And I know Governor Newsom is working on that. I know that different agencies within the state and the federal government. In 2 weeks, the United States Forest Service Chief Randy Moore is coming to visit us in Karuk country, along with Undersecretary Wilkes, and they're coming out to look at the area, and they're coming out to listen to us finally, and see what we have to say. And here's what I'm going to tell them: give us the money and watch us go to work. That's how we co-manage, because we did it for thousands of years. Give us the money and we'll teach you a thing or two. We'll include you, because we don't want to reverse the situation. What I'm mad about, and other tribal leaders are mad about, is 150 years ago, they quit working with, well, actually they never did, but they outlawed what we did. And I will say there's no ill intentions, but for some reason, reading it out of a textbook, they thought was better than listening to the people who live here and listening to the generational knowledge that was passed down from generation to generation. Some of that wasn't captured in a textbook, but it's real, and it worked for thousands of years. And how do you ignore thousands of years of best practice? That's not feasible. So we're going to show a PowerPoint presentation, and it shows the devastation of the fires, how we're able to help the communities of Happy Camp rebuild, tribal and non-tribal community members, and it kind of what we're going to present to Chief Moore and Undersecretary Wilkes when we come out, and the need for us to reapply tribal ecological knowledge to the landscape, bring fire back into the picture. And the Karuk tribe, it's probably 10 years ago, I'm thinking, we knew what was coming. The climate change is part of it. We wrote a very comprehensive climate adaptation plan because things have changed. We can no longer just do the traditional way of burning the foothills and letting Mother Nature do her job. There has to be some adjustments because the mismanagement has caused these fuels build up, the destruction of our creeks and streams. We have farming and irrigation that are dewatering our tributaries. We don't want to do away with farming, but we want to look at water restoration projects, forest restoration projects, and we need funding to do that. So, we'll show this short. I think it's short. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I gave a preview of the Slater flyer.
Okay, and I'll kind of, how do I do this? That's been up there a while, so they've been reading, you have all been able to read that. Can everybody see that? Okay, next slide. So just some of the road, you can see the smoke coming in. Next slide. And this is near the town of Happy Camp. It was very very unusual, to say the least, with this Slater fire. So I had gone to work that morning, and it was like 9 o'clock in the morning when we got word that the Slater fire had started, and it was unusually high winds. And so we sent everybody home as precautionary. Go home. It's not mandatory evacuations, but so and it wasn't 2 hours later, and this fire had started 8-9 miles up Indian Creek, and it wasn't 2 hours when that had switched to a mandatory evacuation. You need to get out now. Quit packing. Go. So it had traveled 8 or 10 miles in a matter of hour and a half, 2 hours. So next slide. And that's more smoke. And more smoke, but and here's one of the caveats to this. You can see the red sky, so it's telling you that it's very intense burning. And that's another factor for the Klamath River. Is this fire burnt so intensely that it burnt the roots? I mean, the brush, the trees, and now when it rains, you heard people talk about the 2002 fish kill where the adult salmon washed up on shore, and how I think Jason talked about the smell of that and how devastating that is. That was quite evident. That happened. What happens now is because of the intensity of the burns, there's nothing to hold back the erosion. So when it rained, just the mud comes into the river, and it turned it a chocolate milk looking river. And you don't see it, the adult fish washing up on the shore, because they can fight through it. What it's killing is our juvenile fish. So next slide. Again, the intensity of the burns. And again, next slide. And then this is pretty close to downtown Happy Camp, I want to say. This is a house. Next slide. More debris. Pretty hot looking burn. Next. So this is kind of before and after. So on the top picture is a picture of what Grayback Road, we called it. So it's a road that goes up past out of Happy Camp and over into Oregon. We're only about 30, 40 miles as a crow flies from the Oregon border. So the top slide you can see nice and green. The bottom slide was after the burn. I don't think that's snow. I think that's ash. Okay. And this is a little more close up, same area, going over the mountain into Oregon. But just as far as you can see, I look at it and I see death as far as I can see. More, I'm not sure. A little valley down there. It looks pretty nice. Next slide. And this is coming down to the bottom of that mountain, heading towards Happy Camp. Bigger logs that are burned. And so our response, the town of Happy Camp was evacuated. The Karuk tribe provided immediate food shelter for those who evacuated, and due to the COVID-19, the mass displaced were authorized immediate hotel lodging to reduce congregate housing until Red Cross could respond. The tribe spent $2.9 million of CARES Act funds to purchase 94 travel trailers to be used for temporary housing for tribal and non-tribal people who lost their homes in the fire. The Karuk tribe purchased a portable laundry trailer to provide free laundry services, including laundry soap, to those impacted by the fire. The Karuk tribe set up a food bank to distribute free food, including hot meals and snack lunches. Employees immediately served in the capacity of emergency response, oftentimes in addition to their normal work duties. The Karuk tribe set up donation centers where people were provided new clothing, hygiene products, blankets, towels, dishes, and many other household items. In addition to the new items, donated used items were also available at the donation centers. And then winter came. So our tribal members and employees were very happy to be able to get out of the cold. This picture of our distribution centers, our donation centers. And the Karuk tribe allocated over $3 million of ARPA funds to provide rebuilding assistance to Karuk tribal people and employees who lost their homes in the Slater fire. The Karuk tribe would not have had the resources to provide this much assistance without the one-time ARPA funds. The Karuk tribe continues to recover after this catastrophic event, but it's the tribe's fiscal responsibility that allowed for an immediate response as well as a continued recovery. And you can see Bigfoot with the COVID mask on. And we had many thanks to people. So,
yeah, and I know I was evacuated for 10 days. It was funny that day. I went to work like it was a regular day. Went down to Orleans because that was one of my service areas, about an hour from Happy Camp, and got to town, and there's only cell service at the tribal offices there in Orleans, and I had a bunch of voicemails on my phone, which nobody ever calls me, and I had voicemails, get back home, we're getting evacuated, and I was evacuated for 10 days. I thought Wairika was going to be packed, so I headed up to Oregon, and there was a fire up there. So I headed back down south, headed to Redding. There was a fire in Redding. So we were surrounded by fires that year. It was so scary. But if you want to talk a little bit more about helping the employees and the tribal members rebuild, what was it, $100,000 that you gave homeowners, the tribe gave homeowners to help rebuild. So we're still working on rebuilding efforts. There's constant construction crews in Happy Camp still to this day. We still have a handful of people that are still living in travel trailers today. So we're still reaping the effects of that.
Yeah, so part of wanting to be here and testify is the mission of the Truth and Healing Council, and we need to bring an awareness, and we need to bring awareness to everybody, but a real effort to educate our kids, to let them know that yes, that times were tough, and they need to know. They need to know about the boarding schools. They need to know about the simulation. They need to know the correct history. They need to know that when they watched a old Western movie and a cowboy fires a shot and 10 Indians fall over dead, that's not true, right? But that's what they've seen. And that was the message that was relayed to, you know, some of our elders still have that historical trauma. That's still there. And so our children, they need to know the truth. They need to know the correct history. And you know, with the help of people like, and correct me if I'm wrong, the only Native American Assemblyman James Ramos, he's the only one. He's pushing bills to get the correct history put into our schools and our language. So those are that is some progress. I know there's a long ways to go, and we need to go the extra mile and let our kids know that drugs were never part of the Native American culture. Never. That was another form of genocide. That was brought in by the outside world, first in the form of alcohol. They put us on reservations. They took away our culture, our way of life, and then they brought in alcohol. And then, you know, they need to know about the boarding schools, the mission schools. They just need to know the correct history. That's a part of healing that we need to give to our kids. Now, I encourage everybody to ask questions on how we do that. I think, for one, we do what I said before. We push the envelope on getting our Native American fluent language speakers into our classrooms to teach our kids. It's being offered. I know tribal leaders will continue to go to Washington, D.C. and the governor's office and work with Christina and Loretta and on different funding ideas and how we can work together and make this work. But we do have to work together. But I think we have a wonderful relationship with the help of Christina and Loretta and with our state, and they're on board. For the federal government, I'm back to co-manager. Give us the money and watch us go to work. So I'll end it. I want to tell a little story. I'm not a funny man, but this kind of. So there was two Native American young girls, and they were best friends. They lived on the reservation. Their parents grew up together, and they became best friends. Well, when it come time to go to take the kids away from the families that the federal government did, and put them into these boarding schools, well, obviously they didn't want to go, but they went together and they made this little bond. They said, "I'm scared. Yes, I'm scared." And their names were Fawn and Little Deer was their names. They even had similar names, so they were just best friends for life. And then they made this bond. We have to stick together. We're both scared. Okay, so they went, and yeah, they suffered through it. They had to have their hair cut. They couldn't wear their clothes. They couldn't speak their language. It just wasn't very comfortable. But they kept holding on to each other's hands and staying best friends and saying, "Well, we'll get through this." Well, they did, and they were sent back to the reservation, and they lived their life. They had children that grew up to be best friends. They loved to play softball. They loved to golf. They did all that together. Well, they got old, 90 years old, and they made another pact. They said, "You know, we know we're not going to live forever, so let's make this pact. Whoever goes to see the Creator first to the spirit world, let's ask him at some point we can come back and tell the other person how it is. Oh, okay, so they made this other pact. Well, sure enough, Fawn passes away, and have the ceremonies, and one night, little dear wakes up in the middle of the night, and there's bright light in her room, and she says, "What's happening?" She goes, "Oh, this is your friend. You remember the pact we made, and the Creator granted me this wish to come back and tell you how heaven was." "Oh, really?" It's okay. Well, it was just wonderful. So, we play softball all the time. The fields are great. There's no bad hops. Umpires never make a mistake. The golf courses are wonderful. The water, the creeks and streams are pristine, and it's just wonderful. And she had told her, she said there was good news and there's bad news. And she says, "Well, my goodness, with all this good news, what could the bad news be?" She says, "Well, I got to look at the lineup for the next Tuesday's baseball game, and you're playing first base and batting third." So anyway, I will. Did you have any others?
I just wanted to leave by saying two things. Land back and save our salmon. Our salmon are on the endangered species list, and with our salmon, we can't survive.
So did we want to take questions?
Sure.
Any questions?
Questions, comments, thoughts? Yeah.
Hey, Tanani, thank you for sharing your stories. I have a comment that kind of came up, especially with the fire. In Round Valley, we experienced the complex fire, and, sharing similar stories of watching, at 11 o'clock in the middle of the day, our valley went black, like it was dark. And for myself, it was so scary that I drove out Highway 162 to our Black Butte Ranger Station to see how far and how much time I had to move my family and my elderly mother. And so it's scary because in Round Valley, every single, from Willits, 162, and from up north, we had the complex fire coming in, and it was like, how do we get out? I don't have a 4-wheel drive to get out on, not that I didn't know the routes to get out, but are the roads maintained? Am I going to make it in my car, or am I going to be like the fire just a few years before in Redwood Valley, where the area where I grew up in Redwood Valley, my friends lost their homes, and we lost, one of my classmates lost, children were lost because they didn't know and they couldn't get out. And, when we talk about saving our salmon, that's one of the big reasons why I fight for our salmon, is that, we have our Potter Valley project where this dam and the irrigation, the diversion allows for that Potter Valley area to be flood irrigated, but directly over the hill, our valley is so dry in Redwood Valley that, there was no way for them to, they just suffered more than the Potter Valley area just because of the lack of water resources in the valley, and the valley being so dry. But one of the things that I wanted to mention, especially as you talked about the erosions, is that, I feel great offense in the Great Redwood Trail that's coming through. And I always express this wherever I can go because, as I proudly work with Save California Salmon, and I proudly work with Tribal Marine Collaborative, North Coast Native Protectors, and hear all of these things where, we talk about, for us to be recognized and to get support, we can't even be recognized as people. We have to be recognized under Endangered Species Acts and things. And so when it, and saving the salmon, those things come first before us as people. And us as people, we look to those things first. But realistically, our state should be looking at us as people, the people that they care for and take care for and are there to care for. So this Redwood Trail project, it found it, again, as finding safety was such an issue in our roads and things, that the priority to build this tourist attraction opposed to creating safety for the people of California, the first people, I find it very offensive. So it's just one of the things that I wanted to bring up, that I think it's very important for us to share with the state when we're talking about, priorities. Let's prioritize the safety of the tribes and the people, and how in dangerous, situations like this, how are we going to get out? Let's talk about safe roadways and exit routes before we talk about throwing in a redwood trail to support tourism and more non-natives to come into our lands. Not that we are against sharing our waters like we've ever had a choice, in it before. But let's change that priority. Thank you.
I think we had that.
The tribe, yeah, that's all property of the tribe.
Is that guaranteed? In the past, not so much. Okay. So in the past, when people were taught to linguists, like it's why there's all of these repositories of culture, for example, for language. I know it was very loud. But now there are some things like Cherokee Nation, for example, has like a model kind of. Here, I'll use the microphone and then I'll be less annoying for you. Cherokee Nation has like a model type of agreement where they say like, we'll work with you, but we retain rights to things that are our ancestral intellectual property. And it's really much more, on the tribe's terms. And so there are other tribes that have done it. I don't know them off the top of my head. I just know that Cherokee has like a public facing thing so that other tribes can adopt similar types of agreements and procedures and codes. But it's something that Karuk has one. Would you like to talk about it? What would you call it?
Intellectual property?
Maybe Loretta, you want to talk about it?
Yes. I know that our DNR program has, so Bill has that information, but all our natural resources. So that would spill over into our language and how we teach that language. And how we protect that, I guess. When I say protect it, I think of a way to patent it. But yeah, that's kind of it in a nutshell. Is we, like Vice Chairman said, we have a patent on it. So.
The way they would have to do that with the university, and I think that helps to say it's not the university's place to decide if you're doing ethical research with indigenous peoples, it's the tribe's place to decide that. So I think practicing PICAB is a really great model for other tribes to think about how they want to do their own IRB and research, and be able to say to researchers, like, you have to do this process to work with our tribal peoples. And they have their documents and things up online. You can look at everything. It's really, really cool.
One quick note on that, Lauren. We also have an MOU or MOA with the Humboldt County when they, Humboldt County issues permits for marijuana growers, And so if they want to do it in Crook ancestral lands, then we have an agreement that we get to review it and make sure that where they're getting their water, that they're not putting the pesticides in there. So all the things environmental, we get to review. And we have the opportunity to say no. Good.
We've kind of shifted to a Holiday Nation. And for a long time, people come in and interview people, and they go away, and they own whatever they don't. You know, it's like these films we're in there right now. But we've been just working with them on a different level of saying if the tribe retains the actual footage, they're welcome to use the pieces of it that they need. You know, this you might record for all day and use 30 seconds of it. You know, but there's still all this data. You know, and so the latest fold is then, so the nation says, okay, you can come film this, participate in this thing. But we retain the ownership of the actual raw data. And now you can go over there and borrow that 30 seconds. That really, out of that 3 hours, you might borrow 30 seconds. The rest is on the floor. They used to say, you know, the film is on the floor, as in the old days. And the other thing we've added is that what I've been pushing for and finally getting some headway is that not only the tribe owns it, but the person who you got it from owns it. Because I learned the hard way that when you become an enemy of the state, when this tribe sues you, you have access to absolutely no records, no minutes, nothing. You're blocked out. So now they capture, somebody says Lena or me or somebody, and now this nation says, we own it, sorry. You're an enemy of the state right now, or this family doesn't like you. We own your data. So what we've been adding to it is that then that automatically belongs to the person who gave it to them and their descendants. So that they can't do that to you, you know, like say, well, we got your grandpa telling stories, but too bad. We don't like you people. You know, and unfortunately, those kind of things happen. So now I've been pushing for a long time saying, well, if it was my grandpa, shouldn't I be able to, one of the people in this whole world, well, we don't like you. So, so we're trying to change that culture too, because yeah, you can put it back in the hands of the nation or the tribe, but what if they're a bunch of jerks, you know? And since their tribal governments are oligarchies, they do whatever they want. They make whatever laws they want. They're not subject to much control other than their own good heart. But what if they have a bad heart, say? I'm just saying it's possible. So that's just another way to try to also make it available to your own lineal descendants. That's my grandma talking, my grandpa talking, or singing a song or telling a story. We should be able to have access to that as well. And so that's becoming a part of our release information. Just another way to, so now it's three-sided. So the person that needs it, the tribe owns it, and so do the people who produced it or offered it and their descendants.
I just wanted to add one thing. For a long time, when the Forest Service or whatever government wants to come, and they're going to say, okay, we're going to make policy, we're going to let you go gather on federal land. You just got to tell us what you gather, how much you gather, when you gather it. They came to our house one time. Someone referred him, says, well, if you want to know what they get, go ask them. Go ask the Ballmans. And then they says, okay, we want to know, Lena, what you're going to go gather, how much you're going to get, when you're going to get it. And I go, that's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. What you need to know is I am going to go gather, and I am going to use things from those lands, but that's what I gather is none of your business. Because even in Indian world, we don't share knowledge with everybody about everything. It's if you're going to train someone, you train that person, but that doesn't mean you're giving that information out for the world. It's a need-to-know basis. So dealing with governments, wherever they might be, they just need to know, like I said before, to be Indian to be illegal. Yes, we're going to go on those lands and we're going to gather. And whether you allow us to or not, we're going to do it. So you might as well just give us permission because we're going to do it anyway. But as far as the knowledge that gets passed down is not necessarily in a book, recorded anywhere. It's us living our practices, doing what we need to do, and just acknowledging that gets done. And that way, for me, I'm not going to record that anywhere for a university, a school, a book, a government, anything. That's going to be my knowledge that I share with the people that will be carrying on after me. So, and when people say, oh, I read it in a book, well, not everything's in a book. We're an oral tradition. We're traditional people who train the people who are meant to be trained. And you're not necessarily going to find that in a repository somewhere.
Double duty over here.
So mine's just fun. Buster's a part of our family on the Atterbury side. My stepdad was Atterbury. So I just had a question because every time I go up in Karuk country, we go to the hot springs to purify and to renew our spirits and stuff because it's the backside of where our Dr. Rock is. And so that area is really sacred and we love that area and stuff. But one of the things I keep seeing, and I was talking to Jason about it, is there's the no monument sign and then also the state of Jefferson. And so like a lot of people in our community in Hoopa are always saying like, when are we going to get the state of Jefferson? So I just wanted to know your opinion on that state of Jefferson.
Remember, it's being recorded.
So that did come up. Council did discuss it, but there wasn't. We haven't seen any of the details. So we'd have to again to Executive Order 13175, I believe it is, consultation with tribes. Before this happens, we have to have that consultation, and it hasn't happened yet. So, and again, this is being recorded. Yes, we have our concerns, and also about the monument. It's there was some restoration projects that may happen, and I want to say there's some of the tribes that may have supported it. Our concerns is where it's going to be and how it's going to enter into tribes areas.
I had two things. One, I couldn't remember the name of it when I was saying it, yelling out loud. SIPNUK, SIPNUUK at .karuk.us is the intellectual protocols. I think we were in the process of copying it. It's phenomenal. Y'all should go look at it. Karuk did a phenomenal job with their archives. You also have done so much work as a tribe. Yet you don't have a reservation. I think it's incredible the amount of actual land management you've been able to do within your ancestral territory, both with the federal and the state governments, and maybe could highlight, how did you do that coming from a tribe without a reservation and beginning with a small parcels of federal trust land?
We showed up and we told our story. Again, when we, it was Mr. Jim Cason was Assistant Secretary of Interior, and Loretta used to work with Fatima Abbas, who was now with the Treasury Department. She was our legal counsel lead. And we went back, and that's when we went back, and they were dragging their feet about doing any kind of land transfer or land in the trust issues for housing. And that's when we said, you can lighten that load if you make a priority that land in the trust for ceremonial sites, sacred sites, burial sites, housing projects are a no-brainer. And take them off your desk. Other ones that have to do with casino or tribes wanting to buy land and ways away from their reservation and put it into trust, they might be a little more complex. But these ceremonial areas, these sacred areas, these areas on reservations or trust lands that we could put housing on, that's what they've been used for thousands of years. You know, and we had to do our due diligence. Vice Chairman Myers was talking about, we just had a land transfer over 1,000 acres. The Forest Service transferred back for our Kanami and Amikianim areas, the land where we consider the center of our world. So we have authority over those lands now. But we had to prove that we weren't going to put a casino on there, that we weren't going to build a resort on there. You know, so yeah, we did our due diligence and did that proof, and it worked. Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done in that area. I think there's a lot of opportunities, and myself and Vice Chairman Brink went back this year to the NCAI meeting, listened to President Fawn Sharp give her State of the Tribal Nations address. This was following President Biden's State of the Union address, and that's what her message was. Some way, shape, or form, tribes, show up and tell your story. There's opportunities out there for you. So, yeah.
In the Kuduk situation, like, what is the percentage of the Kuduk Aboriginal land actually Forest Service? Is it like 92% of it or something?
Yeah.
And I kind of think that has a plus in a way, because once the Department of Interior said you will deal with tribes and just quit ignoring them, kind of thing. Like on the other side of the mountain, it's that, you know, you're dealing with the individual private land, you're dealing with the county land, you're dealing with the city land, you know, and they all have different jurisdictions and layers, right? And so I just wonder too if that, in some ways, a thing that may be a plus in that sense, because you're dealing with one agency that's been controlling this land for a long time. I don't know. I'm just wondering how that plays out a little bit, or something maybe has something to do with that dance that you can have with that agency, the U.S. Forest Service. You know.
Yeah. So kind of on that line, and Vice Chairman Myers, what you were saying, we've kind of shifted gears a little bit. It takes an act of Congress to get a reservation. It can be very expensive. It could be so. Having those lands, ancestral lands, transferred back to trust lands, to us would be the same thing. So that's kind of where we're shifting to. And Vice Chairman Myers knows good and well that when we present things like this, the tribes in our area, let's get on board, let's work together, because they'll come back and say, how do the other tribes in your area feel about this? And let's, for Hupa and the Yurok tribe up in that area, we have overlapping areas. There's been intermarriages for thousands of years. So that's something that we can work out, but that's kind of where we're leaning. If they're going to put the crunch on us on getting reservation status, we'll try and go another way. And right now, that way is land into trust. The BIA puts in land the trust into our trust. Yes.
So that's the trust you're speaking of?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Wasn't fast enough.
You're leapfrogging a couple, though. We'll get back to you.
Hi. First of all, I want to say I live in Orleans, and we've had some fires that could have gotten bad, and because of the work of the tribe, our town has not burnt down, and it's just incredible. I can't even say what the good work the tribe's done in Orleans with the fire. And I feel like with what happened in Happy Camp, part of it was the Klamath National Forest not giving the same level of respect of letting the tribe burn. Because I lived in Happy Camp too for a long time, and I saw the differences. But one of the things I wanted to ask is there a place that the Truth and Healing Council maybe could help regarding specific policy because last year when the burn ban, the nationwide burn ban happened on Forest Service land, I know the tribe was ready to do a lot of burns at that time. And it was literally the best burn window besides the spring, maybe, but even better that I've ever seen. And then there was a nationwide burn ban and it shut down all the crews on federal lands. And I know CAL FIRE wasn't completely shut down during that time, so it didn't impact the reservations the same. But anyway, I'm wondering if there's like specific work California could do to make sure that doesn't happen again, because there's no reason that Region 5 should be shut down because New Mexico had a prescribed fire go out of control. And yeah, like what could happen to make sure that, like you said, like if the tribe has the money, you guys are doing work that's unbelievable, so amazing with fire. But if the Forest Service in its drop of a hat could shut down burning everywhere and keep you from getting your work done, that's putting all of our towns and everything at risk. And wasting tons of money that you all secured. So like, is there a place that California could, through Truth and Healing Council, like advocate so that kind of work doesn't happen again and that fire policy is more on the side of the tribe? I guess that's a question for you, Anne.
Yeah.
So I think we'll take this back and think about how it could work. But I would say in generally where there are things that the federal government is doing that are counter to where the state of California and the tribes are going collectively, those are areas where I think the council can be a bigger voice in saying, like, we need to re-examine these policies because they're not serving anybody here. And like, really, we know better what's going on here and we're all in agreement. And so, you know, where there are, like, obviously the first focus of this council is what California and California constituents and private interests can do. A second piece is like where we're hitting walls because the largest landholder is the federal government. Like where we're hitting walls because, you know, they have the trust responsibility that they're not living up to or they're not providing funding. I think those are areas where the state can join with tribes when we have areas of consensus to be able to push for change. Doesn't mean we'll be effective, but I think that's where the council can weigh in.
Yeah, and real quick, couple of programs that work. We already have the TREX program. It's a training exchange program to teach other agencies how to use fire to reduce the fuels. We're working on facilities, getting training facilities in Orleans and Happy Camp for our fire crews, bring in and do training there, and then workforce housing for our fire crews. And a note to Chief Randy Moore from the Forest Service, what's up with the burn ban?
Well, first off, thank you very much to my dear elected officials. This was a wonderful presentation. I'm Karuk. I am admittedly right now a bit frustrated, and I feel a little bit defeated because for the first time I am going through the process of applying for a state hunting license, right? Subsistence harvesting is very much part of my family's identity. It's how, you know, we feed ourselves. Our health depends on it. We know that there is a linkage between diabetes and, you know, high rates of diabetes and not the inability to access traditional foods. My question, I guess, is for the state of California, but then also, you know, for my tribal council, are we making progress on legalizing access to traditional foods, specifically on Karuk ancestral territory, where we don't have a reservation, right? We are very much at the hands of California state law, but we're also a federally recognized tribe that does have inherent rights to be able to hunt and fish. And I guess I just want to express my frustration, but also hope to hear on that behalf.
Yes. For the hunting rights, it's a work in progress. I know that that we need to need to try to keep that ball rolling. The foods program, you might know in Orleans we do have the community garden.
That's awesome.
Yes, and we're doing that in Wairika. I think we're breaking ground as we speak on a food garden in Wairika. We've received funding to grow our own organic foods, and we have the ability to deliver those to our elders. And so that's a work in progress, and also we're trying to get that in Happy Camp also. So and of course you know the story of our fish. That's also a work in progress. We've had a self-moratorium. We maybe take enough for ceremonies. We didn't have fish, our traditional fish, at our reunion this year, and it's just so that's a priority. That's definitely a priority, and again I keep referring to Vice Chairman Myers because we keep saying the same thing, and we're saying now for the Klamath River, yes, we need some restoration projects, but we need some short-term solutions too, because we're out of time. We're out of time for our fish. We're already sacrificing, and nobody else is. So it's urgent. That is a high priority for us. Thank you, Lois.
And then we have someone here from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. You're in luck.
What about now? Oh, wonderful. First of all, thank you for sharing that and for asking that question. I'm Nicole Cropper. I'm the Deputy Director of Equity and Tribal Affairs at the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I was actually wanting to share that that's an issue that the Fish and Game Commission is actively discussing right now. And we need more people to speak up. We need more people to kind of say something, because they are making decisions about what the definition of subsistence farming is, or subsistence fishing is for tribal members, and not that many people are participating in that discussion. So I just wanted to encourage actually all of you to come to the commission meetings and really speak up. We do have a tribal subcommittee that will inform the decisions of the commissioners. So I just wanted to share that there's a space to have those discussions and impact the policies that that regulatory organization does. So, all right, so that's going to be on the Fish and Game Commission's website. I believe it's fgc.ca.gov. And you can also go to wildlife.ca.gov as well. So that's the department's website, and that will also direct you to the commission's website. They actually have a meeting, just the broad commission has a meeting next Thursday. Thank you.
And that's through Director Chuck Bonham, correct?
Exactly.
Just a shout out to Director Bonham. You get a hold of him. He's been wonderful. Said over and over in meetings, tribes have concerns, get a hold of him. He's there to answer your call.
This is going back to land to feed a trust, because we have the same issues up in Delaware County for us. And the biggest opponents that we have to feed a trust is the county, and I don't know what kind of jurisdiction the state has over its counties, but I wish they would knock them around a little bit, because they're horrible. They just come in, they'll lie to your face. You go and have a meeting with them, and then you apply for the feed a trust transfer, and then all of a sudden there's 80 pages, that they just blindside us with, on the application. And if the state of California could help us put our lands back into trust, or into trust for the first time in some cases, that would help us grow. That would help us take care of what we need for housing and gardening to educational places or whatever. And so I know back to kind of made me think about your question. It's kind of like, because we don't have a reservation like that. So So every acre we buy, we pay top dollar for it. Then we have to clear it for the Department of Interior for any kind of contamination. They only want to take perfect land back. They're not going to be liable for anything that has any contamination or problems with it. So if there's a piece of plastic, they come dig around on it, and it's an old black hose from some other time or whatever. They're looking for an excuse to not put it in a trust. So that's the Fed side, and then we pay for all the EPA. We pay for all the reports out of our own pocket. Then we put it up on the slate. It takes 8 years of process, and then you got the county coming in there and backstabbing us. So it's tough on that other side because you got that state government, kicking our butts, and so on. So luckily, the Department of Interior, though, sometimes go, oh, yeah, I know that's the county's job is to complain, and they're going to do that. So I'm sure you're looking at the same headaches. And I know that Celeste, Oregon Indians, when they buy land to put into trust, the tax collector automatically takes it off the tax roll. But in California, I guess according to the Constitution, it's the job of the state or the county tax collector to collect land on all lands in the state of California. And so until it physically, actually on paper goes into trust, they will still charge taxes on it, even though the tribe owns it. So I guess, anyway, so the state could help us a lot with our land fee to trust situation too, for the non-reservation type Indians, like in our case, in your case as well too.
Yeah, and they don't want to lose that fee tax.
Right.
Either.
Right. Yeah.
So real quick, keep moving up the ladder. Go to the next level. The state has been very helpful in a lot of these situations. Real quick about city of Wairika and them interfering. We had 0.9 acres we wanted to put into trust. This is way back when I first came in, and Loretta's laughing. And 0.9 acres, we wanted to expand our health clinic. City of Wairika says, we're going to oppose this. We're going to take it to court because we're afraid you're going to put a casino in there. And I said, we're not going to put slot machines in our health clinic, okay? And they took it to the 9th level before they lost. So anyway, short story, they do that, but keep moving up the level though. Yeah. We have a couple more.
All right, and I want to be a little mindful of time. We have a couple more questions, and then we can go to the next panel.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions regarding the taxes when the tribes want to purchase land, and while they're waiting for it to get into federal status, we're going to pay taxes. Well, I happen to write the tax law for our tribe, and so if the tribe in our county, I think it's 8.75 is the tax. Well, what happened to the sovereignty? How come we can't put 0.05? Because that's what we're going to use to pay this county, and there isn't anything they could do about it. And while we're in court or something, we can continue to bill or whatever we want to do on that land using our tax code. Anyway, that's one way to get around it. Indian trick. The other thing I wanted to talk about, somebody mentioned about one road in, one road out. Well, I'm into the FEMA issue kind of thing, and we too have one road in and one road out, and then we have a small bridge, but from here to the end, that little cute little bear there, and if that bridge should go down because, oh my God, coyote people too. So we have a little bridge, but we're also in the earthquake fault, and we always have damage to the houses count of that fault. But if that bridge should become unstable, we have 30 some houses in a casino that's no longer exists, but a tribal office. Emergency vehicles cannot get to us, and nor can we get out. So I'm in charge of looking for land to purchase using our tax ordinance. And FEMA says, well, you find the land and we'll buy it. Oh my God, I went haywire. I just want to buy the whole valley up. And so that's a 3-year plan that's coming out. So when we talk about, I think you brought it up about the exits and things like that. I went to our OES in Mendocino County, and they said they're not required by law to provide emergency services to tribes. I phoned to our OES main person, Ukiah, and I said, I'm blah, 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 blah. And they says, we don't have the resources to take care of 10 tribes. Hey, wait, I'm not 10 tribes, only one little tribe. And I said, and that's all I'm talking about. They refused to give me an audience. No return call. And so I'm, and I told my tribe, when are you guys going to stand up and use your true federal recognition and use the sovereignty and go past the county, go directly to the feds and get training and get our funding from them. And I said, nobody likes to go above somebody else's head to go to their boss, but that's exactly what tribes are being forced to do. When you have racism and prejudice in agencies, you're not going to get help. We'll end our lifetime battling with no progress. And we all of us have been there and done that, looking for federal recognition, protection of sacred sites. And now I want to switch over to fires. I'm concerned about some of the cultural fires or CDF fires, simply because those fires have their own wind and they generate their own power. And in the meantime, they are spreading invasive species to tribal lands. I'm pretty cranky about plants. I'm out there, I hunt, fish, and I gather, and all of those, they spring from whatever growing on the ground. And if we have seeds that are moving in our wind and they're bringing invasive species, well, now that's influence on our fish, our water, our trees, our animals that we require. So it's invisible if you don't understand the ecology of fire. We don't know. We can't stop that spirit. It's a good spirit, and we need to start training our own people about the benefits of fire. And I went to a national meeting about 10 years ago. I don't know why all these tribal people elected me to go on behalf of Northern California. I went, and the first thing I did, they didn't even want to let me have the mic, and I sat in the back of the room, and there must have been about 200 people there. And first thing I got up, and they wanted me to stand up by the stage and by next to Smokey the Bear, and couldn't tell us apart. So I get up there, and first thing I say, Smokey the Bear sucks. Oh my gosh, it was like somebody took all the wind out of that whole room. And people looked at me, and I just felt like I could just blast up on fire. It was so hateful. And somebody says in a big uniform, why do you say that? Why do you say Smokey the Bear sucks? Easy. I said, because when they created Smokey the Bear as a national symbol to hate fire, to be afraid of fire, that's when tribal people went downhill, because we could not change that national song. Fire is our enemy. We will throw billions of dollars to fight against it. And little tribes like us, little tribes were fighting just to cultivate a place for wildlife, for meadow restorations. So I'm saying that, yes, we know that fire is a good spirit, but we need to educate our own people. And I also was worried about the transference of chips. You see piles and piles of chips along the road. Well, consider that some of those chips are from trees that are diseased. And a lot of these chips are going in they used to go into the schoolyards. They go into the clinics, the landscaping. And when they're moved and they become wet with moisture, some of those things come alive, those fungus, bacteria, they come alive. Now they are invasive species. So I'm just saying that please keep an eye out, because invasive species are just that. If you have an untrained eye, it's invisible. You don't see it. But in the meantime, these little mean things are growing, and we're moving them by just moving wood chips. That's about all the damage I could do.
Ooh, thank you, Ada. I just wanted to share the importance of, as we talk about subsistence fishing, the importance of us all taking part in, as well as, one of my causes and my fights that I've been addressing as well is the Ancestral Territories Executive Order. I've been questioning every legislator and staff that we go into. Ramos, I've reached out to Christina and shared information with Loretta that, that we really need to define what ancestral territories are, because as far as Indian country, it only recognizes the federally recognized tribes. And so, Ada, for example, is, her tribe was forced into Caddo, their tribe, which is in Yuki territory. And for me, knowing and learning that those are my ancestral territories and these other tribes are pushed in, I'm not going out of my way to, I look at Laytonville as our neighbors and proud that they're in our territories. And I want to see her have these plans to have adequate water, a bigger, place for her tribe to live and thrive. And all of our people that have generationally traveled to Yuki territory, the coast of Westport and Abalone Point and Usal, I know that those are my ancestral territories, and I would like to see them defined so that we can all continue using them and getting the funding that we need to make it, livable and thriving again. And so I see all of these tribes, fighting over these ancestral territories, but they're not even defined yet. And, I recently joined Tribal Marin Collaborative, and we had this instance where we were, I went in strongly as a tribal member of Round Valley thinking I was going to get this opportunity because the state is offering all of this funding to collect data, and then all of a sudden we were sideswiped by another tribe, and it was hurtful and harmful. And so I think we need to come together in truth and healing to heal those internal tribal issues because of two tribes who had some internal conflict. My 5,600 tribal members were taking an opportunity away from them that, I was hoping, as we are in a state of emergency, would be a way for us to connect and have these, we talked about things that can't be taught in a textbook, but the things that we need to teach to our people again on the lands and having access to our territories again. So we just want to share, as OPC has their tribal engagement plan. We have the Native American nature-based solutions plans, and all of these policies. We need to be a part of describing and defining what ancestral territories are, because, again, Indian country only defines federally recognized, but we recognize and we appreciate and we want to support all tribes that are federally or not, because we are all here and we are all equal. So I just wanted to put that out there. And then also share that as I work with Save California Salmon, that we are working on Northwest Forestry Plan recommendations. And so if any of you would like to be a part of that, we are reaching out to tribes to gather information, share template letters, and be a voice. And I would love to meet with all of you. Thank you.
So, Christina, I know we need to move on. Everything we've talked about, if I'll answer the phone and answer any questions or point you in the right direction. Feel free to give me a call. In conclusion, can I just say from the Karuk tribe, we are grateful to Governor Gavin Newsom for creating the opportunity to share our concerns through the California Truth and Healing Council. It is critically important that the indigenous people examine the existing evidence and clarify the historical records. As leaders, we are charged to ensure that accurate information and historical renditions are provided to our communities and, most importantly, our children. The California Truth and Healing Council is a major step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Chairman, council member, thank you so much for your time and for sharing your knowledge. And we hope that you'll come back and continue to join us in this work. It is now my pleasure to welcome up our HOOPA panel, Jason Jackson Reed and Danielle Vigil Maston.
Okay, we'll just share it.
You want to come up, please? Oh, they're good, Susanna wants to be on here too. She can sit up here with us.
Yeah, that works. Have the youth representative. Yeah. Yeah. Just start whenever.
Yeah.
Just start, yeah. Hi, if you guys were here earlier, you might have heard my name, but I'll just announce it again. My name is Jason Jackson Reed. I'm here on behalf of Chairman Joe Davis of the Hoopa Valley Tribe, and he sent me with this letter that he wanted me to read out to you guys, so I'll just start by reading this letter from Chairman Joe Davis, Hoopa Valley Tribe. The Hoopa Valley Tribe has called Northern California home for thousands and thousands of years. All through that time, Hoopa people lived very prosperous lives, rich in family and tradition. However, since European contact, the Hoopa people's territories have been reduced by roughly 80%, reducing hunting and gathering grounds, while the Trinity River dams and other human-caused environmental destruction has led to the decimation of our sacred salmon runs, upon which we have relied upon for centuries. All this combined with the historical trauma associated with boarding schools and forced assimilation has led to high levels of poverty and addiction in recent years. The Hoopa people have never had to rely on others for anything, but were always a self-sustaining nation. Now, however, because of the destruction of our resources and loss of land that we have relied on for sustenance, we ask that our friends and neighbors stand with us as we work to right the wrongs of the past in our pursuit of land back, housing, economic development, and other opportunities. We are waging a tireless effort to address longstanding health disparities in our community. As we do so, we see ourselves as a tribal nation that can be a great partner with other tribal nations, colleges and universities, state and federal agencies, nonprofits, philanthropists, etc. We have a lot of work to do, but we are people that have never given up. Through the work of our fisheries and forestry departments, our new Section 17 business corporation and housing authority partners, and our higher calling, we have a lot of hope, and we see a brighter future where we can get back to the prosperity that our ancestors enjoyed for thousands of years. Let us work together for a healthier future for all Native peoples and our neighbors. Thank you. Oh, you got yours. I'll give my spiel afterwards.
So I'll go into a little bit of the history. So the one big thing that a lot of when you're in college and you hear across the nation when you're going to the different, my name's Danielle Vigil Maston, for those of you that don't know me. I was the former chairwoman of the Hoopa Valley Tribe, which there's only been 2 female chairwomen in the history of the tribe, because a lot of times in our tribe, in our culture, they say that women are supposed to walk behind, but we all know that's not true, because in the room we say, who do the men listen to? The grandmas. So, and I was elected when I was in my 30s. I think it was like 36 when I got elected chairwoman. During that time frame, we had almost a whole woman council, and we had to face a lot of adversity because of that, you know, the teachings and stuff of the walking behind. But any note, with that being said, with the Hoopa Valley Tribe, there was an executive order that established the reservation by Ulysses S. Grant. And during that time period, the rumor that was around the Hoopa Valley Reservation is that his wife was really good friends with a lot of the Hoopa Indians that lived there. And so we got favor with the wife of Ulysses S. Grant, who was the president of the United States when they were stationed on the Hoopa Reservation. And so we were able to get an executive order to establish our tribe. We had to go through many battles, like Joe said in his letter, you know, like the Puz case, the Hoopa Yurok settlement, and a lot of cases. And it took a lot of money, which broke our tribe at some points, because we had to pay all those attorney fees to be able to battle during that time period, just to fight for our basic rights. And so during that time period, I know a lot of the reservation, there was only 4 reservations that was set up originally during when they were establishing reservations to save the tribes from being murdered by, you know, the soldiers that came in. And so the Tilly Hardwick case established the reservations, are the rancherias, and I know a lot of the tribes during that time period were established under the Rancheria Act. And so I don't really want to get into the hurt of the cases, because I know a lot of tribes' rights were taken away, and a lot of tribes got rights, and a lot of tribes didn't get rights. And I know that we are trying to work together as people to be able to undo the wrongs, like Joe said in his letter, and move forward as a tribe. Currently, we are on the Hoopa Square, which is we're the largest land-based tribe in the state of California, which is a 12-mile by 12-mile square. We have 3,581 tribal members. I know that the Karuk tribe, the Yurok tribe, and Round Valley tribes are some of the largest tribes in the state of California. And so when it comes to funding, we always have to be put against each other, which divides, divide and conquer, that theory where they try to separate the tribes out. So ancestrally, how we lived, we always teamed with the Tolowa. They always came in and helped us. They're like our sister tribe. And then also with Rezagini, they always come and help us as well. And Trinidad Rancheria, and we do dance with the Yurok, and a lot of us are intermarried, like Frankie Jost, my cousin, said in the audience. So, we dance together. We're separated by money. And that's really disheartening, for us as Indian people, because, money is the root of all evil, like they say in the Bible, but also, the lack thereof, it's hard for us to sustain as Indian people. And it's really sad, because we're living in this society, it's where you have to have money in order to survive. And so, as our tribe, we were fortunate to be one of the 4 original reservations, and we had a healthy timber industry during that period. And we were able to be established we're like one of the first tribes that got established. And when we were established, we had per capitas, and we had income coming in. And now we're, with the casinos, our casino is not as fortunate as other casinos due to location, but we were a prosperous tribe. And we were fortunate, and we're grateful for that, for the timber industry during that time period, because we were able to establish a tribe as a nation that has 57 entities, that we have forestry, we have fire, we have a medical clinic, we have a housing authority, we have all these programs that are leading out there nationally. Currently, we do suffer the negative impacts, because we did have one of the first boarding schools on our reservation. And that was because we talked about the grandmas. The grandmas always have the voice in our tribe. tribes, I guess. They're the leaders, and the aunties, and then our men are our warriors. And so during that time period, my grandma was one of them that was relocated from our reservation, was taken off, and was forced to go to boarding schools. And it was really hard because she said she did learn, or they talked about her learning good skills and everything to be able to sew and to cook and basic life skills to succeed in the assimilated, like we're supposed to be assimilated world. But we also had our traditions. And so with the boarding schools, it did a lot of harm on our reservation because a lot of the natives from across the state of California were put on our reservations, not by choice. But our grandparents in our area fought really hard to put the boarding schools in Hoopa, so then that way their kids didn't have to leave the reservation, so that they could be able to stay there and so they didn't have to leave. So that was really a big push from our community, and being friends with the president during that time period and having, the Fort Gaston set up in our reservation. We had trees that were located at our park in Hoopa that were really sad. The trees they used to hang the Native Americans on, from every tribes, they would make a statement about if they did something wrong. They called them the hanging trees. And so we had those in our park, and a lot of people played games, like baseball and soccer and different things there. And those trees, they signified that hurt, that trauma, that generational trauma. And so a lot of us youth talked together and we said, well, we should, when we get old enough, we're going to make sure those trees are chopped down, so that way we didn't want that history to be there. So we were reminded of something bad that happened. And so as, we grow into these leadership positions, we see things that was historical traumas that we want to undo and be able to change. And one of the things that happened was the president's house got burnt down on our reservation, and they had these different monuments. We still have the adobe house there, which was from the original Fort Gaston. And then also we have like these, we found these holding tanks where we don't know what was put in there, if they were children or torture places where natives were put, when we were building roads. And then we were like, what the heck is this? So we keep finding spots of trauma because, like we said, it's really sad. We have a neighboring tribe, the Sinungwe. They're not federally recognized. They're Southern Hoopa. And the Chimerco, like Wes was talking about earlier. And those tribes, they ran to the Iron Mountain to be able to hide into the caves so that they wouldn't be murdered. And their reservation was Hadilding. And up the river from us, there was 500 Native American Indians that lived in that village. And they saved the Hoopa Valley tribe because they sent down their heads in a canoe. So that way we would know on our reservation that we were at war, and that to be careful that there was danger coming. And so when the canoe came down and, the people in the village above Madilding, which is Tishdangadong, when they found the heads there, they were able to alert everybody all the way down the river to let them know that there was danger coming. And so the Hoopa had to adapt to be able to survive with the soldiers living on the reservations, because at one time the Madilding Rancheria, were kind of the radical rancheria, was up in arms and was trying to go to war. But when we found out from our leader, which was Captain John, that there was just too many for us to be able to fight in that rancheria, that we had to halt because they held up the sand and said there's so many soldiers that are here that we can't defeat them. And so we had to learn to be able to live in harmony with the people that was there. And, there's so much stories, like they're always asking us, to put our stories into books and to put them into educational, document so that it could be carried on or, taken down. And so I understand like our ancestors as to why they didn't put them into to books, the oral history. Because like my grandma, she's Yurok, Eileen Figueroa. She did a video with Lauren, and it became like national, all over. Her songs are everywhere. It was used in a fashion show in Paris recently. But like the family doesn't get no rights to those information like he was talking about. And so like those types of things, once you put them out on these videos, like Katja's book being out there because she worked for Humboldt, as a Hoopa tribal member, all of that stuff, when you work for an organization, they kind of take those rights away. And we have a lot of stories that are passed down orally, and we have to be careful of our rights. And, as Hoopa, you guys always hear, they always say the Hoopa people are so tenacious. This is what I heard at a conference, that we're so tenacious we'll even fight against each other, And so I heard that one time and I thought it was funny, but it's true, because we will stand up and fight for things that we believe in. And yet we still have big hearts and we love all of you guys. And we're located along the Trinity River, and this is a picture of our valley. And we're fortunate enough to be one that's still living in the same, our same territory that we were born and raised for 10,000 carbon dated years, that we live there since time immemorial. And it's really, when you talk about land, giving land back, the whole United States is Native American land. I think that when California, one of the things that really bothered me about the land issue is that they did the General Allotment Act, of the separation of the reservations, where they checkerboarded them out. And they did that on purpose so that we would be divided as people. So then those lands that were separating us as tribes and as people, under the Dawes Act, that the checkerboards created a way that would be separated as families so that we couldn't work together to be strong. And how you have the tie to the land that your family has always been at. If you take the land away from the person, it's a part of them. It's where they grew up. It's them. And so regardless of who owns the title, it's always going to be ours as Native people. In California, like I was saying, the point I guess I was trying to get to is like the state taxes. So they tax us on the tribal lands. So I think Native Americans, regardless of what tribe they come from, where they live, I think they shouldn't be taxed anywhere in the state of California, because the state of California took the land away during for 40 cents an acre, and a lot of the tribal people were terminated. They don't have land. We have landless tribes. We have rancherias. We have reservations that people were put on these lands to be, to fight and tear each other down, and it wasn't our choice. And so I think we should be tax exempt no matter where we live. So if Governor Newsom wants to do something, that's something that he could honor for giving the land back, is saying 0 taxation on Indian land, because everywhere is Indian land. So Native Americans should be exempt. So that's my little pitch, since I have the mic and I know Governor Newsom is listening. It doesn't matter what tribe or where you're living, and if you're living on your reservation or wherever, it's all government land. I mean, this is all Native land. So that's one way you can start without, that it's not too expensive for California. I'm a taxpayer. Our family pays $50,000 in taxes each year. And so I'm not opposed to paying taxes in any way. If you're fortunate to be able to have that ability, I think that you should be able to do that. But I'm just saying, if you want to truly help Native Americans with giving land back, start with looking at the checkerboarded Dawes Act, where the land was taken away, and figure out a program that you can be able to help those tribes to be able to regain access to those lands within their ancestral and Aboriginal territories. And I think that's something that we should look at. And I just think that, being a Hoopa tribal member, and a business owner and a manager of a program, and watching all of the tribes and how they interact with each other. During dance time, guess what? We all dance together and love each other. We all bring food in. There's, nobody treats each other wrongly, because we know in our dances, if you treat each other wrongly, you'll have a short life. And so if you have ill feelings, you don't go to the dances, you don't go to those things. You settle up before then. And that's why there was a settle up process, and we had that as Indian people, and we kind of shunned away from it. And so I think we need to kind of get back to our roots and be able to have these tough discussions. And I'm really happy that you guys invited me to this meeting to be able to discuss this, because part of healing and a part of, being able to move forward as Indigenous people or Native people as one, is that we have to have these tough conversations, and we have to be able to hurt, cry, maybe go the stick field, the guys, and handle situations, that are tough. But we have things going on around us. Our people are dying to drugs and alcohol. The Hoopa tribe entered into a state of emergency recently because we had so many opiate fentanyl overdoses, and it's killing our youth. It's up and down the rivers. It's everywhere. And so that is our new genocide, like you guys talked about. We also, we're fighting our own. People are coming into our territories, and they're getting married into, the cartels and stuff are coming and marrying our women that have vulnerabilities, that are in domestic violence, that are being sexually abused, that are putting it out there that they have vulnerabilities, and they're being targeted to have people come in to be able to bring in their whole families and set up a drug operation within the reservations, because we work with all the tribes, so we see what's going on. And so it's really disheartening to see the disparities happening, and people passing away and having funerals every week. Watching our salmon fish killed in 2002, I was there, working in the administration under the tribe as administrator for 9 years, and seeing, the devastation that it had on our people, and being there and fighting those battles out there, saying the things that everyone's uncomfortable with. So I'm not the populist person in the room, because I do say things that people won't say. But I don't care. Somebody's got to say it. And if I have to settle up later, I will. But the point of the matter is that with all of the healing, the crying, the youth dying, and I brought my son here because he's a Hoopa tribal member, and my daughter's a Yurok tribal member. They have the same dad. But we did that because, we want to honor their ability to be able to have the land and keep the land within the families, because we come from traditional villages. And so I just think it's really a time right now, and I'm really glad that Governor Newsom's listening, and his staff, and that he has dedicated Native Americans there. We have a Hoopa tribal member that sits on his team, which is Viviana Orchid, and we're really happy that she's there, and we want to support the work that he's doing. And we want his support in getting our water back and helping save our fisheries, helping save our people, through this fentanyl crisis, and helping us with the homelessness that's across the nation, because the reservations were hit hard during the storms. We declared emergencies. And so with that being said, we're thankful that you guys are here. We have your ear, how we can work together as tribes, as people. We just need to get back to the time when we used, I guess, in the stories, oral history, we all used to meet up on Bald Hill. It was the meeting ground. And they did a whole big old ceremony up there of trading, bartering. That's how we got our dentalia, our abalone, our canoes. And Madilding, where I'm from, is a place of many votes, so we traded canoes and stuff. We got our redwoods from the coast. We lived in harmony for thousands of years. So in 1891, under Section B, on October 16th, this all changed for our people. So that's the date that they set up the reservation. First contact, also, with Jedediah Smith also changed that. So we are thankful, that we are thankful that we had the ear of the president's wife, Ulysses S. Grant's wife, and that we were able to stay there. But at the same time, it brought a lot of disparity to our people. And I know that Jason had a couple words he wanted to say, and we're not going to get into a lot of the Hoopa-Yurok settlement stuff and the Puz case and all that kind of stuff, because I think from here on out, if we can all agree that we can disagree on some things and move forward, that we can prosper as people. And we're already leading, as tribes, because who's the largest employers in the state of California in this Humboldt area? Bear River, Hoopa, Yurok, and Blue Lake Rancheria. So that's a big deal. So we should be proud of that as Native people, because without our tribes, a lot of people wouldn't have jobs, and the state of California would have to support us. So, and I'm going to pass the mic over. I got my little 2 cents in, so I thank you for your ear.
Thank you, Danielle. It's tough to follow. Yeah, actually give Danielle a shout out. Like she said, she was the chairperson in her 30s, which is like, I'm trying to grasp that, and I'm like 37 right now, and I can't imagine being in that position. No, thank you. But she did a good job. But yeah, I just wanted to give you a shout out on that sense. But I am thankful that the chairman, asked me to be here on his behalf, because I didn't know about this council at all, to be honest with you guys. So I'm thankful that I'm here, and so I was just reading up on it, like what it entails. Like we have so many committees and councils. Like, all right, what's this one about? And so it's Executive Order N-15-19. It's part of Governor Newsom's initiative to, hear, I guess, and correct me if I'm wrong, Native perspectives on, historic, atrocities, the land and our resources being extracted from us. But to get this council together and come 2025, after, such hearings, they're going to analyze all this and then come up with, was it a report and maybe make some recommendations. All right. It says May on the thing, so I was like, okay, well, I kind of just think all right, well, maybe we'll be heard. But so I was like, all right. But I like that. Thank you for that. Boost to the motivation there. But yeah, so I'm like, all right, well, Indian, Native people, we got hope. That's basically what we always had, especially with the dams, in the people that were there, the first people, Frankie Joe Myers, he's one of the first people, a part of that dam removal process, Jennifer Kuhn, is people like them. My father, Ron Reed, also, I was just knee high to a grasshopper when they were all doing that and didn't really understand, what was being, why they were out there advocating, for these dams to come down. But as definitely just growing up in that household, started to learn, a little bit. To me, it was just like Dad was gone all the time. He was out there fighting for us. But for me, it was like, it was Mom raising 6 kids. And, definitely, learn to understand why he's doing that. He made a huge sacrifice by being out there. And so, I can't thank him enough now. But as a kid, you don't understand that. But anyway, trying to gather myself here. Just the land, go back to the land back and the resources that have been taken from us, and trying to get that back. It's it's part of our culture. It's you know, our spiritual wellness. It's you know, it's our biological, you know, wellness. That's all that, it's all interconnected. You know, you give the land back to the natives, and you let us write this narrative, and we'll show you guys, you know, how we could help heal this land. You know, we start up there. We start at those top slope, those highest ridges. We put that good fire down. Like, you know, lady said earlier, you know, like, you know, fire is a useful tool. I believe it's the sharpest tool in the shed, and we need to start using it. But growing up, you know, Smokey the Bear, you know, you come to schools, you know, and as kids, you're just like, all right, you know, you think Smokey the Bear, you think parade, you start believing in what he's saying, and you know, fire is bad, and you know, you keep being told this, soon enough you're going to start believing it. But you know, that's not how Native people we believe. You know, we believe that, you know, fire is a tool, is a practice that we use, and we put that to the ground, and you get those. You start up top, put those low intensity fires down, and like Buster's saying, you burn off those ladder fuels, those fuels on the ground, and so when you get these fires that Mother Nature, you know, lightning that starts, it's not going to come in here and blaze, you know, 157,000 acres in 2 hours. You know, we're gonna put a low intensity fire down there. It's going to create that little smoke that's going to rid the acorns of their bugs, and that way we have nice robust acorns, which, you know, and result of that, you get these deer that are coming in and they're grazing on the acorns, and then we're able to get out there and practice our culture by harvesting these deer and increasing in our wellness, and then also by reducing those fuels. You know, you get, you know, when the rain comes, they ain't sucking up all the water. You know, that water should be going into our headwaters, which drain into our creeks, which drain into our you know, the main stem, you know, the Trinity Klamath River, and right there, you know, you're creating more water, which, you know, decreases the temperature, which, you know, high temperatures create those algae blooms, which, you know, in 2002 was cause of that fish kill. You know, low flows, high temperatures is, you know, it was the perfect recipe for the perfect storm of the biggest fish kill in the nation. And so by putting the land back in the natives' hands and having us write these narratives, I feel like we'll start seeing solutions, you know, and help you know, combat climate change, global warming, and we do that in a holistic approach. You know, we talk about best practices. I feel like, you know, holistically, you know, managing the land, and we do our part here, you know, in the Hupa territory. The Yuroks, they do their part in the Yurok territory. Kaduks, who do their part, and together, you know, it's that whole region, you know, is best practice. You get the healthiest acorns. You get returning salmon, you know, and an abundance of returns, and right then I feel like you'll see not only our natural resources improving, but also the people's well-being. You know, as Kaduks, you know, I should say that, you know, I'm a Hupa tribal member, but I grew up in a Kaduk household. My dad's Kaduk, my mom's Hupa, and so as Kaduk, you know, as my dad raised me, and he told me, you know, we're here as long as the salmon here. If the salmon are no longer here, then we fail to exist as people too. And you see it, you know, like salmon on the brink of extinction. Look at our population, you know, you're saying, you know, we're in the millions. Now look at us, you know, there's thousands, some tribes 100, and in a species in Western science, you know, if a species is less than 500, you're ecologically extinct, you know, and so we're right there, just right there with our relations with the salmon. So if the salmon aren't doing good, we're not doing good, and you see it, you know, the salmon every year they return, they got to fight diseases, they got to fight these parasites, these high temperatures. Our people, we got, you know, suicide rates, addictions, you know, what is it, Lewis saying, high rate of diabetes, heart disease, it's all connected, and so I think just keeping that message, of everything being connected, that, Governor Newsom, if he gets this data, analyzes it, and he sees, all right, well, I'll even speed it up. Was 2025? He's going to get the report. Okay, so I'll just save a couple of years there. Just go with the scientific method, right? What's this question? Let's say, why is California burning up? There's your question. Do a little research. Okay, since settler colonialism, you've seen the cultural genocide of, taking our hardwood and taking, our fish and mismanage the lands. And so there you go. There's, so there's your, why is California burning up? So your hypothesis, all right, well, if by implementing TEK, it will prevent these catastrophic fires. So get out there, let the natives write that narrative, go out there, reduce the fuels, put some good fire on the ground, bam, prevent catastrophic fires. Do your observation. By implementing TEK, the first people, have reduced these fuels, have decreased, catastrophic fires, no more catastrophic fires. Analyze that data. There's your results right there. They just saved you 2 years, or wait, not 2 years, both said 2023. It's 2 years, right? All right. Yeah. I was thinking he's up for re-election in 2027, right? Something like that. He can't? Well, he better act now, because it's not, because I feel like now is the time to rebuild, restore, revitalize, reconnect, reunite, reignite, redistribute land back to the first people. And if he was up for re-election, I would I would vote for him. But yeah, you never know. Tell him to go for president. All right, but I think Buster is saying we need to work together, and that goes with our approach anyway. We work holistically. We manage these lands holistically. We don't manage for one species. We manage for multiple species, and I just think with that we'll start seeing some positive improvement in our natural resources, as well as our people and our well-being. And thank you again, you guys, for thank you to the WEOP people for hosting us and being good hosts. I really appreciate that. Like I said, I was here from 2015, 2019, and I loved the ITEP program and Intercept program. And I didn't have the pleasure of Dr. Kutcha Balderusin being my professor or mentor, but she was on the panel for my brothers in his master's, and he speaks very highly of her, and I think her resume precedes her, and I'm very disappointed in the university. They wouldn't, didn't want to. They did what they did, but I think the Creator has a plan for her, and I like to just thank you, Kutcha. Like I said, I didn't have the pleasure of being here while you're here, but I know you still are blazing trails for people to come, and if it wasn't for you, I think my brother probably wouldn't have survived that master's. He speaks very highly of you, and also we're related to, but yeah, thank you. And so I gotta keep I can't Adrian, Sash, all you guys, and Frankie, I definitely looked up to you as a youngster, and the dam removal, and just keeping that, I think, that inherent responsibility that we have as Native people to keep fighting. So not just the next generation, but the 7 generations from now will have what we have, if not more. And so I'd like to thank you again, and on the behalf of Chairman Joe Davis, thank you guys. Yoto.
Are we gonna take questions?
Oh, questions? I was gonna drop the mic.
I was gonna say one more thing. So the Huba tribe will be in existence on 19, we existed since 1931. So the first chairperson was Julius Marshall, and during that time period when they were setting up, so we're coming upon our 100 years as a tribe. It's crazy, being established. And so I know that there was councils traditionally in each village before that time period, in every village up and down the river. And so we were in existence, way prior to those dates. One of the things that, as the Hupa tribe, that we struggled with every year is trying to buy land, back, because we had a clause in the tribe where all land that is within the the internal and external areas, they had to come through our tribe to be able to purchase the land or to sell the land. So they have to come through the tribe to be able to do that. But the bunk part is we didn't have the cash flow to be able, cash on hand to be able to purchase a land like in advance, like to go out there on a bid or an auction when it was being auctioned. So that was one loophole. Where people can go out there and buy the land when it's being auctioned if they had cash on hand. So that was hard for our tribe. And then also the taxation, because we have a lot of land that we purchased, as a tribe back, and we pay taxes on that, and it's like over, I think it's like over 100K now. And that we pay, as a tribe each year. And that's a lot of money for, tribes to be paying on taxes on their ancestral and aboriginal lands. And so that's just because we want that land back, we're willing to pay that dime for it. And we want tribal members to have homes. Basic things, basic needs aren't being met. And so that's my last pitch.
Especially with Hupa, is when landowners are trying to, when landowners realize that tribes are interested, suddenly the land becomes more expensive. They will only put it up for certain periods of time, and then they'll say, if you want it, you have to pay this much more. It's awful that they will do that to tribal peoples, and that there's nothing that tribes can do about that. And there has to be something that...
You just try to get a straw man, that's all you can try to do. I mean, she lied to him, he was actually buying it.
I think the governor's office should actually do something like that, have like an LLC or something that in those situations. I mean, obviously, I don't know if they can, but something.
I mean, I think above that we would be examining, because we've thought about this. And I think Loretta and I have probably both dealt with this in private practice with land acquisitions and trying to, there's like some lands that tribes own that are landlocked, and so even trying to get the access, they like price gouge you on that. But something that currently exists, like albeit temporarily, is we know there is some like precedent for anti-price gouging, at least like for after fires, for example. You can't price gouge people who are like leaving fires and need a place to stay temporarily. So I think it's something that we would love to have be as part of this report and as a recommendation, and really like not explore ways around it or like government-owned straw men, but actually like have a legal prohibition on that kind of price gouging when it comes to tribes purchasing in their ancestral homelands.
Because we don't all have casinos that make $1 billion a year, but they think we do. So when Indian pops in, it's weird.
Other questions, comments?
Anybody else? Anybody else?
Loretta, that over here's my good side, so. That's how we sing. Carefully. No. A couple things. I just want to thank Buster. Buster it up. Thanks, Buster.
No, get it out.
But just and Jason, Danielle, for the knowledge that you guys brought, and then everyone here for the questions. My learning curve is just growing greatly today. I really appreciate that. Something Danielle said about and then Kayla said earlier about getting rounded up, Hoopas getting rounded up, taken to Round Valley, and then disorient them by going up and down the coast, turning around, whatever. Then eventually at one of the caves up there, they got let out and they had to walk them into Round Valley. But what the Hoopa knew was that one of the longest contiguous ridges in the state of California, if not the nation, was from like down by Sacramento all the way to Sonoma Land, right at the confluence of the Trinity and oh man, what river? Which one? New River. New River? No.
South Fork.
South Fork River, thank you. Yeah, right there. Pops out right there. So when Hoopas were taken to Round Valley, they just jam out, find that ridge, and by the time the men who deposited them there walked back, got on their ships, turned around, went to the port of Humboldt, went inland or waited for, they went back to Hoopa to get more. Those people were already back. Said, hey, how you doing? We're already here. It was really incredible. So they're like, over frustration and fresh air, they're like, man. So that aided in helping getting the Indian reservation in Hoopa too. Earlier, I was thinking that Peter Burnett, the governor of California, I know my son and I were talking about him a while back, and I just said, you know what? I bet he was from a slave state. I just threw that out there, so my son Googled it, and he was from a slave state. And I bring that up because I'm thinking of the mindset of this person, right? And he obviously grew up across the dinner table with his parents, and that slavery was okay. Dehumanizing people was all right. That was during the Jacksonian era. Andrew Jackson was brutal on Native Americans. His policy for affected generations of how people treated Native Americans. So that was our first governor of California with that mindset. So freaking scary, man, to think that. And then with what I said earlier about the T-shirt, like alcoholism used to run in my family until it ran into me. I wonder if someone could do a documentary and put me in the credits somewhere when you win that award at, where is it, Cannes Festival or something like that. Documentary. I wonder if somebody went back and looked at his family tree, just walked it back, to now. Has anyone in his family said racism or genocide used to run in my family until it ran into me? Or in some ways, is that still going on? Have they had that, slap in the head moment, like, oh my God, this is wrong. We need to change. So anyway, some thoughts.
It'd be interesting to have that same type of thing with Hastings too, because that was kind of part of the hang up with the name change, was that there's so many family that were tied to that legacy without wanting to change it.
Yeah, that would be also another interesting one to do. Yeah.
Good ideas.
You might want to say something.
I was just. I have to remember there's Indian eyes watching and not, so they notice nonverbals. Now, I was thinking about the comment you made, and also about how all the Indians were together and ceremony. And it is true that I'm not, with my family and haven't been, as I've said repeatedly. But one of the traditional dances that my grandmother had told me that she had been a part of growing up before she went to the residential school, and after when she came back, was that the Indians would all come together, similar to what you had described, And it was during the winter time. And when they would dance, they started out clockwise with their full regalia. And then at, days going by, a 4-day dance, at the halfway mark, they would start to dance counterclockwise. And during this time, they would start to take off their regalia. And before it ended, to the food and the exchange, if there was someone, because whether it was you're talking about Hastings, and the governor and other tribal members or someone in your own family, if you had opposition or an adverse feeling towards someone, before you started taking your regalia off in that dance as a group, you would meet with that person. No words had to be said, but if you walked up to each other and breathed in the same space on that plot of land, then you knew that that war between you was over, and that you would try again to begin anew as you were taking your regalia off, and then you would come together during the food period and the exchange period after the dance was over. And I think that that was a very beautiful ceremony that she had described, and maybe not dance, but inviting, non-natives as well after this session of truth and healing is together into a second session where we bring non-natives in to have a truth and healing ceremony, council meeting. Just a thought. Just a thought.
I totally agree there. Like, I feel like almost reminds me just dam removal. Everybody knows that the dams need to come down, right? So we're just constantly just at these same meetings, just motivating each other when we're not the ones that need to hear it. I totally agree that the necessarily don't really have to be non-native, but feel like majority of the people are non-native that are making these these policies and passing these bills. So I can't agree more. Like, we need to diversify the audience, and because I think they're the people that need to hear it, and I think we're all on the same page. We just need to get to those other guys and pass that message on.
So I will remind you all that these are open meetings. So if you know of people who would be good to bring to these spaces, who can be respectful about the space of Native peoples in these meetings, they're totally welcome. No. What's that?
I don't
yes,
affiliate.
So no one will come.
I don't affiliate with those
no
type of people.
Invited.
No, I joke.
So that's a problem in itself. But to the extent that there are people who need to hear this stuff, and if they're coming and you let us know so that we can even just say ground rules so that they listen and think before kind of weighing in.
So part of our healing as Native people is we are jokesters. And so we have the coyote stories for a reason. And so we like to tease a lot. So if we like you, we tease you. And and they always say the coyote. So part of healing, they say laughter is healing. And so we joke all the time and tease each other in a good way. So
they don't get it all the time, though.
Did you want to say something, Xander, for the youth, for the future? He wanted to come. He wanted to come set up here. I was like, Jason and I were. The chairman told us to come do the thing, and Xander wanted to set up here. So you want to say something real quick, as a youth?
Donate to Hoopa Youth Football Program.
You should donate to him. I'm just happy to be here and to see and learn about this. I think it's important for people to let youth know what's happening around them instead of keeping it away from them. I feel like they should know. That's what I would like to say.
That's good.
What I would like is for you to be on our youth council.
He was super shy about it.
I wanted to share a language story. So you talked about the kids being put on these boats and then dropped off at that cove. So what they were doing in Delnart County was the Indian man was called a buck and the woman was called a squaw, right? And so the buck always took the most money when they take the scalp to sell it. It brought the most money, and the woman's hair was next. And then they would take the kids and sell them into slavery. So they would. So when we were back in the 70s, documenting all of our villages, you know, like, well, what's the name of this place, name of this place, name of this place, all these places. And then we'd get down around Ukiah, and there was no words, like, for any places down there. It's too far south, you know. And then we're sitting in language class one day, and they said, well, they call San Francisco Yonton Mountain. And as a kid, I'm going, wait a minute, we can't say Ukiah, but we can say San Francisco? That didn't make sense to me. You know, we didn't have a word for Portland. It's too far away, right? And so we do now, but we didn't then. And so anyway, a few days, times, sessions met, you know, and then finally said, well, what would happen? And they said, well, what they used to do is after they would murder the parents and sell their scalps, and they would send the kids for slavery, and they would send them to San Francisco. And they knew that if Indian kids could see the land, they'd know how to get home. So they would go out beyond the horizon, turn south, and then come in at San Francisco Bay, and then they put them on the block for sale. And so what the Indian kids knew is that they were going south, they could tell that, and they said, so it's to the south, Mountain. They went to another shore. So they thought they went across the ocean. They didn't realize they were just coming back in. And then some of them finally made it back home, you know, as adults by then, of course. And they asked them, where did you go? And they said, Mountain. We went south to the other shore. But they survived that, you know, being sold and then finally got free or whatever. But this is another story about what happened to our kids, you know, because the parents were executed and then they were sold into slavery. And I don't know when slavery actually ended, because I know they were still doing it at my great-grandma's time. And she wasn't born until 1862, I think. My great-grand, and then she was an indentured servant, you know, so I don't know. And then, like I said earlier, scalps were taken at least until 1892. So, you know, the scalping program ended somewhere, but it never really ended. And great-grandma told us that if a man was ever caught alone, he was beat to death on the trail, and if a woman was caught there, she'd be raped, of course. But later, after the main program was over, so that's when Indians started walking around in groups of 3 or 4. So if they go clamming, hunting, or whatever, they always go as a group. And I said, that's the definition of a gang. So we were the first gangs of Delnart County.
I want to say one more thing. So one of the things in the history that's really important to the state of California is that we never had treaties. And so I hear people saying all the time, like, we're, talking about treaties and stuff. And the reason why we didn't have treaties is they weren't ratified. They were actually negotiated during the time period. And so the Yurok tribe actually had a treaty, that was not ratified. And so there was other tribes that all had treaties that were taken, but they never did make it. And so every time if I hear anyone in California say that we are a treaty tribe, that is not true. So Mythbuster killed.
Executive order.
Executive.
I wanted to add along what Lauren was saying about indentured servitude. Emancipation Proclamation happens, end of slavery, yay. But in California, like you said, it continued. And if you were considered parentless, you'd go down to the Bay Area and family would take you, and they could keep you until, I can't remember the right language, maybe Kutcha remembers, but it's something basically you could keep them as your servant until they could take care of themselves. And what they would report back to the judge or whoever was in charge of that decision, they would say, well, he doesn't know how to read yet. Well, of course, you never even try to teach him how to read, right? Or, yeah, I'll just fear for his life if he's, so he's 18, 24, 30, and still under servitude well into the 1900s. And another aspect in Humboldt County was ranchers wrote letters to the state, California, saying, our crops failed, whatever they were growing. And the reason they failed is because I had to protect my community And so I joined this vigilante group in order to protect us citizens of Ferndale, Fortuna, Arcata, whatever. Weaverville, God, yeah. Damn. And so consequently, I was out doing your job. The state of California is supposed to protect its citizenship, right? And so since I was doing your job and my crops failed because I had to go kill these Indians, please pay me X amount of money that I would have made if I was able to take care of my crops instead of having to kill Indians. And that'd be a good question for someone to find out. How much money did the state of California give in that situation, that scenario? But it was millions, so.
Well, that's why Kennedy did that whole massacre on the Trinity River, my great-grandma's massacre, because they wanted to prove to the state, and Indian Island massacre, they wanted to prove to the state that there was still a need to kill Indians. So they went on that big old campaign. They wiped them all out on the, the Eel River and over the Trinity River. Canby and Kibbe was his name. And they just slaughtered those people and were brutal to them, because then the state could say, oh, yeah, I guess we should. But I think that's when it started falling apart, though, as far as the funding, but that was to try to prove to, Sacramento that, see, there's still a need to send out this money, so that all is a part of that same period, unfortunately, and that's why there's no upper Trinity River people much left. I mean, Nuremberg's trying to come back, but yeah, they're unrecognized, of course, but they're trying hard, yeah.
We also team up with Mount Shasta. So like in our prayers and stuff, we pray over when we start our dances, a lot of times we pray to the east to Mount Shasta. And so one of the areas that we team with is also another federally, not a federally recognized tribe, but is state recognized, which is the Winnemem, which is Colleen Sisk, where she's from. She's a chairwoman of that tribe. And so we do a lot of ceremonies, and she comes over and helps with us too. And then we have our ceremonies at our villages and stuff this year, like I talked about. And, with all those slaughters and everything that happened and that historical traumas where so many tribes, like even here, like they found a lot of mass grave, bones and stuff over here where the baseball fields are right over here by Humboldt State. And so there was a lot of artifacts that were returned, and I was going to Humboldt State at the time, which is Cal Poly now, and they were finding all these bones right here. And they were asking, what should we do with them? They were finding all these bones when they were building these baseball diamonds, and we were like, oh my gosh. And NAGPRA was just starting, in the Indian Repatriation Act, where we were trying to, and I went and testified with Colleen Sisk with other tribes to be able to try to help save and protect our sacred sites and our bones and stuff, of our people and artifacts because of grave robbers. And so there's a lot of things in her that we have to discuss as people, that are still white elephants in the room that we didn't touch today. We're trying to just introduce a little bit of the history of our tribe, but there's so much stuff like sacred sites. We have missing and murdered. We have sexual assault and domestic violence. We have sex trafficking going on the reservations that's going between, that's pre-constitutional. Before pre-constitutional, we never had it. And then once contact happened, then we started to have sex trafficking with children and human trafficking that occurred and is still occurring. And they say that a Native American woman's that is worth $100,000 to be trafficked. And so we only make up a small percentage of the whole total population of the state of California. But when we go out for grant funding and we look at the numbers, California has a lot of Native Americans here that are identified, but yet when it's going, for the pots of the money, when they go to pick them, we are usually kind of left out. And we're kind of at the bottom of that. And so we've been pushing nationally to be able to fight to say that California does have these issues. California needs to be there, like we need to have our senator and our assembly members and all of our governor to be able to say we have needs. Here, our native tribes have needs. We have rights, to protect them. And people are getting rich off our the backs of our salmon. They're getting rich off of it. How much are they selling our water for per acre foot? The tribes aren't seeing a dime of that money that's going out to Southern California. We're not taxing you for that, which we should. All of that money that's made off of the water that would be coming to the tribe, that we have the right under the Winters Doctrine, that we should be seeing that our tribe should not be poor. We should not be living in poverty here. And because if we have to give up a percent of our water, even though they're saying it's not quantified because of it's broken down and fractionated out, and how can we prove it, in the court, I think that we should be entitled to some of that money that's made off of the backs of our salmon that we're losing now, which are almost extinct, and also the water that is being taken out. And I think we should have a right to pure drinking water, that is not of any contaminants. And I think that they shouldn't mandate things to be put in our water that other places don't have. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more thing. I can't leave without actually giving a shout out to my nutty Jennifer Coon. I think she is our Indian club that I think was the first in the high school's history. So I think during that time it is really important to us, because although Happy Camp, the heart of the Karuk people is populated with mostly white kids and white faculty, and so there's just a half dozen of us, but it was a place, a safe place for us to gather, and Jennifer was the one that made it happen, and so definitely had an influence on me as well, as Lauren and Lena in some way. It's kind of cliche, but it does take a village to raise a kid, and I really do believe in that. And so thank you guys again for that influence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. That was a wonderful opening, I think. And just a reminder, too, that if there are things that come up that you think about, this is an open process for the next 2 years. I know you just gave us a head start. But also we're doing one-on-one consultations with tribes, too. So if you have a submission that's more detailed that maybe doesn't want to be public-facing, but you want to make sure that we know about it and it's accounted for in the recommendations, would love to have those conversations. So, thank you. So we'll open it up if there's any more comments, questions for today. I do also want to thank all of the elected officials from all of the tribes. Resignees speaking today? Oh, great. Okay, perfect. This was not an intentional oversight. I thought you were speaking tomorrow. So I'd like to welcome up Chairwoman Murphy and anyone else that you'd like to bring up. And you can also stay in place wherever is most comfortable.
Yeah, I think I'll just stay here. No. Yeah, no.
I'll try not to take up too much time because I know it's, but I thank everybody for listening to us. So I'm here representing the Resigini Rancheria. We are a tribe of Yurok people. Our former name was Coast Indian Community of the Resigini Rancheria of Yurok Indians. We gained our federal recognition in 1975, but the rancheria was established in 1938. And we have ties to the original Klamath River Reservation. And so I just want to speak on a few issues that we have. So our land base is 238 acres of trust land and about 240 acres of fee land, but it's all located in the floodplain. So this does not allow for any economic development or ways to bring jobs and people home to our reservation. And we can't even provide housing because we can't build in the floodplain. We don't have jobs because we can't build and expand. And we need to be able to acquire lands out of the floodplain to provide for our people. And we need to be able to put those lands into trust without issue. We've got an application in for to put our land into trust, and it's going on over a decade now. It's the process is horrendous. And then I just want to speak on, like I said, we are a tribe of Yurok people. There are actually 4 tribes of Yurok people that share the same ancestral territory. Our tribe, Trinidad, the Churai, Big Lagoon, and the Yurok tribe. And we just want to make sure that all tribes of Yurok people are treated equally and not left out. Smaller tribes with smaller capacity like us that are still building our capacity, sometimes it's hard to get out and be everywhere you need to be. But if you know that there are tribes, I feel like larger tribes and other tribes, they have an opportunity to elevate all tribal people, especially when they're your family. But the state definitely has an obligation, not just a responsibility, but an obligation to include us. So the state needs to understand and respect this and remember to include us when we're not in the room. And while we can't speak for the other tribes, we acknowledge them, we respect them and their identity, and we support their right to self-govern and for sovereignty. So I've got some examples of agencies, state agencies specifically, that the Rezagini has dealt with that there's been unequal treatment. The State Coastal Conservancy, Caltrans, the state parks, California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And so the state does have a lot of work to do in that realm. And also I want to speak on funding. The funding needs to be equal. When the state considers funding for projects in ancestral territory, there needs to be equal consideration for each tribe of Yurok people. The state can't continue to show favoritism to one tribe when it could be helping build the capacity of all tribes. And I also want to speak on the right to fish. We have never given up any rights to fish. We are Yurok people. We are salmon people. We depend on the salmon runs that come up the Klamath River, and we've always fished because to the Yurok people, the salmon is sacred and integral to our culture and our way of life. We also have the right to regulate our own lands as a sovereign nation. Our right to regulate and govern our tribal reservation lands are often ignored by our neighboring tribe. We have tribal laws and policies in place to protect our lands and our reservation, and we do have jurisdiction over those lands. These laws and policies should be respected by all who enter our lands. The Hupa Yurok Settlement Act had many unintended consequences. It created division among the people, and it has been interpreted in many different ways. What is most hurtful, though, is how some interpretations are that we at Rezagini are somehow less than, that we somehow sold out our rights, that we are somehow not Indian anymore, and none of that is true. We are Yurok people, we're a ceremonial people, and I just want to put that out there. The state needs to understand how their interpretation of our fishing rights and water rights has impacted generations. We're 2 generations out from this, and it's affecting the young people. And we've heard that throughout the theme today, and that's why I'm here, for our young people. They need to know that they have the ability to go fish. They need to know that practicing and continuing their cultural life ways is going to heal them. And it's unconscionable that this could be attempted to be taken away from tribal people. It's just not right. So we have all been colonized. That is the sad truth. The term of the Indian Reorganization Act has forced us to adopt a foreign form of government. Our traditional government was more village-based. And I'd like to say that I feel at Rezagini we do retain that village mentality. We are all related. We are all Yurok people. We know that we come from the upriver villages. We know where we come from. But we've been at where our reservation lands are in Klamath for 6 generations. So, on social services needs, our tribal people have to go away to seek treatment for alcohol abuse, substance abuse, and it makes no sense to send them away. We need to be able to do that in our own communities. We need to be able to do that in a culturally appropriate way, and we need to do that. We need to be able to access the services for mental health, and we need more mental health providers. The impacts from colonization, genocide, and the boarding school trauma have all contributed to the issues that we face in our communities. And then I'd like to speak on law enforcement. So the state law enforcement, Public Law 280, the response time to our reservation is extremely slow. It's the Del Norte County Sheriff that patrols, and they've delegated law enforcement to the southern part of Del Norte County to the Yurok Tribal Public Safety. And there was an agreement between the Yurok Tribe and the Del Norte County Sheriff, but our tribe was left out of that agreement. And in our remote location, it means that it takes more time for law enforcement to arrive, and most of the time it is the Yurok Tribe's public safety. We don't have an agreement with them, and we would have appreciated some input or something when these agreements were formed, or just being included. And again, as we spoke to earlier, just the inclusion. I feel like now's this time of inclusivity and people wanting to make things right and correct wrongs. Well, everybody can help do that when you include and stop excluding. We don't want to be excluded. We want to be so yes, while the state has made progress and we've had some government to government meetings with state agencies and consultations and built some relationships, there's still a lot to be done. And we look forward to the one-on-one consultation that we're having. And I just want to say that I appreciate everybody here. I appreciate everybody giving their heartfelt stories and coming with an open mind and an open heart. I feel like there was some healing that was done today, and there's still more to be done. And I appreciate everybody's time in listening to me. Waklau.
Thank you so much. And so I did want to thank, all of the elected officials who made time today to come out. We know that your time is like pulled in 5 million different directions, and so do really appreciate the importance that you've placed on this meeting and taken the time to come away from your day-to-day management of the tribe to be able to be here. At this time, are there any further comments, thoughts, questions?
There's an area I wanted to bring up for this part of the state. I don't know if it happened across the rest of the state, but and I think it was federal, but it actually happened here in the county. The last girls that were sterilized up in our area, the last one passed in 2006. And it was standard practice to come up in our area and sterilize girls. And I don't know, again, if that's a federal or state program or both, but it was very popular. And I tried to talk to I talked to some old Yurok elders, they're gone now, just to see if they remember, the girls that got sterilized, And then I never did talk to the Hoopas about it because, it's like a little further away. And but they certainly hit our area. And I used to, be, angry for a lot of reasons. But gosh, all those people would have had babies, and they would have grandkids now. And maybe I could have dated one of them instead of being, worried about them being my cousin or not. I mean, just on the most practical front. I'm saying. Well, no, I meant and I had to go over the hill and get a cutter. Hey, so yeah. Anyway, I'm just saying, though, practically, to think that all these men, women, all spoke our language and they couldn't have babies, so all those households went blank. That's all my point is, really, not that. Sorry, but I'm just saying. What I'm trying to say, though, is it's like, does anybody in your guys' talk about that? The girls that got sterilized, like they came. It was on Elk Valley Rancheria. That little clinic was there until Elk Valley got housing going, and they started installing modulars.
Was it an Indian clinic?
Yeah, it was Indian clinic. It was IH clinic.
Yeah, and I know it's been recent too, because I wanted, when you brought that up, there's if anybody knows anybody who is still alive or their families. I don't know if the fund still has money in it, but last year the California State Legislature passed a victim compensation fund for people who were victims of government sterilization, either state or federal. And so if you know anybody who was affected by that.
Like directly, personally,
Well, I mean, like,
if they're still living.
Or brothers or nieces, people who were impacted by it. Yeah.
Huh? Wow. So that didn't get publicized, did it? You know what I mean? Like,
so go forth and tell
and don't multiply, but go get some money.
If they reach out to our office, we can send them to the Victim Services Board.
Yeah. Anyway, I just didn't know if you guys grew up hearing these horrifying stories. But Elk Valley, when they started getting their new modular housing, they bulldozed down that little clinic building that was there, where they used to take the girls in there and sterilize them, And of course, all the girls that went to Sherman too came back sterilized. Not all of them, but a lot of them did, they, just came back, couldn't have babies, But so that's a piece of that hidden history too of our pain, like how many people were, who was the lady that testified one time? She's from Mission area or something about her sterilization for you guys or for this. What's her name? Anyway, she goes, you always make me cry. She said, I wasn't going to talk about this today, but how it affects her and how then some young man would be interested and then they find out she can't have babies, then they, leave her, you know what I mean? On and on. But anyway, I just don't know about your guys' communities, and hopefully there's not a lot of stories like there are up our way about the girls that got sterilized. Yeah? Oh, so that she got to have the one, and then that was. I know I met Comanches from Oklahoma, and that was their policy in there. So I let them have the one baby because they're going to become career women. Then they sterilize them. And then when she went back, they sterilized her. Wow. Wow. Some of the old ladies up there, they were sweetest people. They never got that too. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
I'm going to be quick. I think people's brains are Friday, but there's an outstanding documentary. I know probably Kutcha, folks from NAS, and I know Keisha and Lara, and some of us will offer it for our classes. It's called The Canary Effect. So I would highly recommend watching that. It's not an easy watch. The Canary Effect, it's available free on YouTube. It's about 1 hour and 20 minutes long. I was just telling Sonny here, sterilization is actually a specific act by the United Nations of what genocide is. So that was done. And what you just brought up about the funding resource, and I know I sound like I'm harping on this, but why haven't the Native communities been told about that fund? But the other communities have of color, of sterilization. But so we're not, that's just an example, not just with Natives across the country, but California Indians are probably even lower on that level of the word out. So what I keep talking about is we're not on the radar when we talk about minority issues or people of color. Becomes a black and white thing. So I'm constantly watching the news now about Tulsa Massacre, which is despicable, but there were people there on that Tulsa Massacre land area before they were there. But we don't talk about that. The news doesn't cover it. Watching the morning news, CBS News, we're not on those radars. They don't even want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. Does that mean that they have to admit the country was founded on blood and guts? I think we know that answer, but with California Indian history, I was telling Sonny too, if they did ratify treaties in California, half of Los Angeles would be given back to the Tongva people. They're not going to ratify treaties. Malibu would be given back. So these treaties and the farmlands, as we know, is the Central Valley. That's a horrid history from Stockton to Bakersfield. What those ranchers did to get that land, it's horrible. But I just wanted to add that. I don't want to take up too much of people's time, but that sterilization particularly is a detailed what the United Nations put together as it's a specific act of genocide. And to admit that it's not fun to talk about, it's horrible to talk about, but think about that. And what Lauren, how he put it in, that hurts to hear. And then I oftentimes get very teary-eyed talking about boarding schools. and if the news, it would hit the news. If we think of looking at a 2-year-old baby or a 3-year-old, there were some children forcibly removed to go to boarding schools at age 3. Can you imagine seeing your baby leaving your house at age 3? That's stuff you don't recover from. And I'm very privileged that I didn't have to go through with what my family and connections and who went through that stuff. But it's just, if you think about it, it's not fun stuff to talk about. But I think maybe the governor and what the work you're doing, it's time we do, and I think it makes us stronger as a people together. So I just want to add.
Thank you. And I think if everyone could start thinking about, this is not something to solve for today, obviously, but thinking about how do we create a culture where when we talk about doing restorative justice for other communities, like obviously Native people never want to be pulling away from healing other people, but also how do we create space for people in California at least to start thinking about like that first people first type of mentality, and when other communities who have been historically underserved and historically dispossessed and historically just put down by the dominant culture, how do we get them to be thinking about, making that space first, without it feeling like, we're saying a like, what about us thing, but more like, we're with you here, but also we need to be taken care of as well. So just something to think about.
When I talk to my daughter, and I'm always talk about the epigenetics, how the trauma and what our people have gone through is in our blood. And I feel blessed when I look at the younger generation, and you guys feel like you're middle, but you're my younger generation. You're the kids we help raise. And that we're in a good place because our generation, we never got to talk about what happened to us. There were no programs. No one was interested in what happened to us. They were the ones trying to just brush us under the rug. And I'm really proud of all you guys and all that you've done. And when I look in my grandkids, and they're so much stronger than I ever was at their age. They know so much more than I ever knew at their age. There's so much more information. There's so many more programs. Pam and I were talking about, when the kids go, well, what'd you do for your flower dance? Grandma says, we didn't have any of that. We didn't have ceremony. We weren't even allowed to make regalia or hear our stories. What our parents went through, my parents went through in boarding schools, they were so traumatized they were afraid to talk about it because they didn't want to make us feel the pain that they felt or that they went through. And I understand that. And when I got my tattoo, I was afraid to tell my mom because, they're like going, why in the world would you want to stand out, And so I sent my sister, I said, Minnow, go tell Mom I got my tattoo, And then my cousins, they go, oh, Lena Ray, what'd you do yourself? I said, oh, I made myself more beautiful. But I understand why they have those feelings, and it's okay. But it's a new time, a new day. And my daughter says, Mom, yes, it's true that we carry that pain through epigenetics, but we also carry the strength and the knowledge and the power and the love and the spirit that all those people had for us. We love our Indian people. We love our Indian children. What we've gone through and what we've suffered to bring back our traditions is for you and for the ones to come. And every single person makes a difference. Every single person can make a difference in the walk that they carry and what they do. And always know that you are important. And someday, when your time is up on this land, just know that the effort you put forth will leave an impact on the land, on the spirits, on the rocks. The Ikreyev are spirits that are there in the land. We are such a drop in the bucket in time for them. And they are still waiting for us to ask them for that help because that's what they're there for. And so we went through this huge period of time where we weren't allowed to ask them for help to do our traditions. And that's coming back around. It's coming back around when we're able to do that again. And that's so powerful. And that's from just the work of a few people. One person makes a difference. So as you go out in your walk in life, know that you can make a difference, and the work you do is important. You might not even know the impact you're going to have, because someday you touch someone's heart and they heard the words at a certain time and they're going, oh yeah, I can do that. My son crashed in an airplane and walked away before he realized what his purpose was to be. So you never know when you're going to be touched with that drive in your heart and that strength that you need to carry on. But know that as old folks that have been around and paved the way, we see you. We see the work you're doing, and we're really proud of you. And we're so honored that we were just a tiny part of your life. And I thank you for what you guys do, because every person can make a difference.
I think that's a good note to end on.